Let's get started. We are going down Stream Boulevard. All aboard. Let's get it.
A plant that can help break down kidney stones and gallstones. Let me show you. So it's known by several names, right? People call it the stone breaker. The correct name is Chanca Piedra or seed on the leaf. And there's a reason why we call it seed on the leaf, because under the leaves there's a string of seeds. So this is how it looks. And when you check under the leaves, there are these tiny seeds under all the leaves. So make sure you identify the right bush before you go drinking all kind of crazy bush. It has to have these seeds under the leaf. Just leave it to steep for a bit, like 5 minutes, and then drink it. But also, guys, just because these things are herbal doesn't mean you could just go drinking bush wild, because these things have an effect, right? So for instance, some of these herbs that are blood cleansers, they do affect your pressure. If your pressure is naturally on the lower side like mine, if I drink too much of this, I'll cap out right here. This lowers your blood pressure, so you need to bear that in mind, and you need to consult with your doctors before you take things. For instance, if you're diabetic and you're on some sort of blood thinning medication or whatever, these things would have an effect. So you need to consult with people when you're doing this. I'm not a doctor. All these things that I share about these plants is stuff that I would have passed on from my grandparents to my mom to me. So I'm aware of the benefits, but I'm just sharing some of the benefits that I've learned over the years. So you need to be cautious also when consuming herbs. Also, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, you can't consume this. So guys, just sharing this common herb with you so that you're properly able to identify it, because it grows all over. Sometimes it grows on the side of the road like weeds. Just remember to look for the signature seeds under the leaf. And I hope that you don't have any kidney stones and gallstones, because I heard that is a horrible thing. But if you do, and you want to give this a try and you're not on any other medication, you could give it a try. It's known to really be very effective. If you don't have any gallstones or kidney stones or any UTIs, this is also an excellent blood cleanser. And it helps to build your immunity, and just generally, it's good for the health of your liver, fatty liver, and all these things. So give it a try. Did you all know that there's a herbal plant that can help?
Did you know that papaya seeds contain a digestive enzyme? It's called papain, and it can actually help rid your body of parasites. There are quite a few ways to find out if you have parasites. One of them might make you laugh, but the symptoms won't. And there's a parasitic outbreak right now, which prompted me to make this parasite flesh. I scooped out the papaya seeds and placed them in the oven on 150 degrees for 1 hour until they were dried out. I placed them in a coffee grinder, which I will add to my juice once it's done. I cut up a papaya, which is great for your immune system and has loads of vitamin C, and a cucumber, which helps to stop the reproduction of parasites, paralyze any active ones, and flush them out. And for the larvae, I also added in ginger, which helps to inhibit the growth, and key limes because they are antimicrobial as well as antifungal. I added everything to my Namawell juicer, and the result is a delicious yet effective parasite cleanse. I topped it off with the papaya seed powder, and it was absolutely amazing. Did you know that papaya seeds contain a digestive enzyme? It's called papain, and it can actually...
to see Charlie Murphy in Hollywood at parties. And I shouldn't say this, but one night, I'm sorry, Mom, I was high on mushrooms. But I say that to say, if you were high on mushrooms and ran into a personality as intense as Charlie Murphy, it's like daunting. He talks to his teeth and hey, what's going on there? He's real gangster and he got that growl. But man, this one night I ran into him and the whole night just became about watching this guy, Charlie Murphy. Now, I didn't know in the near future we would work together in such an intimate capacity, but that night I could see something great about him. And he would always talk about Eddie, but he always go, my brother, this man. And if anyone said anything bad about Eddie at any point in his life, he'd smack the shit out of him. He loved his brother so much. But what I learned that night, because he was always a villain in movies, he was hilarious. He was like a artful storyteller. His stories had all this texture. And then one day on the set, we were doing some sketch, and Charlie was telling us all these stories about coming with Eddie. And in the middle of lunch, he goes, someone said something about Rick James. And he said, man, I fought Rick James on 5 different occasions. And we were like, what? And man, he started telling us all the times in every story he beat up Rick James and all this. And man, we were dying laughing. And we pulled him aside and like, man, can we do that on the show? He's like, wait, you want me to beat up Rick James on the show? I'm like, not really. Like, and we just had him tell the stories and we dramatized them. And then here's the kicker. And we're on the set and Charlie goes, I bet you I can get Rick to come for this. And he did. He did. We ended up doing one sketch for Rick James and then another sketch about Prince. And I asked Prince to do the sketch and he was like, no. But then when he saw it, he said he wished he had. And by all accounts, like by his own account, he loved that sketch. And the other thing about that Rick James sketch is Charlie made us show it to Eddie first. So I'd never been to Eddie Murphy's house, but when we go, it was with his brother. Eddie has this big screening room downstairs, and he's sitting in like a big armchair with his back to us. And no one's seen the sketch, so there's no laugh track on it. Chappelle shot a real laugh track. And man, he didn't laugh once. And the sketch was like 10 minutes long. And I'm sitting behind him with the pit in my stomach. And then the sketch goes off and he doesn't even turn around. But from behind him, I see him raise his arms like this.
Oh, yeah.
And then he turns around and goes, it was a red couch and Rick had on Capizio's. That's what he said. And he gave us the green light and he let us do it. And to me, it's one of the greatest sketches ever. True. You know, I used
Hey, bro. Claremont, can you take that spot off him? Because that glare coming off his head fucking me up. Claremont? They named you up the street. Okay, Claremont. We're dedicating this joke to my friend Claremont. Because he'd like to have his very own Mercedes-Benz. Ladies and gentlemen, who are we dedicating the last joke to? Come on, say it like you mean it. Claremont, this bud's on you. An elephant and a mouse. Pretty good friends indeed. Were walking through the jungles of Africa. Mind their own business. Elephant trips, falls into a huge hole, starts screaming, save me, save me. Mouse says, what the fuck do you expect? He said, wait, I got an idea. Mouse runs home, goes into his garage, gets out his Mercedes-Benz. True story. Puts the rope in the back of his Mercedes-Benz, drives back out to the hole and shouts down to the elephant. He said, listen, I'm going to tie one end of this rope to the back of my Mercedes-Benz. You tie the other end to your snoot. See, that way, when we pull out, you'll be saved. Pretty good friends indeed. Claremont, are you still following the story? Okay, good. Couple of days later, elephant and the mouse walk through the jungles of Africa again. Mind their own business. This time the mouse trips, falls in the hole, starts screaming, save me, save me. So of course the elephant whips out his dick, drops it in the hole, tells the mouse, you run up my dick, you'll be saved. It worked in Claremont. Claremont, do you know the moral of this story? Hey, if you got a big dick, you don't need a Mercedes-Benz.
Hold on.
Ended up finding human remains. This story is going to be multiple parts, so sit back, stay tuned, and watch this Flint history lesson. January of 2008, Genesee County decided to build more houses downtown. And around the area of Stone Street in 1st and 2nd, it was a lot of space. So they got a team together and they start digging. Now, the first spot was Stone Street. They're digging and digging until someone hits something hard in the ground. They pull it up and they see it's human remains. Now, they decided to call a forensic team, and they also called the University of Michigan Flint. And after examining the bone, they discovered that it was a part of an Indian tribe. Now, the University of Michigan Flint decided to make this an entire project. And they told them to keep digging. They found a total of 88 bodies, and they found out it was from the Chippewa tribe. Now, before Flint was even founded, Native Americans owned and lived on this land. Now it was a total of 5 tribes altogether. But after some verbal dispute, it ended up being 2, the Sauk tribe and the Saginaw Chippewas tribe. Now, the Chippewas, they lived near the Flint River, right? And after multiple disputes, they decided to have a war. Early 1600, the Chippewas planned for this for multiple days, carving out weapons out of flintstone rock. It was a horrendous battle, and a lot of lives were lost. Now, the Sauk tribe was so scared that they ended up leaving. They ended up going south. Now, after the workers learned about this, they ended up contacting the Saginaw Chippewas tribe, and they asked the Genesee County Land Bank if they can make Stone Street a historic burial site for the Chippewas. Now, this project took years, from 2008 all the way up to 2011, and the historical site is still here today. So if you're going down Stone Street, make sure you pay a homage to the Chippewas, and look out for a part 2. They were digging.
From back in the 1800s to early 1900s look like I'm about to show you. At the top is going to say commission to the 5 civilized tribes, application for allotment. It's going to have the tribe that you're in during the time of application. It's going to have their numbers, their DOS numbers up at the top. But down here, you're going to see where it says subdivision. And this is going to tell you exactly where the land is located at on the map, still to this day. Then you will have the seal of the person who authorized it, the witness, the notary, and the date is 1899, okay? A lot of the times we don't get to make it that far because we cannot trace our people back to that far, to 1899. And if you can, it's all misconstrued because the birth certificate situation. Birth certificates became a thing in 1915, but they really didn't become enforced until maybe around 1920. Okay, so between 1918 and 1920 is when things really began to be enforced. Before then, it was called the census, the United States Census. And that's where they went from house to house to house, and they named every person in that house, took down their race, took down how many children were in the household, the job title, if that person had land or not. It would say that on the United States Census. If you go back to the year 1910 for the United States Census, those are going to be some of your most accurate census right there, because it's going to give you exactly what you need to see. Did your family have farm or not? Did your family have land or not? Does your family own a business or not? Did they teach school? Were they a worker? Could they read or write? What was their race? Was it mulatto? Was it 1/4 Indian? Was it full blood Indian? It would say FB right by it. And if it was FB or if you had Indian in your blood, then it will also list the tribe that you was in. These are in the 1910 census. So in the early 1900s, the census is going to tell you the real truth. But when the birth certificate started coming along, the service clerks started putting in last names wrong or first names. They would misspell one letter. They would normally misspell. So where an I would go, they would put an E. Where a Z would go, they would put an X, or vice versa. And boom, there you go. You lost track of your 3rd great grandparents' history and your inheritance. See, because once you reach your 3rd great grandparents, you will begin to see stuff like this, okay? And this is going to give you a list of your peoples, their dolls rolls numbers, and their owners and all that stuff. And you're going to be able to find that, and you're going to be able to trace back your lineage. But again, a lot of things were misspelled purposely. If you had a grandmother named Elizabeth, they wrote her name down as Lizzie. A lot of people got married and their last names changed. Do your research, people. Go to the census and look at the households. I never seen what a land.
That was a good one.
Let you be the foreclosure. I truly believe that. So you can't come with nothing light. So just rescinding the contract ain't gonna do it. Like you should have did that on closing day. Like I tell people all the time, I'm like, you think you're done with closing after you sign the paper, don't you? You're not done with closing until you go and record a rescission on the county public record. That's when you're done with closing, because that's your insurance. That's what you're gonna stand on when you're ready to redeem the collateral from that mortgage. Can't do it for a title either. That's your insurance. You need to do it within 3 days of closing on the house, though. Not to say you can't do it afterwards, but you ain't gotta have no excuse. You ain't gotta have no excuse. They can't ask you nothing if you do it within 3 days. That's why I educate people. Hey, you about to go buy a house? As soon as you're done at that table, sign those documents, you take your ass and go record a rescission, because that's your insurance. So now, whenever you feel like, hey, I'm ready to, I've learned a lot, and I'm ready to go discharge my mortgage, you got the insurance. You done already did what you're supposed to do. Go stand on that. Understand what a rescission means. Go take all go spend the whole month every day and study rescission and equity of redemption, and you go execute just like that. They would rather you kill somebody than let you be the foreclosure.
Very good.
American Pacific Exposition and Oriental Fair for Portland, Oregon in 1905. So 1904, they have the St. Louis World's Fair. 1 year after, we get this one in Oregon. This diploma is very interesting. As we go down to the bottom, we have a photo, and we can clearly see in the background 2 airships, both looking different. They normally don't show this form of transportation in these photos. They normally blank out the sky. But as we look up all of these countries, we see the big ones, and then we see Caucasia. Have any of us heard of a country in the 1900s named Caucasia? I personally have never heard of Caucasia, which is similar to Tartaria. All of these countries that we were never told about. But this one wasn't hundreds of years ago. This was 1905. So they are now, in my opinion, lying and telling us that Caucasia, or Caucasus, is a region that has a bunch of countries in it, including Russia, which we all know have connections to Tartaria. But let's take a look at this list again from 1905. They are already listing Russia on this map with Turkey, France, Holland, Germany, Switzerland, Italy. All of these are countries. They are not regions. I'll say it again. These are countries. Why would they then throw a region in there randomly? That doesn't make any sense. I think we are finding, in my opinion, that there is more land that we aren't being told about that was here in the 1900s. And I think Caucasia is being hidden from us right now. Really quick, I want to just throw this in here, that there is another country that is clearly blurred out. I wonder if we weren't supposed to see that one. So we were given a photo with the airships in the background in the sky. So I went digging and found this photo from 1905, World's Fair in Oregon, showing more airships. And since I haven't really covered this topic yet on this channel, in my opinion, and a few others, this form of travel was all over the place. It wasn't just created in the 1800s, and the Hindenburg event was used as a scare tactic to make these airships look faulty, removing this free energy form of transportation technology out of our lives. Do you really think that they put a gas in these airships that would be so incredibly flammable and fly them over massive cities? Or does it make more sense that this Hindenburg event was a planned event to get rid of this free form of travel and wipe it from the history books? Here we have a photo of one of these airships sitting in between the 2 spires of the old world building. You can see that they use these spires to electrically charge these airships. And this was common knowledge. And in the very next photo, the more we dig, the more we find. Here we have an image of a diploma for the American Pacific Exposition and Oriental Fair for Portland, Oregon in 1905. So 1904, they have the St. Louis World's Fair. 1 year after, we get this one in Oregon. This diploma is very interesting. As we go down to the bottom, we have a photo, and we can clearly see in the background 2 airships, both looking different. They normally don't show this form of transportation in these photos. They normally blank out the sky. But as we look up all of these countries, we see the big ones, and then we see Caucasia. Have any of us heard of a country in the 1900s named Caucasia? I personally have never heard of Caucasia, which is similar to Tartaria. All of these countries that we were never told about. But this one wasn't hundreds of years ago. This was 1905. So they are now, in my opinion, lying and telling us that Caucasia, or Caucasus, is a region that has a bunch of countries in it, including Russia, which we all know have connections to Tartaria. But let's take a look at this list again from 1905. They are already listing Russia on this map with Turkey, France, Holland, Germany, Switzerland, Italy. All of these are countries. They are not regions. I'll say it again. These are countries. Why would they then throw a region in there randomly? That doesn't make any sense. I think we are finding, in my opinion, that there is more land that we aren't being told about that was here in the 1900s. And I think Caucasia is being hidden from us right now. Really quick, I want to just throw this in here.
That was a lot. I'm going to leave that one up.
Indian people, we believe we are black people. We know.
Do you?
That is not true.
Okay, bro, look at Google.
You are
Bro, how can you? Okay, here is the thing, bro. When you don't know something, you should stay like you could.
Wait, who believes
Google
they're black people?
Because we came from Africa. That is the.
We know that.
Bro, black people don't live in India.
Yes, they do. Africans, because you got Africans out of Africa.
And they have a huge,
bro.
Nigerians are there, and you guys are beating the out of African students.
That was one instant that
No, it isn't. It is.
Bro, that is what I'm saying. The amplification.
It is rampant.
The number of that is Indian people. We believe we are.
That was a bunch of nothing.
Piece on a 100-year-old survivor of the Tulsa Massacre. And my question was this: what's the Tulsa Massacre? You know, I was taught American history every 3 years growing up. 5th grade, 8th grade, what comes after 11th grade, and then I studied in junior college, and I've read it ever since for pleasure. How is it that it wasn't until 2 years ago that I heard about the Tulsa Massacre? How is that possible? I've heard about Custer's the Little Bighorn. I heard about the Alamo. I heard about the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire. I heard about all kinds of disasters in which people died. But I had never heard about this thing that happened in 1921, only 3 years before my dad was born. In the same year that Donna Reed was born, we didn't hear about this thing that happened in which essentially one of the most successful black communities in America, Black Wall Street, in which everybody was not only burned out of their homes and their businesses, but then driven out of the city limits by an angry mob of, I'm sorry, white people? How is it that this was not taught to me? Because I tell you, at the age of 10, when I was in 5th grade, living in Oakland, California, that would have been a moment of enlightenment for me. That would have told me something very, very different about the city I lived in. Not just American history or the city of Tulsa. And it made me mad. It made me mad that somebody had somehow made an editorial process of what was appropriate for us to learn about our own American history. It made me angry that it took until I was, I'm 60, I'll be 66, just about 2 weeks after Juneteenth, I'll turn 66. And it took me 54 years in order to find this out. It's not right. It's not right, and it's doing a disservice to all of America. I read a New York Times piece on a 100-year-old survivor of the Tulsa Massacre.
This is interesting. Never saw him talk about this. And you see most of the peace everybody. But you see most, let me holler at E9, J-Dub, what it do, Richie Rich, D Cobb. It's 11 people in the building listening. All right. Make sure you guys take this time while I'm talking to just repost it on your page. Just post it on your page. Say tap on in. Hit the thumbs up on it. You know what I'm saying? And tell a friend. They're missing out. It's interesting with people like Hanks, Tom Hanks, and a lot of these so-called white people talking about this stuff now. The stuff they knew a long time ago. And you know, I'm not saying feel sorry for them. I don't feel sorry for them. You know, they was kind of like bound to secrecy. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't talk about it. And, you know, and you see Hanks, he's like talking about it like just like distraught, like, hey, somebody would have told me this in high school, I'd have been a little bit different. I couldn't talk about it, you know. But it's interesting about our people, you know. So it's more or less, and you know, kind of Big Dog was talking about it too on his. Is like you got a group of people that are really just aiding and abetting criminal activity. You see what I'm saying? And these people look, you know what I'm saying, have the shade, you know what I mean? They have the shade on their arms. And they're aiding and abetting the suppression of information by groups of people. You know, you can't just blame these pale skins, man. You can't do that. That is a cop-out. That's an easy way to escape. You know what I'm saying? Really addressing who and what the problem is. That is a way to escape who and what the problem is. And who and what the problem is our own people. They're in positions of power. Power meaning the power to not rule over people or control people, but the power to open up the books regardless of what it is. Because just think about it. Over all this time, we growing up in school, and this was a part of the curriculum. Do you think we would have been anything different than we are today, just as a people? I don't think so. I think we would have been the same. I do. I think we would have been the same. I think we would have been the same. It just would have been a matter of fact. It's just snapped off. We're not at this, you know, but it got to this point where everything is so like rah, 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 and so on and so forth that people can't just to get the information and be matter of fact about it. Yeah, it is. It's what it is. But there's things that come with that. You know what it is? Money. A lot of money. A lot of credit. A lot of opportunity. Equal playing field. Very extra competitive then. Because regardless of what they say about our people, we hustle. That's what we do. We hustle. When we know it's a competitive atmosphere and we in that race, oh yeah, we're gonna run through you. We're gonna run through you. So yeah, that's without a doubt. All right, let's get to the next one. I'm gonna leave this. Should I leave him up there? I'll leave him up there. I haven't listened to this. I don't know what this. Hopefully, this got something to it.
That this component, this non-criminal justice, this non-law enforcement component to view true crime is needed because, again, with that, now you can see the whole thing. Because if you're just looking at this stuff from the point of law enforcement or criminal justice classes and degrees, your focus is just locking people up. You see what I'm saying? You're not looking at the hows and the whys, because hows and the whys is how we get to some prevention.
It's amazing that it took a group of students to notice a pattern by looking at just a map. It makes me wonder why police haven't done this already.
And I think that this component, this non-criminal justice, this non-law enforcement component to view true crime is needed because, again, with that, now you can see the whole thing. Because if you're just looking at this stuff from the point of law enforcement or criminal justice classes and degrees, your focus is just locking people up. You see what I'm saying? You're not looking at the hows and the whys, because hows and the whys is how we get to some prevention.
It's amazing that it took a group of students to notice a pattern by looking at just a map. It makes me wonder why police haven't done this already.
And I think that this component, this non-criminal justice, this non-law enforcement component to view true crime is needed because, again, with that, now you can see the whole thing. Because if you're just looking at this stuff from the point of law enforcement or criminal justice classes and degrees, your focus is just locking people up. You see what I'm saying? You're not looking at the hows and the whys, because hows and the whys is how we get to some prevention.
It's amazing that it took a group of students to notice a pattern by looking at just a map. It makes me wonder why police haven't done this already.
And
Yeah. All right, so hold on, let me pull this up next. This. All right, so I think this is the code. All right, so it's 28 USC 1654. It says, in all courts of the United States, the parties may plead and conduct their own cases personally or by counsel. You see that? Counsel. Remember, I was showing you my uncle's case. They are only to counsel and advise. See, that attorney word, that is the trick. That attorney word. They are to counsel and advise, not turn you over. Right? To the Admiralty Maritime Article 2 section of the middle ground, I would say, between Article 1 and Article 2, a whole administrative, legislative, and military form of tribunal. But I kind of know why they do that in the sense, because the fact that these people are militarily occupying, adversely occupying, right? Adverse possession. They are adversely occupying indigenous territory, land, without just cause, against the agreements. So that's why I say read 28, Title 25 United States Code. Because if you look in through those codes, everything that is within those codes are under Title 18 of the United States Code, which is the criminal code. You see why they treat us like criminals? Because they already know that they're adverse to us, right? They are in occupation of places. They have trespassed and squatted. And being that you know that you're trespassing and squatting and adversely possessing, right? So that means you're not in peaceful possession. You're not open and notorious, right? People think notorious means something else, but you're in the opposition of the adverse area. What it's supposed to be. The adverse area is supposed to be peaceful possession, open and notorious, right? That part, I could give it to them halfway because nobody really knows that the United States is unlawfully occupying places because they were only, what, between the 13 United States. Now, all these other states that join unions, right, that joined the union, I will say, these people, how do I say it? Also unlawfully done so. Because all these other states that carried on, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, all these states, Georgia, really started with Georgia, all these states, added on themselves to the United States, to the Union unlawfully. Because the main reason they were doing that is to take over land that was indigenous that wasn't allotted to them because they only had a certain square mileage, I would say, in those areas. Let me see. So this right here, right? So when you come into court, just make it a little quick reference because I'm doing this before I forget. And somebody sent this to me. So this is saying we are all attorneys. No, we're not attorneys. Absolutely not. We're not practicing law. We are enforcing law. We bring claims. We don't complain. We bring claims. All right? We give orders. You guys should look up what is the role of a private citizen. And they'll tell you what their not just their role, but what their powers are of a private citizen. And I kind of learned that, I had to look it up because who was it? The district attorney, or was it the what was it? I think it was it the district attorney? Or was it the inspector general? One of them, nevertheless. They came back with the letter and they said that you are a private citizen asking for public, what did it say? Public personal remedy or something like that. That's when I knew there was a difference. So as a private citizen, right, you look up those powers. As a private citizen, you can make a what? Citizen's arrest. That's number one. And then you can do all the other things that is necessary as well once you claim that. But this right here falls within that guideline where we say we're all attorneys. Remember the old man was talking, I should play him last week, and he was talking about, we're all attorneys, we doing this, we litigate and all that type of stuff. But yeah, just want to make sure I corrected that. We're not attorneys. The attorney is a part of the bar, the British Credit Registry. So No. So when there is a difference between an attorney and a lawyer, just wanted to make that clear. So if you bring this to the table, then you make sure you understand that you are putting yourself in proper status. All right. So there's no misunderstanding. Now, the reason why I got this up is because the one guy I just started subscribing to, this guy is pretty good, and I played him last week behind the civil rights stuff, right? So, 18 USC 1001. This is something that could be used every single time somebody brings a claim against you. Off the cuff. Why? Because everything that they're reporting is fraudulent. You remember I played yesterday, the sister in LA, she had the pink on with the LA hat on and stuff like that, and she was saying affiant. And what I was saying, that every time these people bring police, they write their reports, at the bottom when they sign, it is an affidavit. That whole report is an affidavit. These are verified statements, affidavit on the penalty, signed on the penalty of perjury. All right. So anybody bringing a claim, under any circumstances, you can come right here with it. As soon as they open their mouth, they already committing perjury. Perjury. Soon as they open their mouth, perjury. Now, I'm not just talking about in the courtroom. I'm talking about from the stop, when they pull you over, whatever situation is, you owe a bill. We're going to foreclose. We're going to take this car. We're going to shut down this credit card. We're going to, shut down this bank account. Anything they do right here, they're already committing perjury. Now, this is not the only one, but this is dealing with more with misrepresentation, right? So you come down here, it says, what does it say? Except as otherwise provided in this section, whoever in any manner within the jurisdiction of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of the government of the United States knowingly and willfully falsifies, conceals, or covers up by any trick, scheme, or device a material fact, makes any materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statements or representation, or makes or uses any false writing or document knowing the same to contain any materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or entry. 5 years. If the offense involves international or domestic terrorism, 8 years. If the matter relates to an offense under Chapter 10, 109A, B, 110, or 117, or Section 1591, then the term of imprisonment imposed under this section shall not be more than 8 years. 1591, that's dealing with voluntary servitude and penance. Now you said, well, wait a minute. It just says executive, legislative, or judicial branch. Yeah, it means everything that falls under every single one of those. You got legislative. So that means all your Congress people, Senate, from the top on down to the state. Anything that's dealing with legislative acts, anything that's dealing with policy. The judicial branch, that's every single court, as you see on Article 3, what it talks about, Article 3, Section 2. Any judicial branch that is actually presenting themselves as a judicial branch of the United States of America. And that's including the states. That's including any of them. Parking tickets. Do you know they got a kangaroo court in that too? They got an administrative court. They got a adjudicative, so-called what they call it, administrative. They don't call him a judge. They call him administrative officer or administrative commissioner. That's why they do that. But they still is functioning that way. I requested a hearing for a parking ticket. I sure did. Yeah, it was $70. So I want all mines. So we go in. I bring somebody with me as always. We come in. I sit down, and I was like, "Where are we going?" They're like, "We're going right here." Right where? In this office. So wait a minute. We about to have court right here in this office. Well, it's not really court, but oh, really? I was just saying. You look at it from this perspective. Hold on, the mailman. What you got? What's going on, man? Yeah, so yeah. But look, the misunderstanding, and a lot of people are just not used to that. But just think about it from your own profession, what you do every day. Anywhere from any field that you work in, that you do as a career, whether it's your own business or you work from somebody, you got to know your job, and you cannot take shortcuts. When I say you can't take shortcuts, you can't take shortcuts, even on $75, $50, $25. Everything must be accounted for. But when these people are coming with these material facts, right? And we're going to get into that, these material facts, because we're going to have multiples, right? We're going to talk about community. We're going to talk about communism, socialism. We're going to do a little compare and contrast on these things and how they make it a little bit complicated. Also, we're going to talk about Fort Knox, right? We're about to play this guy's video right now, Scott Bessent, who is the Treasury Secretary and the Commissioner for the IRS, or the Internal Revenue Service, I should say, Commissioner. All right, so and he gives a brief history on this stuff. So the misrepresentation, right? Because just from the simple Federal Reserve note that we have in our pockets, we have been conditioned to call it $1, when really it's one Federal Reserve note. It's a note. That's what it says on the thing, but we call it $1. So we're actually giving it more power than it should be. So this issue is so easy, right? This issue right here is easy to prove. I'm gonna show you. We're gonna be doing this whole week. We're gonna be knocking down this money, right? Treasury got over $1 trillion up in there. Scott Bessent said it. So it's no longer a mystery now. Over all these years, people were saying, we don't know what's in there. We can't go in there. All of a sudden now Trump back and they all up in there. And they telling the public what it is. They telling the people, I should say, what's in there. Now we just need to find out who does it belong to. All right. So now let's go here. Appreciate everybody being here. Let's get this one in real quick. All right, and then we are on topic. We are on the topic of the day. It is 1 hour and 23 minutes. 1 hour and 23 minutes. So I should be done. Is 1:20 hour 23. That's 2:11. 90 minutes. That's an hour and 30 minutes. I should be done by 3:40. Keep clock on. 3:40. Let's go.
Wasn't exactly an even trade, but for President Trump, it was pretty even.
He usually comes out on top.
Not usually, always.
Always. What are we looking at here? These look exquisite.
Yep, so these are the displays of our currency over the years. Some of it, like we used to have silver certificates. We used to be backed by silver, sometimes gold. And then in the 70s, we just went to what was called fiat currency.
Right. So you see, he said the 70s. So from 1933, from 1918, really, when you go back, the Federal Reserve came around. Let me get the proper date on that. But from the 1918, and then even prior to that, in the late 1800s, with Abraham Lincoln pulling in them greenbacks. Those greenbacks are what is being used today. Those are still greenbacks. I don't know if anybody knows that. But they needed an institution to come in to the United States in order to keep pushing those greenbacks, or what they call now Federal Reserve notes, because it's inflation, it's fractional, it's worth 5 cents in any denomination, and it is a note. It's not money. It's not a dollar. By definition, I'm going to show you that too. I showed it before. I'm going to show it again, so you guys could get a clear idea. So remember, everything you say can and may be used against you. So if you're assuming that you're doing money, you're doing lawful transaction and dealing with lawful money by the terms and conditions of the Constitution, which was created off the foundation of the treaties internationally, then you're going to be continued to be put in a position of peonage, because you're actually going along with something that is fictional in a sense. So, but we'll rather say fractional, and is operating from a whole different jurisdiction outside of what we consider to be the Republic Constitution, constitutional money, constitutional courts, constitutional service, representation. Okay. So he's saying right here in the 70s, he said they use gold sometimes, they use silver sometimes. This is what he's talking about, the United States. But that's what they were using. Now he said in the 70s, we know what happened in the 70s, or maybe we don't. But Richard Nixon was the president at that time. Richard Nixon was president at that time.
Where you didn't have to keep gold or silver in the vault. If any of these are still outstanding, though, the silver or gold for them is the at Fort Knox, waiting for them to be claimed.
So, hear that carefully. He's saying that those things are still outstanding. You know what that means? It's a debt outstanding. It still is to be paid out. Key thing right there, people. Sounds like they're about to start paying out on claims. So if you got, even you're talking about silver certificates and gold certificate, whatever it might be, there's all types of certificates. You understand? So all type of things that is supposed to have been even exchange going on, right? The medium exchange is supposed to be even, but everything was so turned fractional, and then the vault was closed. And you had those bank barons that was coming in, right? I'm gonna show that too. Talk about these bank barons, what they was actually doing. But it seems like these people are paying out. So I want you guys to remember, this is the land of common sense, right? This platform is about tapping into the common sense, right? Heads alike. Common sense. So we keep all the emotions out and we make sure that we focus on what is actually being said and what is actually not being said. So once we know what was said, we'll know what's being left out. And this is why you have me the interpreter for this jargon that these people talk. So let me back that up just a little bit. Let's see if it'll go back. No, they don't go back on that. Okay. Hold on. Let's come back just a little bit. There.
For them is the at Fort Knox waiting for.
You see Jesse Waters' face?
Silver in the vault. If any of these are still outstanding, though, the silver or gold for them is the at Fort Knox waiting for them to be.
You see what he did? He said, "Whoa, what?" He said, "You said that? You actually said that." You see Jesse Waters' face? Uh-huh. So let's back it all the way up. Let's listen to it one more time, all the way through.
So wasn't exactly an even trade, but for President Trump, it was pretty even.
He usually comes out on top.
Not usually, always.
Always. What are we looking at here? These look exquisite.
Yep. So these are the displays of our currency over the years. Some of it, like we used to.
Nice, right? Get a good look at that. Look at that. Nice.
We have silver certificates. We used to be backed by silver, sometimes gold. And then in the 70s, we just went to what was called fiat currency, where you didn't have to keep gold or silver in the vault. If any of these are still outstanding, though, the silver or gold for them is the at Fort Knox waiting for them to be claimed if so needed.
Have you visited Fort Knox?
I haven't. People on my staff has. We're going to the treasurer's office. The treasurer has been to Fort Knox. I am happy to say all gold is present and accounted for. The U.S. has the largest pile of gold in the world.
Okay. Okay. All right. I won't listen to you no more anyway. I don't care. I gotta listen to you no more. It's cool. We ain't tripping. All right. So, all right. Hey, what's going on? Kevin Hawthorne, 5257. Good evening from Lakeland, Florida. Appreciate you. Hey, hit the thumbs on it. Post it on your page. Just say, hey, this is interesting. What's going on? None of your business. So, what is this your job, Aton? What is this your job, Aton? I don't know what you mean by that. What is this your job, Aton? I have no idea what you mean by it. Rephrase that. Not that one. What is this your job, Aton? Rephrase that for me. None of your business. That don't make any sense. All right. Now, let's do this. Let me stop screen. Yeah, I think we're done there. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to let me put these on. Staring at the screen. Save any type of good vision I got left. So let's all right, so here's what we're gonna do. Let me take the screen off real quick. Let me change this icon so we're a little bit more smaller, all that bright, colorful stuff. Let's get right to it. Put my serious face on. All All right, so I'm gonna do the whole entire screen. Now I'm going to be looking at a couple things here. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna focus on this Fort Knox, fiat currency, gold, silver, money, Constitution. Okay. Just keep that in mind. I'm going to show you a couple things. But first, we're going to touch on community. So, communism, community, all these different things. Let's get a quick background. Communism, what is it? Communism versus socialism. Let's bring this up. All right. Before we get into the little chat thing, we're going to go to Investopedia here. It's going to talk about communism versus socialism. Okay. Some written up. All right. So it says right here, the two political and economic systems are related, but far from identical. All right. So it says key takeaways. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not overlooking anything. All right, cool. All right, so it's expanding a little bit. So it's key takeaways. Communism and socialism are political and economic systems. So this is the one thing people never talk about, right? Trump attempts to, because he's always bringing in money, business aspect to it. But a lot of people always think about communism and socialism as some form of extremist thing that only deals with a certain aspect of life. When you think communism, you're thinking about people blowing up stuff and people starving, and you have all this, you have all this religious connotations, but really these two things are political and economic in nature only. And these are also isms, right? We talk about isms. Isms is just somebody's ideal of how they see the word and how they apply that to people. I mean, because you have political science, you have social science, right? You got civic engineering, you got civil engineering, you got social engineering, you have political engineering. Engineering is crafting and shaping something. So when you want to understand these words mean that. Take the emotions out of it. Oh, he's a communist. You see, but a lot of people, they think, well, I'm a socialist, I'm a communist, I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a capitalist, but they really don't know what these things mean. Because there's always an emotional connotation to it, especially communism and socialism. All right. Now, so it says communism and socialism are political and economic systems that share certain ideologies, including greater equality in the distribution of income, including greater equality in the distribution of income. Both are rejections of capitalism, instead giving economic power to the working class. Okay, this is what they're supposed to be about. This is what they're saying communism and and socialism is about. This is what the ideology is about. Power to the people, right? This is where power to the people come in. And they both reject capitalism. Right? Capitalism, we'll get into that definition. I spoke on it, but let's just deal with socialism and communism. And then we're going to talk about community. And this is where you're going to know if you really have a community or not. Or if we just out here on an island. So it says, historically, Communism has called for the transfer of power to the working class through revolutionary rather than gradual means, as socialism strove for. Both communism and socialism advocate public control of the means of production, although socialism allows for the continued existence of capitalism in some parts of the economy. In reality, communist systems have not been very successful to date. Now, this bullet point here is what I call United States government. United States of America operates as a capitalist, communist economy. And their politics reflect that as well. Their politics, their economy is communistic and capitalistic at the same time. Democrats are socialists, communists. These Republicans are capitalists. Laissez-faire, survival of the fittest. You know, that's how they function in capitalism. But what the United States is trying to do is trying to find a middle ground, so that way they're not fully capitalist and they're not fully communist. Because this is where socialism comes in between, right? This is me talking. Socialism comes in between capitalism and communism because they're starch enemies. They try to say power to the people, but within that power to the people, people already know that there's somebody that's going to want to, the competitive nature of man is absolute. It's undoubted. It's going to happen. And somebody's going to make more than somebody else. It's going to be up here. This is why you have tithes. You pay to the power of what you make. If you do that much better, then you provide more. This is where that 10th of what you make comes from. So the socialism is just that, you know, you got capitalism, but you got the Anti-Sherman Trust Act, right? Where you can't have a monopoly. You can't create a monopoly in the United States of America. But at the same time, you have fiat currency. You have a fiat currency. You have currency that is fractional at best, has no value, produces debt, produces inflation, puts the people in debt, can put the people in servitude, which is against the law. So they still haven't been able to perfect it. So what the United States government is to me, or the United States system to me, is considered to be a capitalist, socialist system. It is not communist. It's not communist as well. There's no common in there. There's no commune, no communal, there's no communing. There's none of that. You have representation to speak on behalf of the people, right? So it's like these are like you're kind of like your chiefs or your dignitaries or your diplomats that actually can talk, you know, at Washington, D.C., to Washington, D.C. being that location where people come and speak on behalf of their constituents. Same thing with the states. Work in unison. But you do have a social security number. You have a certificate of live birth. All of these things are your foundation to, I say this, all this stuff is a foundation to anything that happens across the board, money, otherwise. If you don't have these things, if you don't have a certificate of live birth, if you don't have a social security number, you in the United States economy as it is under this fiat system, you have nothing. If you don't got credit and debit, you have nothing. United States is done. They wouldn't even know how to function with gold and silver these days. They couldn't do it then, just by the way their system works. In a communistic society, you're going to have rebellion, revolution, change. It's like crabs in a barrel. Everybody going to be trying to get to the top. But in the communistic society, eventually what they do, what it leads up to is enslavement, poverty in this system. I mean, nobody wants a Pied Piper. Nobody wants, nobody's looking for no savior. We all get it as we get it, and we all commune together on how we deal with it as we deal with it. Because if you're dealing with real commodities and real money, nobody is bigger than the other. This is why they had to remove the gold. Number one, to get the level playing field against the people that was obviously using the gold before it got to this point. Also, it was to be able to create a silent attack, with the goal to enslave people. Because if you're playing with a note, paper money, you're paying with some paper. They call it money, and all this stuff is to be transacted. Everything is done on a computer. Everything is done through digital and through paper. If you're dealing with something like that, what makes you think that there's any liability that's going to be taken from people that are just punching buttons? All the liability is on you and me. We got to make sure the lawn is mowed. We got to make sure the house is clean. We got to make sure there's lights on, water's running. We got to make sure food on the table. These entities don't have to do none of that. All they're doing is running the paper. But just like what I showed from the other brother here, where's he at? But what he was saying right here, he's pretty much saying that at the end of the day, in the system ran properly with full disclosure, you can actually get the asset and get the house free and clear as the system has made it to be through the paper. So if you're dealing with a fractional note or a negotiable instrument of some sort, some form of legal tender for all debts, public and private, if you're saying that the fair market value of a house is $300,000, just giving a round number, and inflation says this, then what is that house actually worth? And then you have something where the value is actually what the county tax assessor, the county tax assessor has a whole different value from what the fair market value is. So if we're dealing with fair market value, then we're dealing with fractional, fictional, fiat currency, numbers, inflation. This is based off the debt. So if the property's worth $300,000 in fair market value, is probably worth half that in actual money, because in the county assessor, for that example, they talk about land value, and they're actually talking about improvement value. And improvement value is what's movable, what's on top of the ground. And that's dealing with the dwelling. You see what I'm saying? So just wanted to get that straight. Just wanted to be able to get that straight. Now, let's continue. Communism and socialism are political and economic systems that are related but often confused with each other. Both reject capitalism in favor of wealth, equality, public control in favor of wealth, equality, public control of the means of production, and economic power for the working class. Now, it's saying public control of the means of production, meaning, how is that possible? I mean, you see the guy Mondami in New York, he's trying to do that too as well. But what you're doing is you're pretty much running off all the businesses, which he wants. And then now government now controls that. Now government really is going to control it. When basically the Republic was based off limited government at all. Government is only supposed to intercede based on their fiduciary responsibility. No other way. But this is why I say it's a socialist, capitalist, it got communism in it, because government is involved. All these things have been overturned because over the last 100 years, the government, since the Federal Reserve federal government has been involved in everybody's dealings. Nobody can tell me that you don't have some form of the government in your house where it's supposed to be private. In your house. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. It might be a 2%er. It might be 2%. It might be 1% of people that say, nah, I don't owe them nothing. I'm completely clear and free. I'm solving. I'm not worried about nothing they have, and they cannot trespass on my land. Right? So, communism in basic terms, communism is a philosophy based on the equitable distribution of wealth among a nation's citizens in common ownership of all property. You see? This is communism. You see why it can't work? Well, the reason why it can't work, because who's actually going to make sure that happens? Equitable distribution of wealth among a nation's citizens, common ownership of all property. But it's a philosophy. Who's going to make sure that happens? How realistic is that? What ends up happening is that the government is now in full control. The government is in control and making sure that these things are distributed, equitable, and all that stuff. What you're saying is that the people cannot govern themselves. So we still need to be in control. Okay. In particular, it calls for the control of the means of production, such as manufacturing and agriculture, by the working class or the proletariat. Now, the proletariat is a word for middle class, but use it in management, middle management. But that didn't work either, because what were they doing when they brought in this? When they started removing what was that called? Affirmative action and all that stuff. When our people was working in the government and had good jobs, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, moving on up. Yeah, what they do? They brought in immigrants because they didn't want us in those positions. Because once you get in the proletariat middle management position, you do the hiring. And guess what? They caught on to that. Wait a minute, so slow these people down. So then while you're training these people to come in, white women, foreigners coming in here, as soon as they get fully trained, ready to go, guess what happens to you? You're fired, or you get demoted, or you stay in a position and they get hired over you. They get the job over you, and you stay right in what they call that glass ceiling. You see, and once they're in, guess who they're hiring? Their people. This DEI stuff, this diversity, equity, and inclusion, this wasn't for black folk. This was not for our people. This was for the immigrants. These people coming in with their own languages and all that stuff. It was brought in for them and white women. We was already working. We were already working. We didn't need none of that. All that stuff came into play based on them changing the game and changing the rules. And this were voters' rights and all this civil rights stuff coming in, because then you had certain black people that want to get in this communist position so they can rule over their people. These are the people that are talking for us, but get money. But they working for them. Hey, we got them. We'll keep them under control. Yeah, we will. We will keep them under control. Absolutely, we will. So, let me take a quick look real quick. So, under the circumstances, yeah. Let's come where yeah, bamboozled. That's that's put it lightly. Yeah. All right. So it says its ultimate goal is to achieve a classless society, at which point the state or government would wither away. And then what you have from there is what? Anarchy. Contrary to what people think about our people, we are very civilized. And we make sure that everything is proper in what we do. All right. Contemporary communism is an offshoot of socialism, sometimes called revolutionary socialism, for advocating the working class takeover of governmental powers through revolution rather than incremental reform. See, this is what you call a anarchist type of society that they live in. It's kind of beastie. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you look at our people historically, our people have always been competitive. We do certain things, but we do it in communion. Sports, whatever it might be, even in community, it might be a fight from the shoulders or whatever. But at the end of the day, people come back. You settle your disputes and you keep it pushing. But you're talking about these things coming from foreign entities into a community or to a people. How is that possible? It can't happen. Because you don't know the people. You don't understand them. So you would rather bring in these isms in order to create some form of control, or what we will call some borders. All right. Socialism encompasses a broader spectrum of political beliefs, but shares communism's emphasis on the equitable distribution of wealth among citizens. That is unrealistic. It's not realistic to have equitable distribution of wealth among citizens. It's impossible. See, and this is where the Fiat comes in. This is why you're talking. That's why I say that the United States system is a socialist, capitalist system. More on the socialist system, less on the capitalist system. Because all this stuff, right? You take the power of the people away to handle their own affairs, and you create this socialist system in order to make the people dependent on the government. Removing the money, removing the constitutional form of payment made the government the constitutor, made the United States the constitutor of government. That means they make the rules as they go. And this is what they've been doing all this time. They make the rules as they go. But the system that has been in place, there's still a remedy of it. But all right, so in that sense, socialist program and policies can exist alongside capitalism, like I said, in a society, which is less likely in a communist system. Socialists may or may not see a communist system as their end goal. All right, we don't need to worry about the history of it. Okay, we don't need to worry about it. We're just getting a basic understanding. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to come over here to the American contributions. What is that, 20? Right? This is Encyclopedia of American Contributions to the World. We're going to look up community. Right? We're going to go through all, not all, but this, say the first community, right? I got my little search engine right here. This, hold on, community. Okay, so this is Adobe. This is Adobe. So what does it say about community? Okay, so nope. Let's go to the next one. Okay. So it says, soon after the modern medical community stumbled upon cocaine's ability to suppress sensation, a plant-derived drug became popular among physicians. So we have a medical community here. So we got community. Number 3. Okay, there's them again. Okay, so that's horse breeding. Appaloosa, horse breed. All right. Okay, so this is cardiac medications, carpentry techniques. So it says homes and community buildings from cedar. So community. My bad. Let me so right here, what do we have? This community a bunch of times. America's first cities. It's 1200 BC, America's first cities. America's first cities. All right, so what do we say? What do we see here? All right, so right here we got another of the oldest cities in the Americas was the pre-Inca community of Samaipata in what is Bolivia today. The community is surrounded by a very picturesque environment. We have a larger community here. We have civic centers, plazas, compounds of dwellings surrounding smaller community plazas scattered throughout the site. The Natchez, another mound-building Mississippian people living in what is now Louisiana, also built plazas. All right. Now, we will come down to, right, so the only thing we have here is community service. So now we see tax systems. Let's go to tax systems here. Now, we got laws. See census, disability rights, Iroquois Constitution, labor laws, public drunkenness laws, tax systems, United States Constitution, American Indian influence on. Okay, laws. So you see all this stuff, right? So American Indian influence on United States Constitution. Okay, because you see that got a comma there. All right, so you're looking at the laws as you see it right here. You have the laws that are in this encyclopedia that is saying that these things have already been in place before the United States Constitution came into place, because it's called the United States Constitution, American Indian influence on United States Constitution. All right. Okay, so Mita, see, tax systems. Quippers. The Inca used quippers to record and transmit information about the quantities and types of food and other goods stored in warehouses. See also crop stores, tributes. See also tax systems. I touched on it briefly last week. I want to make it clear what we're talking about in regards to a community. Like, these things are always something that has been in place. But is it the standard of what we consider to be communism today versus what has already been? Because if it is, there is a tax system. There is things that need to be paid, tributes, tithes. But there's no possibility for it to actually communism, capitalism, and socialism to take place and be successful for a long period of time. They can say whatever they want to say about the United States, but it's been an ultimate failure. And the only way they was able to continue it was through brute force. You know, the clothing, food, what is this one? Okay, so this is running. Okay, so this is running. Okay, so my opponent said the clothing, food, and other needs of the Chugwa were provided by the Mita or work tax. So is anything the United States doing at this point in time any different than what we're doing, what we were doing prior to the United States Constitution? Because if it was being done, if we're looking at this tax system, let me go here to tax system. Let me go ahead. Boom. Hold on. Tax systems. Okay, so if we're looking at tax system at best, we're looking at 2000 BC. About that CA means around 2000 BC. So if we're talking about tax systems around 2000 BC, then you're talking about we're talking about 2000, 1700s. You're talking about 4,000 years. You're talking about 4,000 years before the United States was even in place. We're just putting a round number on. It's less than 4,000. We're just putting a round number on. So if we're looking at it from that perspective, then we know that this tax system has been here. Now let me read this. Taxes are fees or duties that are levied on people in order to support the government under which they live. Rulers have exacted tax forms, taxes in the form of tribute in many parts of the world, including the Americas. In some instances, American Indian taxation took a slightly different form from that practice in other parts of the world. In general, North American Indians made voluntary contributions to the well-being of the community. All right. Other people still do this. We don't. We do not invest in our own people. There is no such thing as a community. It don't exist. Stop talking about it. If you are a community, you put your money in the pot. If you ain't putting your money in the pot, you have no community. You are a lone ranger. Or you're somebody trying to make money off of people because it ain't coming back in. I don't need you to, I don't need your money. I'm not putting my money in for you to make me a something. You know what I'm saying? I need you at this point in time. If we put our money into something, we put it into a group, not one individual, because one individual can't do nothing in the United States. Nothing. Right? If you got one individual, that means you ain't get nothing. Nothing is going anywhere. No community. That is not community. Because it says specifically, American Indian taxation, right? American Indian taxation, Native North American Indians made voluntary, Indians, plural, voluntary contributions to the well-being of the community. Okay. Down here, it says the first form of taxation, right, referred to as the Corvée labor system, required people to perform work as a form of tribute. For example, to help build pyramids, people were required to participate. It's a duty, it's an honor, come work. Got it? The meter system required common people to perform government service. Common people. It was their labor that enabled the Inca to expand what started as a small Indian state to a vast empire that stretched the length of Western and South America. So the United States works. They work from their perspective. They work from their perspective. Guess what? They are a union. They have members. They have people that are volunteering to do things, right? They call it volunteer, but now people are getting paid. But our system is get paid for what? You see what I'm saying? Payment, not just get paid for what, get paid in what? You're creating fractional things and you're calling this salary for people that's supposed to be a representation to help. You know what I'm saying? You got a house, you got transportation, got clothes, don't matter about nothing. You don't need to pay. You're paying with your services. And then what we give you, you need a suit, boom, got it. Come over here. Everything is made. Everything is pretty much tailor-made for you. What do you need $1 for? What do you need a note for? The only reason money was to be exchanged for debt. Debt meaning I need something for me that I can't provide for myself. They say, hey, I got this for you. This comes from me. This is what I make. Hey, this is how much I charge. This is how much it costs. Cool. There you go. And you get the service because the service has already been made. It is a service. It takes time to make clothes. It takes time to grow your fruits and vegetables. There's a lot of labor, a lot of time in what you do. Building a house, it's labor intensive. And the value of it is what you consider the value to be. All right? But this is community. But we're seeing in communism and socialism and capitalism, nothing but ideologies and a way to control the people and to get on top. It's like a whole breakdown. Communism is at its point amongst their own people. This is where the communism is so major right now, because everybody's pretty much fed up with the capitalistic aristocracy posing as something that is considered to be a democracy or for the people is really not it. You know, let me scratch democracy, but republic. You see. So what happens? Anarchy. All this stuff going around, buildings blowing up. But the bottom line is everything that they attempted to do in order to be on equal footing or to even comply with the agreements that was here in America, they failed. It is what it is. It is what it is. So all right. It's enough of that. What I'm going to do right here, let's go to law. Okay, so here we go. So here is United States Constitution, American Indian influence on. Right, so this is about 1787, North American Northeast cultures. The U.S. Constitution, a document that outlines the organization of the three branches. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Did I? Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on, let me close it out. I want to make sure. Let me just reset it. Do the whole thing. Now, this is the Constitution. Let's bring it to the stage. All right. All right, so this is the United States Constitution, American Indian influence on. Hey, what's going on, Jose? All right. Yep. Post this on your page, Zay. Yep. Everybody posting. All right. So the U.S. Constitution, a document that outlines the organization of three branches of government, defines the powers of the government in relation to that of individuals. It was framed in 1787 and was adopted in 1789. One of the significant, this is where they talk about 1776. I don't know what they talk about. 1776. See, it was framed in 1787, adopted in 1789. What was going on in 1776? All right. One of the most significant influences on this document was the Iroquois Constitution, also called the Great Law of Peace. All right, the Great Law of Peace was created by the Iroquois to stop neighboring tribes from fighting. Okay, now let's come down here. We don't need to read all this. It's not necessary. Let's see what we have. Okay. Many scholars believe the Great Law was the longest international constitution until that time. Was the longest international constitution until that time. So nobody knows how old it is. International, the world. The only possible exception to this was the unwritten English Constitution, unwritten, which had its origins in the English Magna Carta. Certainly in 15th century Europe, nothing existed to rival this American Indian Constitution. Nothing. Nothing in the 15th century. So if this 15th century Europe, this is 1400s, correct? It's 1400s. At that time, the Moorish Empire was supposed to be going on at this time. Remember, Moorish Empire was supposed to be going on at this time. So what you're saying is as vast as they want to say the Moorish Empire was from 711 up to 1492, it still wasn't as strong. And it wasn't as strong as the American Indian Constitution or empire or civilization or its people. It could not even rival. Nothing. Meaning, what do you mean by rival? If they wanted to compete, it would have been a blowout. Yep. It would have been a serious blowout. So that means no place on this rock on any issues with American Indians. None. Zero. They didn't want it. None. This is American history. This is American fact right here. This is what they're saying. This is what they're saying. Sounds pretty good to me. I mean, based on the fact that we supposed to be way low below the totem pole, and we still out here in any competitive nature, we whoop ass and still come to the top. Got it? So, says in July 1744, at a meeting between Indians and British in Pennsylvania, the Onondaga chief Kanasatego aired a concern that his people had about the colonial system of government. He complained that it was virtually impossible for his Iroquois Confederacy to deal with the colonies. Each one had its own policy, administration, and way of doing things. He encouraged the colonies to form their own union, which would be stronger than the existing Confederacy. He suggested that the colonists who drafted the document use the Constitution of the Iroquois as an example. And this is why it has not worked, because the states are still doing their own thing. Oh, you got these Democrat states, you got these Republican states, you got this, they still doing their own thing. And then certain states have banded together to work against these other states. They've been at war. The war has not stopped. There's a portion in the extensive part of these other books dealing with the Bible. Hamites, Cam, they call him Cam, was instructed to move west, but refused. And based on that, they said it would be constant war. Now, you have the United States moving into places they should not be, and it's caused constant war. Their policies, their procedures, they brought in all these municipalities, these shadow governments, and these quasi so-called governmental agencies, or these, you know what I'm saying? They have done this. And it has created chaos around us. You see, we're surrounded by all this stuff. You know what I mean? We're surrounded by it all. And we like, wait a minute, what's all this? But they're creating all this chaos around us. Right? Okay. So here are the similarities and everything, but I just wanted you guys to see that. You know what I mean? U.S. Constitution, Iroquois Constitution, the similarities to it. But nevertheless, now what I want to do as well is I want to make the point of this community, communism, socialism, what they're considered to be, what they're saying about community. But what does their community look like versus what I just read to you, or what's been done? Because obviously, even up to that time, if the American Indian government, the Constitution, everything else, empires, so on and so forth, civilizations, kingdoms, whatever you want to call them, was still unrivaled up until the time, not even up until the time. If it was still unrivaled, even in the 18th century, you know what I'm saying? Think about it. If it's been unrivaled up to that time, and the United States actually have used or are supposed to be using this as a model, and have failed horribly, then what happened? Let me say it this way: where is actually any of their policies working? Where any of their policy, any of their ideas, a Republican, a Democrat, a socialist, a communist, a capitalist, liberalist, independent, and all these other different factions of what they're doing, these caucuses, everything they're doing. What is actually working? What is actually working? Now, I'm not going to go that far. I'm just throwing these things out here. I'm not going to get on no soapbox at all. I'm just asking questions. What is actually working? Compared to what these people, everything I just showed what's going on right here in the United States Constitution has been borrowed from the American Indians here in North America. So that means I call North America now, to me, Central America, because you got Canada, which is North America, then you got South America. Even their neighbors couldn't rival what North American Indians was doing, or what I call it North Central. Let's call it North Central. North, South, Central. How about that? But anyway, so we have a whole system that we can see just in these definitions that I showed in the law, right? So as I showed in the law, let's go back here so we could just get a clear idea. Where that? Boom, boom. Okay. All right. Where'd that thing go? All right. So anyway, I was looking for that law, but under the circumstances, you have all these different groups of activities that was already going on, agencies, departments, governmental agencies, and governmental departments that was actually taking place. It's an interesting book. You pretty much can see every facet of what we do today in what they would consider to be in this book. Everything. From sports to going to the dentist. Everything. Now, I'm going to turn the page. I'm going to turn the page. Let me get this out of here. I don't want to look at it no more. Where are we at here? 3:15? All right. Doing pretty good. I got 30 more minutes. So I want to get into this money. All right. Let's get into this money. Let's go. Mint. Coinage Act. Coinage Act. Boom. All right. So you guys understand what the Coinage Act is. Coinage Act right here. Here's the United States Mint. Coinage Act, 1792. This is 3 years after 1789, after everything was adopted. Coinage Act. Okay. I'm getting down to right here. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Okay, so right here in section 9, it says, and be it further enacted that there should be from time to time struck in coin at the said mint coins of gold, silver, and copper of the following denominations, values, and descriptions. Vis-a-vis, eagles, each to be of the value of $10 or units, and to contain 247 grains and 4/8 of a grain of pure or 270 grains of standard gold. Half eagles, each to be of the value of $5, and to contain 123 grains and 6/8 of a grain of pure or 135 grains of standard gold. Quarter eagles, each to be of the value of $2 and a $1/2, and to contain 61 grains and 7/8 of a grain of pure or 67 grains or 4/8 of a grain of standard gold. Okay, $quarter, cents, all the way down. Okay, section 11, that the proportional value of gold to silver and all coins shall by law be current as money within the United States, shall be as 15 to 1, according to quantity and weight of pure gold or pure silver. That is to say, every 15 pounds weight of pure silver shall be equal value in all payments. In all payments. All right. Okay, so section 18, section 16, that all the gold and silver coins which have been struck at and issued from the said mint shall be a lawful tender in all payments whatsoever, those of full weight according to the respective values herein before declared, and those of less than full weight at values proportional to their respective weights. Shall be a lawful tender. All right. Now, come back here. 1792. Okay. Now it says right here, where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Now it says effects here. Okay, so here's the effects. Merchants and bankers were reluctant to bring silver bullion to the mint because of the disclosure of the legal silver standard that was previously in effect. The silver coins produced in 1794, 1795 honored the official overall weight of the coin at 460 grains, but employed a 0.900 fine standard instead of the Spanish dollar. A 0.8924 fine standard as described in the Mint Act, 1792. Since the overall weight of the coin remained the same, the purity was increased. Each coin had an excess of precious metal content. There are your content right there. Those are your numbers. But since the value of the coin was determined by its face value, this excess precious metal was essentially wasted. The most immediate effect of this practice was that depositors ended up paying an additional Okay. Now, I'm gonna come down here. I showed this prior, but anybody that wasn't here can remember. I'm gonna come right down here. Right, and this is the part where I read. It said specifically that now this is Senator James Traficant Jr., Ohio, 1993, congressional record. Mr. Speaker, we are here now in Chapter 11. Members of Congress are official trustees presiding over the greatest reorganization of any bankrupt entity in world history, the U.S. government. We are setting forth, hopefully, a blueprint for our future. There are some to say it is a coroner's report that will lead to our demise. Now, it says right here, it is an established fact that the United States federal government has been dissolved by the Emergency Banking Act of March 9, 1933. 48 Stat 1 public law declared by President Roosevelt being bankrupt and insolvent. HJR 192, 73rd Congress in session, June 5, 1933. Joint resolutions to suspend the gold standard and abrogate the gold clause, dissolve the sovereign authority of the United States and the official capacities of all United States government officers, and departments, and is further evidence that the United States federal government exists today in name only. Now, you remember, it says 1933, but you remember Scott Besson said that they didn't start using fiat until 1970. That's why they say the 1965, your 1965 have, if you got coins that got 1965 on it and earlier, you're dealing with real money, dealing with actual silver, copper. All right. Now, and they're usually those things are at like that 0.9, either at 0.9 or 0.999, and you'll tell just by the weight. But nevertheless, let's come on down here. Where at? All right. So, right here, it says $1 is a measure of weight confined by the Coinage Act of 1792 and 1900, which is still in force today. $1 specifies a certain quantity, 24.8 grains of gold or 371.25 grains of silver. $1 specifies a certain quantity, 24.8 grains of gold or 371.25 grains of silver. In Black's Law Dictionary, 6th edition, dollar, the money unit employed in the United States of the value of 100 cents or of any combination of coins totaling 100 cents. Cent, a coin of the United States, the least in value of those now minted. It is the 100th part of $1. That's a penny. That's the penny, 1 cent. All right. Let me check this Black's Law 4th here. Black's Law 4th. Black's Law 4th. I want to see if dollar is in here. How much did he bet? $1. Let's check. We'll see what $1 says in here. But people call stuff $1. Okay, there we go. Let's see. There we go. Dollar. The unit employed in the United States in calculating money values. It is of the value of 100 cents. Money or currency issued by lawful authority and intended to pass and circulate as such. Okay. So we're clear. We clear? All right. So now we know what money is. No, not money. Now we know what $1 is and what it is not. Now, when we come, it's monetary policy. I don't know what this is. I just brought this up. I thought this might work. So monetary policy, the actions and inactions a central bank takes to control a country's money supply. Now, the Federal Reserve Bank is a central bank. So was it brought in to take over the money supply? We don't know. Nobody likes to talk about it. They say this and they say that, but everybody's all over the place with it. I don't know. But the Federal Reserve Bank is a central bank. The actions and inactions the central bank takes to control a country's money supply. Generally speaking, Monetary policy refers to the settling of interest rates. If the central bank sets low interest rate, it increases the supply of money by easing the availability of credit. This promotes economic growth, but in the long term can cause inflation. On the other hand, the central bank may adopt a restrictive monetary policy by setting high interest rates, which constricts credit and slows or eliminates growth while reducing inflation. Monetary policy may also refer to the printing of money, especially to repay government debts. This also causes inflation and is used as a last resort. Everything else fell after that, but the first sentence said what it said. The actions, monetary policy means the actions and inactions a central bank takes to control a country's money supply. Okay. Here we go. Here's another one. So here we go. One on Federal Reserve, monetary policy. The Federal Reserve actions that are designed to influence the availability and cost of money. Federal Reserve actions that are designed to influence the availability and cost of money. What does that mean, cost of money? You got to pay for money? The cost of money. So this is how much it's going to cost you to utilize our money. You see what I'm saying? If you got $1 that's worth 5 cents, or I mean, you got one Federal Reserve note that's worth 5 cents. Then you have a 20 Federal Reserve note, 10, 5, 50, 100, and they're all worth $5. I mean, yeah, 5 cents. My bad, not $5, 5 cents. What happens to the rest of that amount? So you got 5 cents, then you got 95 cents to add to that dollar. You got 5 cents on the on the one Federal Reserve note. You got not 5 cents on the 5 Federal Reserve note. So that's what? $495 in dollars, I would say. And so on and so forth. You see what I'm saying? That's tax. That's debt to be owed. You have a denomination on it, but it's not worth that denomination in how you will see it. So what happens to the other 95 cents? So if it's worth 5 cents in money, in actually constitutional money, whether it be gold, silver, or penny, or copper, gold, silver, or copper, where's the other 95 cents? Where's that go? That's a whole nother conversation. But it must be accounted for and returned back to the principal, because you're paying for money. It says availability and cost of money. Availability. And it's also saying that, they're printing money to repay government debts. That's a complicated situation right there. But nevertheless, let's keep going. Monetary policy, the regulation of the money supply, credit, and interest rates in order to control the level of spending in the economy. So this control, right? Communism, capitalism, socialism. We'll put it in forms of government programs and so on and so forth. Socialism. And then we'll make sure that the people are considered to be represented. Communism. You think that's republic? It's not. Because you have these so-called people getting paid a salary to do this. But they're getting paid in what? Fiat. Fractional money. You heard what Scott Besson said. But he's saying that the gold and the silver and the copper and everything was held in the vault. So they started moving around this paper basically these payment coupons or these receipts that you'll pull out. You say, hey, here's a coupon. Take this coupon. There you go. The bank will give you a stack of coupons. You take that to the grocery store or wherever you're going to make your purchase, and you hand them that. And then you'll be able to go back and they'll be able to go back and redeem those coupons. They do it all over again. Now, it says, the second paragraph says the monetary authority can employ a number of measures to regulate the money supply. In particular, that part of it which is used to underpin the provision of credit, including open market operations and government bonds and treasury bills, special deposits, and directives. Remember, I've been talking about special deposits. It's foreign to us. It's not foreign to them. But if we're talking about treasury bills and bonds and negotiable instruments, and this is what I'm saying, how are you going to be able to contribute to the lowering of the national deficit? You're getting a clearer picture of where this national deficit is actually coming from. It's coming from the fractionalization, the hypothecation of these monies that are considered to be circulating around here, because it's not worth the value of what people say it is, because it's not a dollar. It is a note. Like a promissory note, a promise to pay. All right. So now if we put in everything that I've been speaking about over these last months and focusing on what? Fiduciary duty, trust, relationship, 18 USC subsection 8, 31 USC 5118. We're about to go into 5119. I'm going to show you why he said what he said in regards to saying if these are outstanding, and they're still outstanding, so they got it at the vault. That's why what's his name? What's his name? Jesse Waters looked at him like, whoa, wait, what? Oh, it's open? The bank's open. You telling me the bank is open? This guy said, yeah, bank's open. Come on, holla at me. Okay. Now let's mention this. Let's go right here to the this next paragraph. Open market operations are targeted at the liquidity base of the banking system and involve the sale or purchase of bonds and treasury bills, which alters the amount of bank deposits held by the commercial banks. Treasury bills and involve the sale or purchase of bonds and treasury bill, which alters the amount of bank deposits held by the commercial banks, and thus their capacity to advance loans and overdrafts to customers. Buyers pay for these bonds by running down their bank deposits. Now, when we come down here to this right here, a special deposit call by the authorities requires the bank to place a specified proportion of their liquid assets on deposit with the Bank of England, which are then frozen. You come down to this next paragraph. It says the court authorities can also operate installment credit controls on lending by finance houses to limit spending. They can, for example, discourage potential borrowers from using installment facilities by increasing the down payment. So we have installment credit. Now we're going to go over here and we're going to take a look at, where's it at? Property. There it is. All right. Now, this right here, it says collateral used to secure bonds. It's just this quick thing I pulled up. You know what I'm saying? I kept this. This gives you a breakdown of what we deal with every day. Okay. Remember, I just showed you the whole structure of the government, right? Central banks, monetary policy. This is what we're dealing with. It deals with supply and demand, peaks and valleys, right? The Dow Jones. So I'm just showing you so you don't consider this to be a fiction anymore. People say, well, shit, that dollar, well, hey, how are you going to go to the store and pay for a bag of potato chips? with whatever possible form of payment you have. Are you telling me that the so-called monies that's in my bank account versus what I got in my wallet of these Federal Reserve notes are the same? Or are they different? All right, so this is collateral used to secure bonds. Collateral. All right, now think of everything we've been talking about. All right, in order to secure their investment offerings, some companies use portfolios of securities as collateral. A portfolio of securities is a collection of investments in the stocks, bonds, treasury notes, etc. of other companies. All right, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Now, this is bank deposit creation. Right? Financial dictionary, money multiplier. It says bank deposit creation or credit creation. Money multiplier, the ability of the commercial bank system to create new bank deposits and hence increase the money supply. Commercial banks accept deposits of currency from the general public. Some of this money is retained by the banks to meet day-to-day withdrawals. Bank deposits, money supply, create new bank deposits, and hence increase the money supply. I put $1 down, they put 10 with that. They add 10 on it. Or they say they're putting 10 on it, but really they're taking that money and they're hypothecating, right? They take that dollar as collateral and they can multiply it 10 times. That's why they always say, oh, if you're making $10,000 a month and you can get credit, they'll give you $100,000. Or if you're making 10,000, that means you're making 120,000 for the year. They'll multiply that 10 times and give you credit for 120,000. I mean, $1.2 million. You know why? Because it's on their books. They just created on their books. Oh, yeah, we'll take that and we'll multiply it 10 times. These people on these medias and all this stuff think they just came up with this new thing. Oh, did you know that if you make certain amount of money that you can make 10 times that amount? Yeah, because you're creating the funds. You're creating the credit. You're extending the credit and they're putting it on their books as what? As what? Let's go back here. As collateral and to add to their portfolio. All right. It says one type of investment. Okay, so right here it says a portfolio of securities, a collection of investments in the stocks, bonds, treasury notes, etc. of other companies. Now we just went over here to what is considered where we go. Let me come over. Let me pull the monetary policy over here. And then we can actually have it right next to it. So we already talked about, right? We already talked about monetary policy. You see bonds and treasury bills. See that? You see that? Repay government debts. See that? Monetary policy may also refer to the printing of money. Printing of money. Okay, so now we come back here. Got treasury notes. They say bonds, treasury notes, bonds, same thing. Just depending on what it is. One type of investor that uses securities as collaterals is a repurchase agreement. Okay, so check this out. All right, repurchase agreement. Remember what I was talking about. Remember, look, just put a mortgage in your head. Put a mortgage in your head. What do you have in a mortgage? Think about that. You have notes, you have mortgage, you have deeds of trust, you have promissory notes, you have letters of credit, right? You have endorsement, you have securities, a lot of these different things. But the most important thing, you have a 30-year contract or 30-year agreement. So let's stick with this word agreement. So now this is what you would call, now let's go with repurchase agreement. Repurchase agreement. In a repurchase agreement, One party, the buyer, is lending money and receiving securities as collateral. The buyer is lending money and receiving securities as collateral. The other party, the seller, is borrowing money and selling the securities as collateral for the loan. What the hell does that mean, coach? You know what that means? They're buying, you're selling. If the buyer is lending money, they're saying they're the one lending money here and receiving securities as collateral in a repurchase agreement, right? So you sell them the securities, and they're saying that they're actually lending you money. So you're giving the securities. Remember, letter of credit. Let me make this flow. An applicant, under definitions, Article 5 UCC, an applicant is one that extends a letter of credit, right? A letter of credit, what is that, right? That's the application. Or it could be equal to a note or a security by definition. So at that point in time, they issuing, it's like a 360 continuous movement. They issue, but they're issuing it to you because you came in there and requested that, upon whose request one is given, or on one account, as it says as applicant, on one's credit or on one's own account. So as you give the information out, you have your birth certificate, which is your date of birth, you give them with your ID and your social security card, which is Title 42, 408, Section 7. It says what? The social security, what? Yeah. So now we have all those things locked in. They're locked in, and then you give it to them. You sign it. You agree. You do everything they ask. You sign it. You sign over you sign the letter of credit, and or the loan application, right? It's because it's called a loan application, and you give it to them. They're accepting that. That is acceptance. You're selling it to them. It's nothing but a piece of paper. And then what they do is they take that and they negotiate it, and they use that as their collateral. Then you fill out another application, which is a purchase agreement. It is another extension of a letter of credit. Then, even prior to that, you allow them to run your credit, and guess what you fill out? Credit application. All those things run together. And then once you get to a point where you're about to purchase the property, you sign a what? A deed of trust. And a deed of trust is a promissory note. I promise to pay. I transfer all rights and title, which is a quasi conveyance, but at the same time, it's a power of appointment as well, because they have a fiduciary duty as the holders of these instruments. You guys with me? All right. So in this whole transaction, you got to look at it from this perspective. You're selling, they're buying. Right? Sell. You know, you guys saying trading places. Yeah. In the stock market, what is going on? Selling and buying. That's it. There could be some trading going on, but really what you're doing is you're buying and selling. So all these instruments that you're endorsing in blank, I could not find. I was going to show you guys a securitization mortgage audit. So I actually show you, it's old, so I don't really. I'm about to show you one here, but it ain't got that type of language about the endorsement. But nevertheless, now move on. The other party, the seller, is borrowing money and selling the security as collateral for the loan. The seller commits to buying the securities back from the temporary buyer at an agreed upon price. So I know I'm over time right now. I'm over 90 minutes, but I'm about to wrap it up. So give me another 15, 20 minutes. Yeah. Hold on real quick. Ah. Charge this phone real quick. All right. So it says the seller commits to buying the securities back from the temporary buyer at an agreed upon price. So when you actually look at the letter of credit, it's going to have all the APR, the percentage rate. It's going to have all the money, the principal amount, how much interest is going to be paid, the 30 years, maturity, all the information is going to be there. All of it's going to be there. And basically what you're doing is you're agreeing to be a part of this repurchase agreement to buy back your instruments. But even when you get to that time where you buy it back, you never get the securities back. They're supposed to give you everything back, all the originals, everything. All those securities supposed to come back to you because you're under this repurchase agreement. Now, nevertheless, now you know. So let's keep going. If the seller defaults on the agreement to buy back the securities, the buyer can sell the securities on the secondary market. Right? Defaults on the agreement to buy back the securities. See, this is the thing. Nobody's doing this. So what do? Eventually, they assign it on the secondary market. And it's not on the open market, it's on the secondary market. This is where you talk about when I showed the young lady, she was so excited that she talked about, I buy notes. You either buying performing notes or you buying non-performing notes. That's all she's doing, buying this. And people are selling it because they've already made their money. And in order for them to stop what they're doing, and not get taxed or not get tracked on it, so it wouldn't be considered to be some form of monopoly, and they create these trusts as some shell corps in order to keep funding this stuff. They sell it. So collateral trust bonds also use securities to secure their debts. The securities pledged by the bond issuer are held by a trustee. There you go. Now, the other thing I want to show, I'm not going to get into all this. I want you to see the code, the statute in the code that actually Scott Besson was talking about when he said, if it's outstanding, yeah, you gonna come holler at him, the Treasury Secretary, and he'll go ahead and redeem them for you, right? So this is the Secretary code. Remember I showed you 5118, this is 5119. It says right here, redemption and cancellation of currency, except to the extent authorized in regulations, the Secretary, that's the Treasury Secretary of the Treasury, prescribes with the approval of the President, the Secretary may not redeem United States currency, including Federal Reserve notes and circulating notes of Federal Reserve banks and national banks. May not redeem them. And it says in what? In gold. There you go. So we want your redemptions in gold. So that's what he's talking about right there. Now you say, well, it's Federal Reserve notes. It says may not. May not. But those notes that he was showing, those things saying those are payable to bearer. Those would be to be redeemed on demand. We ain't talking about them. We talk. This is Federal Reserve notes. Talking about Federal Reserve notes, circulating notes of Federal Reserve banks and national banks. That's they stuff. That's just telling us that we're gambling. We're participating in gambling on something that's not stable and is outside of the United States government. If the Secretary of Treasury says specifically, I'm not redeeming that in gold. Nope, I don't want that. Then guess what? You got worthless paper. This is what happened with the Confederate money. The Treasury was like, we're not redeeming that. They wouldn't redeem them. So the Confederate money turned out to be nothing. Because those things have to be redeemed in gold. Just giving you all an example. Outside next. So down here it says when redemption in gold is authorized, the redemption may be made only in gold bullion bearing the stamp of the United States Mint or a say office in an amount equal at the time of redemption to the currency presented for redemption. So it says B1, accepted as provided in section C1 of this section, the following are public debts bearing no interest. Gold certificates issued before January 30, 1934. Silver certificates. Notes issued under Act of July 4, 1890. Federal Reserve notes for which payment was made under Section 4 of the Old Series Currency Adjustment Act. All right. So that's what he's talking about. So get used to, get familiar with 31 USC 5119, 5118 as well. That's the gold clause as well. You want to be familiar with that. There is one, where are we at here? We'll talk about civil rights later on. We'll talk about foreign agents. We already talked about that. Fiduciary responsibility. We'll get into that. Right here. It says, so the banker testified about the mortgage loan given to Jerome Daly, but then Daly cross-examined the banker about the creating of money out of thin air, and the banker admitted that this was standard banking practice. When Justice Mahoney heard the banker testify that he could create money out of thin air, Mahoney said, sounds like fraud to me. I looked at the faces of the jurors, and they were all agreeing with Mahoney by shaking their heads and by the looks on their faces. Okay, so I want to show this last part. Let me come over here to this one. This one has it, I think. Yep, this one has it. Okay, this part right here. I know some people probably seen this before. I want to show it again to the people that haven't seen it. All right, so it says forward. The above judgment was entered by the court on December 9th, 1968. This is how long it's been. Been almost 60 years. The issue there was simple. Nothing is the law gave the banks the right to create money on their books. The banks filed a notice of appeal within 10 days. Listen closely. The appeal statute must be strictly followed, otherwise the district court does not acquire jurisdiction upon appeal. To effect the appeal, the bank had to deposit $2 with the clerk within 10 days for payment to the justice of the peace. When he made his return to the district court, the bank deposited two $1 Federal Reserve notes. The justice refused the notes and refused to allow the appeal upon the grounds that the notes were unlawful and void for any purpose. It's 1968. What has been going on for the last 58 years? Why didn't this go viral in every court in every state? Huh? It's on. That case, it's real. The decision is addressed to the legality of these notes in the Federal Reserve System. The cases of Edwards versus Kernzev and Craig versus Missouri set out in decisions should be studied very carefully as they bear on the inviolability of contracts. So there is some other form of some things going on, but hey, this is what we're dealing with here, people. What we're dealing with here is something that is interesting. If you guys want to look that up, you guys can look it up. Crater River Township, Scott County, Minnesota. Okay. 31 USC 5119, the secretary may not redeem any currency of the United States, especially Federal Reserve notes issued out by the Federal Reserve banks and their national banks. They don't have to redeem them. This is why. But I'm pretty sure amongst the American citizens, they would redeem them. So I would say, under the circumstances, just know that the way the money is working, and this is where you're not getting this conversation prior to Trump in office. It's not being talked about. Everything was talking private. You don't talk about anything but talking private. And you hear any official say that, just like Coney Barrett said it. Well, I can't address that right now. We could talk about that in private. So if you want to talk about that in private, that means it's something that's being done behind the scenes where the people cannot be informed. All right. So based on that being said, let's see here. Okay. There was this other one. Okay, so yeah. So I actually have a court case right here. And this is actually dealing with a car. So you got this United States, and basically right here, yes. So we'll look at this. See, they got this right here, Citibanks, right here. Santander Drive Auto Receivables Trust 2023-1. That's when these things were created. Same situation. How is this being allowed to happen? But under the circumstances, based on all the things that have been going on, it's pretty obvious that we was not supposed to know this stuff. They did not want us to know these things. That means that this is what these people are saying. They want the United States to be destroyed. And in destroying the United States, you will then destroy America. You will then destroy America because there is no alternate form of government that's going to be able to take its place unless the Great Law of Peace comes back into the public, into existence, and to be known. Outside of that, it's going to be all bad. It's going to be all bad. All right. Now, I did not address the situation going on with the Supreme Court dealing with this voter rights and this dealing with the naturalization thing. But I want to get back to that. I saw that. I saw the Fort Knox thing, and I was like, whoa, I got excited a little bit. Because if we're going back to a substance-backed currency, then, man, we looking pretty good. Then there's going to be some redemption going on. You know? Because under the fiat currency, under the system it is today, there is no way to redeem anything. How are you going to redeem it? You got to redeem it in lawful money. What are you going to do? Get how do you get about 100 briefcases worth of Federal Reserve notes? That's not going to happen. That's not money. It has to be restored in gold and silver and copper, whatever it is. The commodities have to come back. Everything has to be substance back. This is why stuff is now just a commodity, and they're just trading stuff on the internet, not on the internet, but on the stock market. They're just pushing paper. All these are treasury obligations, bonds, promissory notes, what they call it, paper savings bonds. Everything is paper. That's all it is paper. So anything that you're going to be asking for them is nothing but debt. So how are they going to pay you? They can't. They're insolvent. They're bankrupt. The only thing they could do at this point in time is return the land back to the people, return all the commodities on that land back to the people that it needs to be returned back to. That's the only way it can happen. And then from there, all the books open up. We'll see where all these silver and gold certificates have been. With coinage, the Freedmen's Bureaus, the banks, and all these type of things, how we get it back in order. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Indian Independent payments, the Indian, it starts, what is it, M or something like that? Yeah, the Indian payment amounts, the monetary situations that need to be organized. You know, and then all funds that have been paid out to people that wasn't supposed to get these funds, just like I showed you in the HJR 192 in the beginning, they was actually paying this Indian, I think it was Menominee Indian tribe, they was Indian people. You know, they was paying them on their based on their credit on their account. They was paying them. And what they said in that same HJR 192, it was their last payment. They ain't about to pay them no more because they was implementing the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve wasn't paying out anything. So this is where these gold certificates, silver certificates, you know, these Indian people was getting gold and silver certificates credit on their account. So if they wanted to go redeem them, they use it. Go redeem it that way. So that's where the whole redeeming of the funds and where the holding tanks was at. And possibly, you know, eventually with all the hoarding of the gold and everything and the movements of it, Fort Knox is where it was put to be protected. But yeah, outside of that, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Anybody that was just here for the lesson, that's done. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. And remember that little early stuff, about 30, 45 minutes, that's going to be done. So, but anybody that come up, we talk about, let's talk about it. But, you know, this is going to be really just for the lesson of it. What I am going to do, because everybody liked Friday, I'm going to go ahead and start going live on Friday and just make that an open panel. We could just discuss everything. I'll put some on the table and we could just run with it. All right. So that's what we're doing. All right, so if I'm gonna play the music again, what is it? 340. I'm about to pin the link. Pin the link in the chat. Nobody comes up. Shit, it's over. It's over. All right, there you go. Let me go on this. Let me get me a drink of water. Now let's get this music rolling. All right. Nobody up. Okay, cool. So hopefully I did all right. You know, Monday, you know, it's always an interesting day, but it's like for every day. So hopefully the presentation wasn't too confusing. I know I kind of jumped over here and over there a little bit, but the main important thing, because I'm just getting my feet wet on this this Fiat and the securities, because I got to get back to my lane. You see what I'm saying? So I got to get back to my lane, and what I'm gonna do is, yeah, we just touching on that, but I want people to understand that, you know, I want to show community. I want to show what the business is, and if you're not doing any of these things, you are not. There is no community, and they've done that. They've done a great job of destroying our communities, literally. So start there. What's up, Chief I Am? What's going on, American Ninjas? Talk to me.
Hey, peace. Actually, I it's kind of slightly off topic, but you were bringing up the hearings with the Supreme Court last week or a couple weeks ago,
Uh-huh.
and Nunya was showing how they were kind of talking about the women, and so I want to get her opinion. I don't know. I was trying to get her that when it happened, if she kicked us off the stage. Because they're saying that the women aren't capable of remember you were saying that these people are saying they need to be protected by the public and they're supposed to be working for the public. Remember you were kind of saying that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's a certain group of people who are saying because these women are supposedly so scared that they shouldn't be serving on the bench. How do you feel about that?
Well, I kind of said that.
I know. I know.
Yeah, I mean, if business, the beginning of the United States was not an easy way. It wasn't as what we see today. That all this acting stuff. This was done by the means of physically taking control of your life and not being subjugated to anybody else. And in the meantime, the people that are put in place have a duty by their life to protect the people. Period. If you are not mentally and physically prepared or capable of doing that, you should not be there. I don't care who you are. But if the Supreme Court want to send 2 women over there, they say, hey, I and my family and everything, and so on and so forth. Well, if you're scared to do your job, or if you're guilty in your mindset and you think you need protection, then you don't need to be there. Period. I just made a slight little womanizing joke on it, but that's for anybody though.
No,
Sorry.
no, for real. I mean, because the Supreme Court sent out the 2 women, especially what's her name? The Republican one. They're saying that she has kind of since Alito, since that what did they do? I think they reversed abortion or something like that. Since that time, she's been liberal, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying that she's obviously feels bullied because she mentioned since that time they were like scaring her son and her kid had to open the door and all of this and her children and stuff like that. If these women is so scared for their kids, okay, then be at home with your kids. And so I thought that was really interesting. So
yeah, I mean, that's real talk. If you're worried about your family, then you need to quit. Because you took this. When people go out into service, everything is a service. Like, this is why I don't care what people say about Clarence Thomas. That dude a G. When he went in front of Congress, when he got appointed, shit. He ran through Joe Biden and all of them. They all try to be funny and say this and put the female on him. Man, he ran right through him. And you know what he said? He started saying at the end? He said, I'd rather die than leave this place and walk away from this. I'd rather die. Which of them women or anybody else in that thing is actually talking about that? He know that his decisions and what he do might cost him his life. He's prepared for it. I don't know about them girls. I think they know that they're guilty, especially Elena Kagan out here in California. And Coney Barrett, she's been blackmailed. I guarantee that, because he didn't got to her.
So that's what the one who they're bringing up. So you're saying you think she might be blackmailed. They're saying that they scared her to the left because her kid, she was I think the police is coming to the doors with guns but if you really listen to the story, they have their own security, that sit outside that kind of stopped it a little bit. But yeah, either she's been blackmailed or something has happened where she swings more like Roberts have swung. Roberts is kind of swung as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah. When it comes to our people, they're going to swing. They definitely are going to swing on the opposite side.
And speaking of Clarence Thomas, I think that's the reason why I love that dissent that he made, because I believe he stood on business. And I believe that's why Kavanaugh went over there and Alito had to have his own dissent. I think he stood on business. And I think when he went against the grain. And that's why Roberts came behind him and was arguing with him. Roberts came back with a second opinion, arguing with Clarence Thomas. So when Clarence Thomas said, hold up, y'all are citizens and we are Americans, I think he was standing on business with that.
I do too. I mean, interpret the law as it was placed from the beginning. And the judicial branch is supposed to be the neutral party between the executive and the legislative. And what they're supposed to do is make sure that neither one of them are being treasonous and violating these treaties and these agreements. That's what the judicial is there for. Interpret the law, not go by that stuff I was talking about, because I'm going to bring that up, that Humphreys and that Chevron doctrine. You guys are letting the legislative and all these companies come in here and dictate the program. You know what I'm saying? Yep.
Yeah, well,
Anything else is?
no, that's it. I just wanted to bring that up. I was trying to bring it up when it was more relevant, but then I just said, forget it. I'm gonna bring it up. Are
Okay,
women too weak to be on the Supreme Court?
No, they're not. They're not too weak. But if they expose themselves to be weak, like them two did, Kagan is protecting her ass. She said, I need protection. I need to do this and do that. Because like I said, she knows
She's a
that her
liberal,
head is, yeah,
right?
she know her head's on the table.
Right.
And something needs to change. Something needs to change.
I don't see what you guys are like. Excuse me if I came to the conversation a bit late, but I don't really see. I don't see what you're talking about as far as the separation of powers. I know that that's like a fundamental principle of the Constitution, the three branches, but everything that we're seeing is out of the executive branch. I mean, we've had this conversation. We've had this conversation before, Aton. I see that the legislative and the judicial are two empty houses right now. You know what I mean? They're not even active within the constitutional framework. This is all executive. All the governors are chosen by the president. The president is the commander in chief of the executive branch of government. The Supreme Court is chosen. Supreme Court is chosen by the executive. It's not. There is no such. Then we're dealing with a completely colorable system. So I get what you're saying, that he's trying to show some semblance of righteousness by drawing a distinction between the American and the citizen. But I don't believe. I mean, from what I've researched over the last 20 years, this is all executive. The Supreme Court they're chosen by the President of the United States, who is the commander-in-chief of the executive branch, not of the judiciary. He's not the chief Supreme Court justice. He's not the legislative. He doesn't sit. You know what I mean? Like, this is all executive. To what I see.
You're right, Chief. I am real quick. You're right. I agree with you 100%. But we just taking from face value, right? Prima facie. What's on his face? What's actually taking place at this point in time? You're absolutely correct, and you could thank Abraham Lincoln for that. Why everything is all executive. When they did that emergency shit and all that, and then when what's his name, Roosevelt, got in there and served 4 terms. You know what I'm saying? That was obvious. He said, "Yeah, we're taking over." The War Powers Act. That's for War Powers.
Yeah, the War Powers Act. I was just about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the War Powers Act. I mean, we have no constitutional money being circulated within anywhere right now.
Yeah. Everything would suggest to you, if you're paying attention, everything suggests to you that we're in some type of time of war. There's a declaration that when the commander-in-chief of the executive branch of government is controlling everything, issuing orders and decrees. I mean, you're either living under martial law or martial rule.
Can I say I want to slightly rebut that, because because the executive in this case said birthright citizenship is only legal if a person is legally here. The Supreme Court went around the executive and said, "Nah, you a lie. That's not true." So the executive is not in control. They actually took the control away from the president. So, there was a deviation from that presidential power.
Well, who holds the veto power, though? You do know who holds the veto power, right?
Yeah, but he not veto. You know, the Supreme Court said nah. So it's kind of you know, it's totally opposite of what the president was saying. So I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying
No,
that.
we not. No, it's a
Okay.
great conversation, sis.
No, that was a good pushback though. I like that rebut. That was a
Yeah.
good rebut. That was a good
Yeah,
rebut.
I think they do what they're doing is like when you look up the word color in Black's Law Dictionary, it means the semblance of something that is real but is not real, right? And when you say the Supreme Court went over the president's head, that's what I mean by the semblance of law. It's the semblance of an actual three-party government system, branch system government, where you got proper checks and balances, you got separation of powers. But in all actuality, in all application, that's the furthest from the truth, because you got to think about it. If the president is choosing who sits on the Supreme Court for a lifetime, what happened to the legislative and judicial branches to hold together those checks and balances? Like, they're non-existent, in my opinion. I mean, I don't see them doing anything.
Well, you're kind of right, because in this case, and what I was watching, they're calling for Amy Coney Barrett to be impeached. They're saying that during that thing, she's saying that she's so much in fear she can't do her job, and unless she gets more money, she can't do her job. Therefore, she just admitted that she can't do her job, and she should be impeached. Now, do you think she's going to be impeached? No.
She should be. I mean, she's pretty much just, to me, that part right there. That's, remember I was playing that back and forth they had, in front of Congress. I mean, it was kind of like she was giving them an ultimatum, or like threatening them, like, "Hey, you don't pay me, shit, I can't do it." You know what I mean? That's crazy.
I got the term I was looking for. Aton, you as well as American Isness, you'll probably follow her on this. The dog and pony show, kangaroo courts. It's like everything on TV is just an act. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, she's committing treason because she doesn't have enough money to do her job. And we could impeach her, but we're not gonna do it. It seems like a whole dog and pony show. Is like, make the people believe this so that they'll think we're operating under this de jure system, but it's actually a de facto colorable system where the military is in complete control. The military is 100% in control. I don't know. Maybe I'm off on the subject a little bit. My bad if I am, but
I mean, common sense kind of tells you that the lady was putting 2 on the 10. So she was probably doing too much, but the people who are her haters was kind of saying, well, lady, listen, if you so scared, right, then you don't need to be there. But it probably was a show, I'm sure. I'm sure she ain't that scared. They got police already they got security. And if they don't got security, they can purchase security. So
that was like extortion.
Right.
It was like she was extorting them for they were both up there extorting them for money and say,
they sent the women in there to cry.
Y'all getting money, y'all getting taxpayer money for this, that, and protection and all this. Why can't we get that same thing? You know, that's what that was like extortion. Like, we'll expose y'all, we ain't gonna be able to do our job. What job is that? What job is that?
Take more money. That's the job. Take more money and give the people nothing. You know, the elected officials or non-elected or appointed officials are the new they're the new senators of Rome. They're, you know what I mean? They're they're like it's like when you look at the Republicans and Democrats in the U.S., and then you got in England, you got the House of Lords and the House of Commons, and Yeah, man, it's just one big show. It's really sad, but it's very impressive how they're able to continue this thing on.
Yeah, how they keep it? How they keep it? Okay, so question, Chief I.M. So if the president appoints him, can he fire him?
Yeah, appointment's not you're not duly elected.
You're not duly elected. I mean, you can be fired.
You can be fired, yeah.
So I don't know how you're getting these presidents to appoint these justices, and they get lifetime tenure off the rip. Like, nah.
And that's my thing. That's why I'm saying it's a dog and pony show, because we all know that one who was appointed is not duly elected. They're like opposites. They're polar opposites, right? So if the president can appoint you, that means the next president or the current president can unappoint you. But we have to pretend like this is the de jure constitution. So we throw out phraseology and language like lifetime appointment. What the hell does that even mean? That doesn't even make, in constitutional law and framework, that makes no sense
at all.
But they're running it though. They're running the same script, you know.
Yeah, and so the president appoints them. They go through confirmation through the House and the Senate, through Congress. I don't know how they go, House, Senate, whatever. You know, so that means Congress is then participating in that same appointment with the executive branch.
Right, but remember the Congress that we're currently seeing is all under the executive. It's not under the judicial and the legislature. It's only under the executive. You see what I'm saying?
Shouldn't be under anything. They should be their own separate body.
Facts.
They said nowhere in the Constitution does it say that there is a lifetime appointment for those judges. Like that is something that's not really real.
It's not.
It's just tradition.
Hence the dog and pony show. We agreed upon it. We when they said it the first time, to those who read the Constitution, they knew that shit didn't. Excuse me, they knew it didn't sound right, but the populace agreed with it. So now they just throw it out there, and we're like, oh, this guy got a job for the rest of his life, and like, whoa, like, yeah, it's not even in there anywhere. I love for somebody to show me where Supreme, like, yeah, it's not in there, man. It's not. So
and then that means there's no accountability. They can't be checked, and technically, as the president appoints them, after that appointment, and everything is confirmed, he no longer has any power over them. They can do whatever they want.
Well, hence, that's what they're doing. You know, you got all of these different contradicting motives within the single branch. But like I told you, there's a book called The Two Americas. And in that book, the first chapter, it says that the Republic is an empty house and it's dead. You know, and the Constitution was established upon the Republic for which it stands.
The Republic is not dead. It's just not being recognized. It's still there. It just needs to be recognized. So a declaration needs to be set forth from those people of the Republic. And then it will be and can be recognized.
I mean, we ain't did it yet.
Okay, first of all, 93% of niggas believe that the Confederate flag is not theirs. And that's their nation. And that nation is what the United States stands on.
Man, I mean, yeah, I've done that history too, bro, and I'm not gonna disagree with you, but I would just say, man, there's a huge population of so-called white folks who believe the Confederate flag represents something completely and entirely different. If you're saying we abandoned the flag and therefore they picked it up and used it as their own, I would say that's consistent across every mode of this particular civilization. We've abandoned everything and they've picked it up. But yeah, there's 100 million white folks that believe that the Confederate flag represents post slavery, Jim Crow, and the Southern apartheid, indigenous apartheid. You know what I mean? That's what they think that shit mean. They think that Robert E. Lee, you know what I mean? They think, oh, these are so-called white folks. You know what I mean? Like this is a crazy mind effing. You know what I mean? What's going on? But what do? You try to re-educate and reformulate the mind, or do you move on and do something new and something different? That's probably the biggest question.
Now, my question to everybody is, because I started off with this communism, community, and socialism, capitalism. What I see this government as is a socialist, communist government. As they're talking about communism, their whole system is focusing on everything. Government controls everything. You got unelected officials. You got unelected officials in the Supreme Court, in the most important branch of the Constitution, which is the Supreme Court, that makes sure that there's a constitutional question always being brought to the table regarding the people. You know what I'm saying? People's grievances, and so on and so forth. What y'all think about that? Am I off? Where we at? Because I don't see capitalism nowhere.
Yeah, and if you look at, I just want to say something really quick. If you look at the biggest companies, those all are backed by the government. They are getting huge government, like the biggest welfare queen is Elon Musk, right? Or Gates, Google, Facebook, all these huge companies that's we're supposed to be capitalistic, right? They're all being backed by the government. So that is what you're saying. That's communism.
So look, check this out. I don't know if y'all familiar with Sister Yafa Bay. She's like
oh yeah.
She's like highly superior when it comes to breaking down words and language and syntax, grammar, and stuff like that.
Great sister, bro. Great sister, beautiful, nice, everything. Man,
yeah.
What the
I met with the sister online a few times, but she told me that communism, socialism, and capitalism are all synonymous terms. They're just at a different part of the societal ecosystem, right?
Thank you.
Because when you start off, you're socialist. Everybody's broke, so you got to give. And then the socialists turn into capitalists, and then they do what you just said, Isness. They create these corporations who are receiving these huge federal subsidies and grants. That's a welfare state. You know what I mean? And then you move it into communistic, where it goes into political division based upon how much of the pie you've been able to accumulate upon your own. And so they're really like, I don't want to call it a three-sided coin. I don't think that exists, but it's a three-sided something. It's the same. They're just different phases of the same economic system. It starts off socialist, moves to capitalist, then communist, or it starts off communist, moves to capitalism, then socialism, but they're all interchangeable terms.
I took a class in one of my classes. I'm a political science major, right? So my focus was public administration, public policy, and then some minor constitution. But the one thing it says that it's inevitable that all of those come into play. That's why you said that you said that damn near perfectly. It starts from one, to the next, because communism to me is anarchy. Then you got socialism, and then you got capitalism, because the survival of the fittest is a constant thing that we deal with in this world. It's just natural. Somebody's going to be better than somebody else, and they're going to amass more than the others. And then this is where you get into your capitalism. This is where you get into monopolies. I said, but you have all these things, but you have the Anti-Sherman Trust Act. You got involuntary servitude and peonage. You got all these different things, Title 18. You got all these things in place to check these things not happening in the United States, but you have these groups of 3 branches that have now just turned a blind eye on it, kickbacks, otherwise. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on.
I call it aiding and abetting.
Okay, so communism is not anarchy, it is total control. And this is what you see like in China, like those people over here in total control. They be with mask on because they people's in total. So I think that total control is what we have. And when it comes to capitalism, I think that's the dog and pony. It's the biggest, the best, and the brightest. But if you look at people like Elon Musk, he could barely speak a sentence. Have you heard him talk? He's like, So how is he going to articulate whatever it is that he wants if he can't even tell you what he wants? So he was plucked out of nowhere. That's your communism. He has the right bloodline. He had the right contacts, and they play. And if you see, a lot of these young people are just given multi-billion-dollar corporations, and you think there's some like young genius. No, somebody just gave them something to put in their name, like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's a great example of how this little kid, this guy, this goofy kid, was given $1 million nonprofit. So that is the dog and pony show. He didn't work for that. Well, we will have to work, and then when we don't get it, then people want to call you lazy and retard and unintelligent. But really, it's the dog and pony show. It's not real. Capitalism is not real.
That's right. And like I said earlier, I could tell Chief I Am wasn't up here, so he wasn't listening earlier, because he just made a statement that I kind of touched on earlier. So that's gives some authenticity to what he's saying based on what I said too as well. You look at the group think, right? These think tanks, all they do is just sit here and try to figure out amongst the group how to F over people. But no work, no nothing. Like I said, if the playing field, if our public employees that look like us in elected positions to do their job, and we get into that race together, we wearing them out. It's a blowout, because all we do is hustle, and all we do is commune with each other. We always hanging out, building with each other, figuring stuff out, battling each other. Yeah, it ain't nothing but shit. That's what I'm saying. They don't want that level of a field to be where it's supposed to be, because we will blow them out the water, and they'll pretty much be back in the place that they are, because they can't keep up. They're not sharp. They don't think good. You know what I mean? They don't improvise. They're not connected to the soil. And you know what I mean? They already know what time it is. Level the playing field. It's a blowout. It's done. We back in control. And we ain't even worried about having control. We just do what we do. That's what they don't want. That freeness. Not just make up a word, freeness, isness.
Well, I agree. I
just made up a word. Yeah, you agree.
Well, freeness is a very good word. I like that word.
It's a freeness.
And I agree. You know, we would blow folks out the water, and so that's what they don't want. So they just prop people up, like you said. The think tanks just prop buffers around them. That's the buffer class.
I don't talk a lot. You know, when it's my turn, it's my turn. If you're talking about something I want to talk about, then we can have a conversation. I could talk. If outside of that, I don't say too much. Time to compete. Shit. I'm just saying, you know, and I think that's the thing with our people. You know, when we talk amongst each other, and it's really just kind of shooting the shit, you know, jaw jacking. But when it's time to perform and get something done, it can get done. And we're very creative at doing it. find many ways to pick a lock. You know what I'm saying? So I think as long as they can keep us enamored into this group think tank and philosophizing and talking and trying to sound super educated and all that, hey man, they could keep us docile instead of just being physical, because they know we physical, very physical.
Well, they keep us docile because I think they kind of steer our creativity. So they may keep it into just maybe music, you know, shoes or something. And the broader part of creativity, the one that probably could bring you some real good money, they kind of steer you away from it. They just keep you looking over somewhere else.
Yeah, and this is why I started off with community. We have none, because who's going to protect who? There's nobody that's going to step out there and protect nobody. And then how we function is like, why would I put my neck out there and you going to sit there and take about 10 steps backwards while I take 10 steps forward? And this is the whole basis of what community is. If we're in a community and something happened, see, this is what the power was back then in the day in Cali. I mean, from north to south. And in places like Chicago, Detroit, New York. Man, I remember I went to New York in 2011. I saw this dude get at the pump, the gas station guy, because he kind of got snappy with the girl. He's like, hey, bro, don't be talking. He said, yo, don't talk to her like that. Didn't know her from nothing. And he stepped to him. Don't talk to her like that. And it's same thing as, you know, places like Chicago, Detroit, like they take care of theirs. They come to see you, but it's in few in pockets. It's like, I'm not one to incite a riot, but hopefully you can catch what I'm saying. I'm a roundabout say this. Is that we see a lot of instances that have been going on, and they putting it on TV, making a spectacle out of it, and laughing about the fact, oh yeah, he got off. Oh yeah, he didn't. Oh yeah, it's a whole different. We just spelled it out for you. What you gonna do about it? What are you going to do about it? At the end of the day, people go right back and have the same bullshit conversation because ain't nobody gonna do nothing about it, isn't it? Nothing. But talk about it. See what I'm saying? And they got that. As long as that is still in the play, people can do whatever they want to do. They can come snatch your inventions. They come take your information, remix it, put their spin on it, because they got the purchase power. They got the power of a purse right now with Congress, with the taxation and all the other stuff. They got that. They got the whole North America wrapped into their bottle. But North America is the only one that is focused on white supremacy. The whole world don't give a damn about that. But North America does, and they got us wrapped into that. But anyway.
Well, we're kind of, I'm sorry. Go on.
No, I don't know why. I don't know why.
You don't know why North America, specifically the United States of America, is wrapped in white supremacy?
No, I don't know why.
Because we're different. We don't succumb to it. We're so somebody gives a little kid 30-something years, we're like, oh hell no. We're not normal people are like, oh no, this is wrong. Like, not, oh well, he shoulda, coulda, woulda, it's his fault. All that weak, soft stuff talking about it's the victim's fault. That's not our nature. That's the reason why everybody else has don't get caught up in white supremacy, is because their nature is to comply. Our nature is not to comply. We are I don't know why, but that is not how we roll. Now that's how they want us to roll. And what happens is we'll get these people that will rock us to sleep to tell us to roll that way. But I think the reason why it's our area, and that's why all these folks come over here and kick their feet up, and then want to spit in our face and talk about how better they are than us. The reason why they come here specifically is because we don't let white supremacy just roll like that. They're gonna get some pushback. even if it's not publicized, because a lot of stuff that when we stand on business and we really standing on business, it ain't publicized. Like when you saw that chair thing where those people popped them people up with the chair, that wasn't all over the news.
I didn't see that. Popped over.
You remember when they was trying to beat up the black captain of the boat?
Oh yeah.
That was kind of a social media thing. But what the general public, most general people don't know about that story is because when we do stand on business, is not publicized.
Okay. Right. So that, that right there.
I'll give you. Hold on. I got one more example.
Go ahead, yeah, because I got to think about that.
Okay, think about that one. Because remember when the man went down to the BET Awards and he was trying to incite them, talking about black people make the worst parents, and he was being kicked down the street and all this other type of stuff. Remember that story? Just like a couple weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
Where the Ukrainian skinhead, went down there. And so if you look at the next day, it looked like the police tried to retaliate against the community. And they went into like something like South Central or one of them spots. And everybody came out and stood on business. And there was a low-key standoff. And guess what? It wasn't really publicized, but those dudes down there stood on business. And I can't even really tell you all that what happened because that's how much they hushed that shit up. But those little, whatever the C's or the B's, they stood on business and they stood on point as the police tried to make a stance the day after that man went out there.
Oh, actually, I didn't hear about that then. Yeah, I didn't hear about that.
So that's why we're different.
Going to BET Awards.
So the BET
Is
Awards.
that incident?
I'm talking about that one at first, and then the next day, what happened?
Oh, I didn't even know it was the next day.
The next day, the police tried to go and stand and do some kind of weird formation in like South Central or Inglewood or whatever one of y'all neighborhoods down there. And those dudes, everybody came out and kind of stood on 10, like, what you here for type of thing. You understand what I'm saying? They didn't cower in their house.
No, LA don't roll like that.
Yeah, they don't roll like that.
LA looking for the smoke, to be honest.
Yeah, they don't play about none of that. Like, street shit is different. They'll assume the position and they'll work with that because of that whole situation. But yeah, ain't no just walking up on them and they ain't did shit. They like, hey, we ain't did shit. You walking up on our shit? Oh yeah, we got a problem. I'll tell you about them LA motherfuckers. They ain't scared to die. That's one thing they're not scared to do. They don't give a damn about prison. They go eat that. They eat that for lunch.
But the story is like a low rumble. And so I think that is the reason why that we're kind of different here, why we focus on that, because they stood up against that and nobody really knows about it.
Isn't this? Let me say this. And Derek, tell me if I'm off. All right. Do you ever hear of massive police shootings, innocent black men and women in LA? Do you ever hear about many of those?
I don't.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, police, if they get an opportunity and they come in packs, then they could try to, but even then, shit, it's on. They back off. They don't play. Derek, am I off a little bit?
Yes. You're okay up here?
Yeah. Is he talking?
I don't know.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get you quick.
in the store.
Yeah. Well, I just asked
You know,
Darren
I
was
say,
off. You didn't hear what I said though, right?
no, I didn't hear it. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Repeat it.
Yeah, I asked Isness, I said, have she heard of any what you would consider to be innocent shootings of black men and black women in Los Angeles? She said, nah, not really. I said, yeah. Yeah, not
No, you just
police.
ain't gonna do that.
They know what time it is.
That'll get a whole bunch of people hurt.
They coming to see him. They coming to see him.
Like most people don't realize, LA people is second, third generation Southern people.
Yeah.
My mom moved to LA when I was 5. So I'm a first generation LA nigga. But I'm from the South. South niggas is wild. That's why they wild all over the United States. Because they all from the same place. Chicago niggas is wild. New York niggas is wild. Up north niggas is wild.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why I asked the question is why white supremacy is engulfed in the United States of America is because white supremacy is what holds the secret of the United States of America. And the United States of America, in the world's eyes, and everybody will tell you, oh, this is a white man's country. But that's the secret. It's not at all. That's why I came up with the understanding of, okay, it's time that we start the exemption campaign, period. Now,
go ahead.
I'll give you an example.
Expand on that. Expand on that.
Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
It's 50 million Negroes here in the United States of America. What would America look like if they were all exempt and they had all the money that they actually had? What would America look like? Would you still have white supremacy? If all Negroes, colored people, copper-colored races of America, defined as Americans, if they all exempt, what does the United States look like then?
What do it look like in what form? What are you talking about? Economy, politics,
Give me an
government?
example. You got 50 million Negroes here that can be exempt from the system altogether and live here still and hold all the same rights, privileges, and benefits of that. What does this place look like then?
Well, it's going to look like. I mean, their situation is going to look different. Our situation is going to look better. But you look at the breakdown from. You got to look at by state, county, across the board. You talk about 50 million. You talk about state, county. I mean, eventually, you still gonna have to fortify that a little bit there. I mean, by fortify, you got to fortify all these counties by protecting. So that means that all the so-called gangs and the neighborhoods and stuff like that got to come on board, man. They got to stop doing business with them people. I mean, that's their cash cow. They fucking with them people. So
we're all their cash cows as long as we're using Federal Reserve notes and getting them in the way we're getting them.
I'm talking about the underworld. I'm talking about the underworld.
No, I'm talking about legitimate business. I'm talking about, okay, somebody asked me the other day about this, white people own this land and y'all don't own nothing. No, we made a deal for the whole entire economy. We are partners in the entire economy of this country. Period.
What about the soul? I hear that. I don't disagree with you, not at all, 100%. I'm
Okay,
talking
now
about,
how is the
you talking
business
about
actually
that.
done?
I'm talking about that warrior class though.
What's the warrior class got to do with doing business? First, okay,
Protection.
the warrior class is a class within itself.
Protection.
We protect each other.
But you got that warrior
We're
class.
all the warriors.
I know that, but I'm in my mid-50s, man. I can't move and get down with them youngsters. I wouldn't even think about it. We have the warrior, the warrior class is in our field is you're talking about 40 years and younger, 40 years to 20, 18 years of age, 18 to 40
First,
years.
you have to get the warrior class to exempt. Once you get them to exempt, then they can be whatever they want to be. They're not within the jurisdiction of the United States law. Period. I'm trying to get my people out of this.
No, I know. Like I said, well, let's get past that because I agree with you. But I'm talking about even under those situations, there still has to be a warrior class that is protecting that. Their duty, not their duty, but their responsibility is to make sure they protect. I mean, of course, they're going to work.
That's why we have a military.
Stuff, but they got to be ready to come bear arms and come to arms when it's time for it.
That's why we have a military.
They still have their warrior class.
That's why we have a military. That's not their military. That's our military.
Man, it ain't ours right now. They got it.
No, okay, because you have not done what you're supposed to do as your opponent.
Give me an example.
Okay. Now, the 50 million people who live here who are called Americans need to be exchanging wealth for spending money to use today. And that exempts you because you're the only group of people who can do that. And that is done by executive. The executive, what you call the executive board of the three legislation, judicial, and executive branches of the actual government. We are the actual executive branch. We are the federal people. The executive branch has been interpreted as one person. No, that's one person that represents their side. We the people represent our own shit.
Right. So
now, as far as defending this country, as long as we exempt out, that is ours. They don't have that because now you got to think everything that is being taxed and funded throughout the United States today comes from our tax dollars, nobody else's, because our tax dollars are created through our consumption. That's why we are consumer-based people.
Okay. Now, what I'm saying is that so what I'm saying is that at this point in time, you're saying it's ours. Okay. I'm saying it is not.
Okay, who's this?
It's not ours. Hold on a sec. Let me get it all the way out. The military, what we consider the military, is not ours. Now, something came to my mind because we've got to know what the Navy is for, what is their duties, the Marines, the Army, and the Air Force. What are their duties and how are they put within the military manual of how they do that? Because Article 2 is the executive. That is your military tribunal. So under Article 2, the so-called president is the commander-in-chief. Now that's what I want to lead up to. What does commander in, because they put a hyphen with in hyphen chief. What does that mean?
Wait,
commander. They got a hyphen between in and chief. In chief. Not and chief. It's not commander and chief. It's commander in with the I and N hyphen chief. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Me neither. Me neither. But he has that name. Why does he hold two hats? Why does he hold a hat for president? And why does he hold a hat for commander in chief over the military? Why does he hold them two hats? Nobody knows. Best thing to say is I don't know, because I don't know either why they do that. I have a guess. No. But if you say that military, and based on all the research, everything, when the 13 United States became the 13 United States, they had no military. They had militias. They had a group of people that will fight and protect their areas within their 13 colonies. They did not have no military superior to the one that was here already. And they now have control of that military by full occupation. So everybody they are pledging their allegiance and taking their oaths to defend the Constitution and America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That's paraphrasing. But the military has never come against us. What's been coming against us is policy enforcers, police, sheriffs, tribunal courts, and all this other madness of people. Even you have little small militias still that's around. That's what I'm saying. These little so-called sundown towns, or these people where people can go into an area and then they'll never be seen again. And these people are getting off. And then you got police and sheriffs killing, state police or whatever, killing, so-called young black men and women and whatever, and getting off, like beating it. Like nobody has addressed that shit, Derek. Like that's where the common sense ain't common. They want to talk about everything else. Oh, they just shot another black man. They just shot another black woman. And they no justice. Has anybody asked why? Why is there no justice? Oh, because he's a black man, he's a black woman, and da 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 da. No, that's not it. Ask me the question. Okay, let me ask you the question, Coach. Why are they doing this? Because they're operating from some other form of law within them, oaths within them, secret oaths that they utilize. They don't make no allegiance to anything that is constitutional or anything that has to do with us. We are a sworn enemy. I don't know what people don't get. But they still want to believe in the republic. They still want to believe in this democratic process. And those people need to sit on the porch. Have some iced lemon tea.
But the republic and democracy is two different things.
I know, but it's not us.
What? The republic or the democracy?
None of that is us.
So you saying the Confederate Republic ain't us?
The Confederate Republic ain't us either.
You don't think so? Why would you say that?
It ain't got, because if it is, it's inoperable. It does not exist. If the United States of America's republic does not exist, nothing else exists. Treaties don't exist. They're not honored. No Confederate Republic, anything that's going on. And really, the Great Law of Peace is our shit. That's our shit, the Great Law of Peace. Our shit. But if none of that exists, nothing else exists. Nothing exists.
Okay,
None.
so what? Okay, so the Confederate Republic, that don't exist.
Nope.
But the Great Law of Peace, which is the Iroquois Nation, that exists.
Yeah,
but that
exists.
is the Confederate Republic.
Okay, if you want to call it the Confederate Republic, yeah, it exists, but it's inoperable. That's my key word.
You know why it's inoperable?
Is it inoperable or it's just not being operated?
Right.
Because when I looked up that commander in chief, it's basically saying It's holding the space open for the true civilian that's supposed to be running it. So he's not even the chief. He's inside of the chief, like Voltron. We are still the chief. We're still the chief. But we're letting this, this person that we've elected hold that power and control, but he doesn't hold the title. Maybe you can
I know, but he's not the problem. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to hear you guys say what you want to say, but when I hear that, you're not gonna make that white boy be the issue. He is not the issue. He is a puppet.
That's fine. That's fine. I didn't say he was the problem. I'm saying what the situation is. The situation is he is the one inside of Voltron's head right now, in place of us. The same way that the government or the state will be in charge of our estate because we are considered minors.
Right.
So once we stand up, because I was taught this in grade school, in high school, that once the people stand up and they take back control, it has to be submitted back to them. Only then I didn't know the people, was us. I thought the people was just everybody.
No. That's okay. Y'all ever heard of what's that dude's name, man? What? Hold on, give me a minute. I'm gonna think his name.
Okay, yeah, but no, you're right. I mean, all that is perfect. That's what
y'all ever heard of Patrick Devine?
I've heard of it.
You heard about his research and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now what they don't tell you, because most white folks don't know, is that all that research is real, but it's for us. It's not for no one else. Those state citizens that he talks about is the citizens of the South.
Right.
The way the government was set up in the South, y'all don't understand that. And that's what I'm not really understanding. Why y'all not investigating the Confederate Republic Federation as a whole? Because that shit goes back hundreds of years. They make it seem like, it started in 1861 and it ended over. No. If you go back and understand that the Confederate Republic had its own constitution that mirrored the Articles of Confederacy from the fucking 1600s.
Right.
So if you can understand that these motherfuckers up here that created the Articles of Confederacy was all copper-colored racist people, Americans. Y'all call them the American Indians. These people down here in the South, when they said, hey, we ain't fucking with you motherfuckers no more. You foreigners tripping. We ain't fucking with y'all. We gonna form our own clique called the Confederate States of America, sovereign motherfucking states. And if you come bring your stupid ass down here, we gonna wring your neck.
That's what it seems like.
No, that's what it is. Because you got to understand, after they made this deal, after 1865, when they made the deal with the Confederates to come together, that's when they switched up again in 1871 and wrote another constitution.
Right.
So the deal had already been made. They had to wait till these motherfuckers they made the deal with died. When they made the deal with, when they died, they switched up the motherfucking constitution. But they never tell you that the people, the original people of the first deal are the ones that set the groundwork. They can't change that. That's because that deal was set from government to government. That's why y'all talk about these treaties, and I don't understand like how y'all don't get that the basis of a treaty only operates from government to government. So you can't say the Confederate
sovereign to sovereign.
Right.
No, I say it all the time. I don't believe in any of those treaties because who are you? Who is that pact with?
No. What I'm saying is, okay, if you look at the timeline, right? 1861, the Confederate States of America was formed. It was formed by who? Independent Indian nations.
Okay.
Period. So these independent Indian nations came together to develop their own government and said, this is how it's going to be down here. And if you got a problem with it, bring your stupid ass down here and see what happens.
Right. F around and find out.
Now, therefore, just the principle of that lets you know that these motherfuckers down here in the South is Americans. They just formed their own government with a president, a vice president, all that.
Right.
So now, why do we override this part? Because this government that was formed in 1861 was rich as fuck. Also. And I don't mean like with some fiat currency. I mean, nigga, these motherfuckers is balling on real shit.
Exactly. My grandmother had a name for it.
They was moving real commodities.
Yeah.
Wasn't no fake dope, wasn't no fake, no, nigga, real commodities. We grow this fruit and we grow these vegetables and we send it right on up this motherfucking river to my people up top, up in Chicago, and they manufacture the shit. That's what they do.
They handled a little moonshine too, though. Don't forget that.
No, that's what I'm saying. You got to understand everything we've done that we do in this country, we've been doing for hundreds of years. Only thing somebody else did was come here and put a name to it and a license.
Right. Somebody who was on the inside and got kicked out and went back and you know, huddled up and figured out how to, you know, throw a wrench in our program.
Well, no, you got to, okay. Look at 1865 when they came together and made this deal. When they made this deal, only thing they did was foreigners had a chance to understand the industries that were already here and learn from them. Now, after 1871, when they did the switch and they wrote another constitution, only thing they did was, okay, it's time for us to start licensing and certifying these actual practices, what you call industries, what you call manufacturing. Now, once they started licensing and certifying these things and gave it a title, then they created a new money system according to what they licensed and what they certified. Now, with segregation, you got to understand if they hold the licensing and the certification and they hold the money, now I got the power. But you don't hold, all your money is all credit. All your licenses is just papers. It's not the actual people. It's not the actual work. That's why all this shit worked until they started getting real violent in the 20s. And then niggas was like, well, fuck it then. Y'all just ain't gonna work no more. That's how the Great Depression started. They tell you it's because of the stock market. No, nigga, how the millions and millions of the same color people all broke at the same time? Because y'all niggas ain't got no job.
Well, it seems like during the 20s was some kind of a silent war because a lot of that's when our towns were bombed and fires were set. Like you said, we stopped working, we walked off the job. So it seems like, I mean, that's not what the history books would say.
No, I might have said that wrong. We didn't stop working. We fired you. Now, it was no longer, okay, after 20, let's say, look at 1924. Look at all the riots and all the different shit that happened between 1924 and 1900. So by 1924, if you look at the paperwork, you'll realize white folks couldn't get jobs. So they were going hungry. But they're constantly bringing these people here. But now you ain't working, nigga, you ain't eating.
Right.
Period.
So they had to create the depression in order to try and get welfare started, and that's how they started getting handouts going.
It was their depression.
That's how it became an emergency.
Right, but I mean,
now I can imply an executive order. But now your executive order that you imply come with stipulations. And that's what we never actually look into when it comes to the confiscation of this gold, because it came with stipulations. It comes with stipulations just on a simple premise of how they had to collect it. They had to audit it. Every ounce in every account in every bank had to be accounted for and weighed. So that means
Well,
that whoever
where did your grandparents, great grandparents gold go? Like we know that these people didn't trust the government like that. So when they say, okay, you need to turn in your gold, where did their gold go?
no, hold on. Let's get this. Okay,
It's in
our
Fort
goal
Knox.
as Americans were all in banks. Period. Had been
Remember,
in
your
banks for long.
grandmother and them used to hide shit under the mattress, under the refrigerator.
That's
You saying
because
that came later?
my grandmother is not X generation, excuse me. My grandmother is the lost generation. Now the gold confiscation happened to her mom and dad,
Okay.
which is the lost generation. Because of what happened to the lost generation and how they did it, that's why those kids didn't trust banks at all.
That makes sense.
Because they understood the parents of these people told them what happened. Period. That's why they're called the lost generation. Because this generation had to lose the information. That's why all this shit became illegal. You know, you Indian, taxes, all this shit. They sent their husbands out to war. They killed most of them, whoever came back. It's a whole situation. But it's a situation of, if you don't read between the lines and see the sturdy part of how all this shit worked out, then you'll never understand. Like, you gotta, okay, do y'all know how much gold was actually confiscated in 1932?
Tell us, because I don't know.
No one knows, right? It's funny because when I found out about it, I was like, what the fuck? 5,000 tons.
Damn.
Was confiscated in 1933. Audited, weighed, and put up. That's what the gold reserve is today.
So the whole total battery of what's there is what they confiscated.
No, not today. Today is more. See, you gotta understand, they only took the gold, the bullion, the gold bullion out of the accounts, out of the banks. That's big money. Right? Gold and silver that's on the street is pennies, nickels, and dimes. But it's millions and it's tons of pennies, nickels, and dimes of pure silver and pure gold. So now that money had to stay on the street, and they didn't take that off until later on. That's why pennies, nickels, and dimes now aren't true to what it used to be.
Right. They're 10.
A dime was 99% pure. A quarter was 99% pure. A penny was 99% pure. A gold dollar was 99. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So now today, when you look at those same actual coins, they're not that.
It's dummy
because
money.
that weight of those minerals and those materials, they put back up. That's why if you look at today, our gold reserve is something like 8,100 tons. We have the largest gold reserve in the world.
So
and we've always had that. So the question is, how the fuck do you get 5,000 tons of gold in 1933? You know how long a motherfucker gotta been doing whatever he doing to actually accumulate that kind of bullion in his account?
Well, weren't those the initial amounts that they were mining from the grounds?
No, you got to think about it. You got, okay, in 1933, name an industry that isn't run basically the same way it's run today. Don't they make bottles the same way they made bottles in 1905? They use the same machines. Yeah. Only thing they do is upgrade them, but it's the same principle. So if somebody was making making a profit off the original principle, you're always going to make a profit off of that principle, no matter what happens. But now, since we live on a credit system, which is the whole system, is based on credit. But the system before that was based on assets, true wealth. They put all the wealth up and started a credit card. Just imagine that. Now, this credit card pays for everything in this country. Everything you need, you can put on this card, but you got to pay it back, and they just not paying it back because they don't want you to know, nigga, you own the actual wealth to the card.
Hey, Derek.
So actually, when you go, you can override that card and just go actually dip into the wealth.
Hey,
Yeah.
Derek. So you have 200,000 immigrants coming over here. How are you gonna pay? How you gonna be able to house them, feed them, provide them anything, and you ain't got no money? You create a fiat currency. You create a fiat currency, and you remove the medium of exchange. You know what I'm saying? That you ain't got no control over. You can create your own monetary system for your what? For your slaves, for your peons you bringing over here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's the United States citizen is the peon. Is
But
the
what I'm
slave.
saying, I mean, but it ain't about who. It's about the system. Let's talk about the system.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's only two systems.
So check it out. Check it out. So under those circumstances, you can create a fiat currency backed by what? Because you remember I was showing about collateralization, securities, obligations, and things like that. You can accumulate all this paper and fiat and negotiable instruments, and you can have them backed by something which is pretty much of the power of the purse of the people. In order to take care of your system and be able to fund your immigrants or your constituents that you want to represent in your United States and accumulate massive wealth based off giving nothing in return. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
I mean, that's the credit system.
Right, but there has to be even though it's a credit system, it has to be backed by something. It has to be collateral. It has to be secured. Let me say it properly. It has to be secured by something. Some form of collateral has to be put forward. Now, these immigrants didn't come over with nothing.
Right.
But they got us to consent to it, and it's backed by our signatures from consenting. We don't know we're consenting. We think we're consenting to something else, but ultimately they use it to double back and help them out. That's how the welfare system started.
But that was a little bit later down the line. We talk about when these immigrants. We talk about the turn of the 20th century, the first 30 years. What forms of medium of exchange was these people using in order to function? Even in the Civil War to fight that. We can go back to the 1860s and 70s. What were they using? They were using fiat currency privately in order to amass what they wanted to amass on promises to pay. They were issued. They issued the promises to pay. They needed people to sign off. They needed the people to sign off on them. Now these people that came over, these immigrants came over here. None of your business. They signature wasn't worth nothing. They had nothing.
That's true.
I'm not saying their signature. They get us to sign. They include themselves in those bills. We don't understand the terminology. Boom, it's a piñata. Everybody eating.
Aton, how many people can eat off $1.8 trillion a year? How many people can eat off of that?
Well, 10 cents a day.
I have no idea.
No, I'm serious. Like, think about how many people can eat off $1.8 trillion annually.
Well, it seems like it's the whole world, because not only are we funding people coming here, we are also sending money out. You know, you're forgetting now we're giving billions and billions of dollars to other countries to help stabilize them. You know, one of those places is Israel. It's our economy that's propping them up. So it feeds almost everybody.
See, but here's the thing, right? Here's the issue I have. Derek asked me how many people get eat off $1.8 trillion. I'm like, dollars. My question is dollars of what? Then Israel says that We're giving other countries billions and billions of dollars. Of what? There is no money. It's all fiat currency. Bessie said it. Since 1970, we have been dealing with nothing but fiat currency.
Well, when we pay those other countries, it's usually in resources, commodities.
But what Aton is not putting in the fact is authenticated by an American. Every dollar today, we authenticate this currency.
All right.
Our signature.
Now we getting somewhere. Now here's
our signatures create this fiat currency.
No, hold on, time out. No. What happened? This is what leads me up. I'm about to get a little bit more deeper into this. Right? As the situation come up, I got a response. When these so-called states joined the union over the time, what did they put up? And I'm pretty much throwing y'all live. What did they put up? In order for the United States to be able to plant a little banner in those areas, and these states incorporated themselves into the union, what did they have to put up?
Nothing. I think Trump was complaining that we're giving all these resources and nobody's giving us anything in return.
I said the states here.
Remember, okay, I'm sorry.
There was 7, then 9, then 13. 13 United States, and then they expand over time. So when all these places that they call states today got incorporated, what did they have to give up?
Their sovereignty.
How do you give up your sovereignty?
By making the people citizens.
No. I said, how do you give up your sovereignty? You give up your sovereignty. You give up
we're birthrighted into this thing, so we didn't do it.
You give up your this is the you in general. You give up your sovereignty. Put yourself in that place and time. You give up your sovereignty by your currency.
Your gold, yeah.
No, it ain't just gold. Your commodities. Everything you have is currency based on the barter system.
Well,
oranges is
sovereignty. Sovereignty is actually sold.
Let me finish. Because I'm listening. I've been listening to y'all. This is what I'm hearing. You guys are talking citizenship, not sovereignty. So in sovereignty, if you pledge allegiance, if you change allegiance from the United States and you agree to incorporate your small area, because the whole entire of a state is not fully incorporated, only certain portions. So you allow to incorporate your portion of your land to the United States of America. You have now given up your sovereignty by your commodities, your land, and your medium of exchange, whatever that might be outside of that. If it's gold, whatever.
Right. Soil, all that. Oro as in gold. But guess what? Magna Carta says, the law piece says we can give away our soil. It's always going to belong to us. And that's law. So
but at the same time, that's not what happened.
Hold on, let her finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, know your business. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying it's all a psyop, it's all a game. It's all in the meantime, in between time, kind of like when we were ceding the land to them, letting them rent it. It's a rental, it's a contract. And because this soil, this soul, it's ever replenishing, it's a resource. That means it sources over and over, forever and ever. So even if they're using it for the time they're using it now to prop up their people, meaning to feed them and birth them so that they can come into fruition, so they can build up themselves to stand against us and outnumber us physically, once that contract is up and we're no longer doing that, now they have to go back to paying us. That's when they're going to try to strong arm us, like a hostile takeover.
They tried that and that didn't work.
I know, but now they're trying to get greater numbers. Then they
That's
had
why
eugenics.
okay, this is what I do understand. If 50 million people go exempt at within a 2-year span, right? That means everybody else who's here, y'all got to fend for yourself. See that $1.8 trillion that I'm talking about annually recirculates through us.
Yes.
Now everybody else got to eat on their own. You can't eat on your own as a group of people in the United States of America outside of being niggas.
All right. So what I'm saying, based on what None of Your Business just said, what you said, Derek, is she's missing the fact that once you give up collateral, that collateral is now utilized by the United States because they're operating Fiat. They're not giving up the land. They're not giving up the gold or the resources. Those resources still belong to those people. But what the people have done in the allegiance, or what you want to call peace and friendship, or whatever, however it was structured, they allowed the United States to monetize off that collateral, which they are doing today.
But what is the collateral?
Hence Wall Street.
Okay, boom. It is a part of it. That's true. Wall Street is a part of it. The stock market. True.
Right.
But we gain assets off of that too.
Right.
See, Aton, what y'all don't realize, and I realize, is y'all really don't realize what the fuck that U.S. debt chart really fucking means.
Exactly.
And they tell you that shit. They're telling you there's a sovereign account.
Yep.
And they're telling you the U.S. has a national debt. The sovereign account is who the debt is owed to.
Is that money is owed to you?
Yes.
And the fact
because
that they
your assets is what creates the credit that accumulates the debt. But they don't tell you that you have assets that you are accumulating for you specifically.
And the fact that they haven't touched that, like they put that gold back when they had to put it back, that lets you know they are sticking to what they are supposed to stick to. Like they know better.
Yes, because now this is what, see, back in the day, they didn't have to touch it because we didn't even know about it. By the time your mom, by the time my mom got out of school, that was null and void.
Mm-hmm.
She was already looking towards Africa. So by the time she finished school, looking towards Africa, then she had a kid and sent him looking towards Africa. So they never, that gold been sitting there. These accounts have been accumulating because that's why I tell you, man, the most important motherfucker is that debt clock because it's telling the truth. So many people don't want to actually look into it because white folks know exactly what the fuck that means. Yeah. They know. They know niggas don't know.
They've been posting pictures of it. Like they're deep into it. They know what time it is. We don't even know it exists except for the times that, Cuddy posted it or, the few people that mentioned it. But these people, they speak about it and look at it all the time.
But no, see, the white folks, they speak about it and know all the time. But they don't talk about that bottom line.
Yeah. And
the most important part of the debt clock is that bottom line. Mm-hmm. If you bring it up and look at it, you will realize the bottom line is all assets. Sovereign back. Wait, what does it say? Sovereign assets reserve or something like that. But it's asset-backed dollars, period. And then the bottom line shows you every category in which these asset dollars are in these accounts. And it gives you a total number from these accounts to the total number of what this money is. And it's like 200-something trillion dollars.
Which is unfathomable. Like,
That's thank you, ma'am. I'm glad someone can really understand. Most people don't know what $1 trillion buys. Do you understand $1 trillion will buy the NFL, the NBA, hockey, soccer, and you still got money left over.
everything. And that, I mean, that's true life or death money, because
You buying
that's life-saving money.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not buying. I'm not saying I'm buying a team, nigga. I'm buying the league. Give me the NFL as a whole. Give me the MLB as a whole. Give me the NBA as a whole. Give me. I'm buying all of these. That's $1 trillion.
Right.
So somewhere there's a $200 trillion, and it's just going up. But at the same time, wait a minute. How at the bottom of this clock, this actual chart, this money's going the same way this debt's going. But this money's gaining value, and this debt is getting higher. So these can't be the same accounts.
So who's supposed to be paying that debt? And where's it going to come from?
No, the debt goes back to the actual owners, who are the actual sovereign people who have their own assets. These are their assets they're drawing credit from.
But
now the only thing what they did was hide the people.
Right.
Today, no one knows who an American is. When there's a defined description of what Americans look like. And this was 200 years ago. Think about it. Next year, in 2028, it'll be the 200th anniversary of the definition of the word American. And that's described as copper-colored races found here by Europeans. So what exactly did they find here? And who are these copper-colored people?
And why are we continuously shielding these non-copper colored people and allowing them to eat off of us?
Because you don't know that you're supposed to be eating off of this. This is yours to eat off of. Your people before you created this so you can eat off of this. And your children and your children's children. Because we are the children of children's children of children's children of children's children.
All my children. My grandmother used to watch that.
That's what if you really think of, we have been here. There is something that I have been looking into. Because even like Sister Bethy was talking about it on the other channel, Aton, about the buildings. And I've been looking into that shit for like the last couple of years, and I still can't figure this shit out. You can't tell me somebody was here before now that did not know something, and they were opulent with their knowledge. So how was they just trading apples for apples and oranges for oranges? There had to be some kind of monetary system. See, because opulence comes with wealth through generation. If you look at the Capitol buildings, they're opulent on the inside.
Because, currency is literally electricity, light.
Yes, but it's also a monetary thing, like gold and silver, like apples and oranges. If you ain't got no apples, if you ain't got no apples in Italy and you wanted some, you can buy them. I'm gonna tax you. Nigga, what's the difference between, economy and the dope game? What's the difference? It's all the same principle. It's all the same business principle. It's just the consequences and repercussions that's different. Motherfucker fuck you over in business, he can sue you. Motherfucker fuck you over in the street, he'll sue you. So the business principles are the same. There is consequences and repercussions. The question is, are you brave enough to handle both? Because if you do good business on the street, you'll live a long life, peaceful, beautiful. You do good business in the business world, you're gonna live a long life, peaceful and beautiful. That's all I'm saying. Like, we look at it as all of this came together after something. All of this has been here for hundreds of years. We can't actually go back and say when electricity started. You can't actually say when the car started, because somebody put this whole story together to give them a start.
Yeah, you know, I mean, all that sound good. Okay. My thing is that my basis why I said what I said is that when the United States expanded, it came into these territories, there was a portion of area that was allotted to them by the indigenous people in order for them to do business based on the treaties. Now, at that time, they had to be able to utilize the resources of the land. They had to be able to, have people that they could bring in, their immigrants, to work on these plantations, and work within the system as well to do business with the indigenous nations, and gold or whatever resources that was in the earth. You know what I'm saying? Just in the earth, not just above, just in the earth that come out. The United States was able to utilize that as collateral, to fund their project. Think business on it now. Think business. The people, our people, the forefathers and mothers of this place knew that and allowed it. Now, down the line,
you think so?
I know so.
You think our people allowed this?
Yeah.
Okay, so why didn't it happen all at once?
I mean, because the North, what I call North Central America now, North Central America was fortified. That's why North America is in the center. You got Canada up top, you got South America at the bottom, and you got the islands on the side. North America was fortified and wasn't coming into that interior like that. It wasn't happening. So eventually, over time, it happened. How it happened, you know what I'm saying? I think it was, based on my research, it was done through these legislative acts that they've been doing, and it just matriculated over to something way more vast than anything else, until they was able to take over Oklahoma. Our center was Oklahoma. That's where business was.
There was no center here.
Yeah, it was.
There was no one center. This
Oklahoma,
whole place.
Oklahoma is damn near in the center of North America. Center.
I understand that.
All right.
And North America in the 1900s had different centers for different things.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in terms of commerce.
Commerce. This is what I'm speaking on.
I'm talking about in terms of commerce. This
And
is just
I'm
how
speaking
I look at it.
on in terms of commerce.
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying from how I look at it. How I look at
Okay,
it.
well, in terms
Oklahoma
of commerce,
was
do you
Washington,
understand that
D.C.
the southern regions, the southern states, what was their commodity? What was their industry?
That's not important to me.
Okay, cool, because it's important to me, because I'm trying to figure this shit out as a whole.
So
because the southern regions, their commodity to our nation as the American people, they grew the food. They gathered the food up. They harvested it. They knew when to grow, when to seed, all that. They were masters of it. And they sent everything that they made and needed to be manufactured up the Mississippi River to the Great Divide. And you know what's at the top of the Mississippi River? Manufacturing. In the 1900s, they manufactured bottles, cans, bottled goods, and canned goods. Anything bottled and canned was done up there.
Yeah, everybody had their own
Now
way of
everything
doing
shipped
things.
out of New. Listen,
Everybody
from
had
the
their own
north.
way. All the different places had their own way of. Everybody had their own nation, had their own kingdom in here,
Yes. Okay.
and their
Okay.
way of
Hold on.
doing things based on climate and everything else. When we talking about when it got to a certain location, because we're talking about what you call the Muskogee people.
Okay.
Muskogee
Okay.
people.
Aton.
Let me finish,
Let me ask
man.
you this principle. Let me ask you this principle.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead. They all have their own nation. Go ahead.
Yeah, they all had their own nation, kingdom, and way of
Yeah.
doing things. But there had to
Yes.
be a center location based on the fact that the United States modeled their whole constitution and their government off the Great Law of Peace. It's the same
Yes.
thing.
Yeah, and
We
that's
had
the
all the
that's the
functions of the
republic.
United States. All the functions of the United States are the functions of the Great Law of Peace and what the people were doing here in America before they even got here. So, if that's the
That's
case,
the Confederate Republic as a whole. That's why all those nations were confederacies.
but if that's the case, then that means that the people here before us knew exactly what they were doing.
Yes, I'm trying to tell you that.
I was trying to tell you that.
I know exactly what they were doing. I'm looking at it through the. I'm looking at it through the economy. I'm not looking at it through history books.
The people knew what they were doing. This ain't
Yes,
in
I
a
know
history book. What I talk ain't in no history books. They knew what they were doing. They knew commerce. They knew the trade and everything. They did it over and over and over again for thousands and thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of years.
So
Man,
that's
this ain't
why
no
I
new
can
shit.
say there is no one central place. Period. Because all the different places were centers for different things.
Gotta be. But it's got to be a central place.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Hold on.
It's got to be a central place.
It's got to be a
Based
central
on the
place.
structure of the United States of America that modeled everything they did after the Great Law of Peace and everything that I have researched, just research on structure of everything. Yeah. We knew what we were doing, and we made them model their shit after ours.
What you supposed to do?
Okay, but look, okay, so if that's what you're supposed to do, why when I say that they knew what they were doing, you kind of like went against it, like our people
I'm not
didn't know
going
what they were
against.
doing. It sounded like you were going against it. Sound like you were going.
Aton, you ever heard somebody say American Engine?
Yeah.
NIJUN. American Engine.
Yeah, me.
You ever heard that?
Yeah, me. I say it.
Okay, cool. The American Engine created the American Engine.
Right.
Now the American Engine is a whole bunch of different nations coinciding, doing different responsibilities to move forward as a whole. That is a principle of an engine.
How many states use the cotton gin? The cotton engine. You know, the cotton, they call it the cotton gin, but they're short for engine. They made an engine to move that cotton and pick that cotton a little bit faster instead of doing it by hand. Who made that cotton engine? And how many places was that thing made in? Can anybody tell me? Anybody? Can you tell me, was it just in one place or was it in multiple places by multiple people?
The cotton gin is a tool invented in America for the manufacturing process of cotton.
But it functions off an engine. It's an engine that makes it move.
The principle, listen, hold on. The principle of any engine is for independent parts, which are independent nations, to do their job independently, but working together with the common goal of moving everyone forward.
Okay.
When an engine works correctly, the whole unit moves forward. You don't leave the pistons behind. You don't leave that motherfucking dipstick behind. It all goes forward. As little as a dipstick job is, it ain't as critical as the transmission. It's not as critical as the engine block. But every hose is critical because now you blow a hose, guess what? The engine ain't running right. You missing a part, the engine ain't gonna run right. This is us as a people. That's why engines here in this nation can be from any part of any one of these states, but we still come together and move shit forward. Because I know how to do this, you know how to do this. Oh shit, I didn't even know you knew how to do that, my nigga. Oh yeah, I can do that. Oh well, cool, we good.
Okay. Now, back to business. Now, if I'm just gonna say if, because I don't say nothing as if it's a fact, but if our people was allotting them land and giving them access to resources, leasing, right? Not giving, they weren't giving them nothing. It was allowing them, it was granting them land, because they will admit that through William Penn. It was being granted land in order to conduct business for a fee. But once you get into a position where it's actually some allegiance or alleged allegiance or plenary type of acts where they were saying this, or they created some doctrine or some declaration about, amongst themselves in their little group thinks and think tanks about how they're going to be able to make a play on us without us knowing. What is so hard to say that our people knowingly turned over and leased land for their as collateral for them to function and do business? That's what I'm saying. Like, can is it possible?
Who's functioning? Who did they lease land to?
To the United States and
okay.
And their
so now, so the
their
United States is doing business with America.
The United States been doing business with America. That's
okay, that's why it's called the United States of America.
Yeah, Derek, come on, man. Come on. Don't take me backwards. I already beat somebody up.
I'm just
beat somebody up in a debate off that shit. Come on, man. Let's move forward.
No, I'm not beating nobody up off of nothing. I'm just saying.
I already beat somebody up.
Do we have two teams here? Are there two teams playing this game?
No.
No, there's more than two teams?
There's one.
What how does one team play a game?
Shit, they dictate the program. You got coach, you got management, you got
what the fuck are they playing,
operations, bro? You got CEO,
cool. You got a team. Who they playing?
Owners. Listen,
who they playing?
Hey. Man, come on, man. You can't ask me a question, keep talking. I'm answering the question. You got owners, you got VPs of operations, and you got players.
Okay,
United
cool.
States was players. Sign me up, coach. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. We're gonna close you. Get this. Here you go. We're gonna pay you some money so you can go out there and perform for us. Thank you.
Who owns the team?
Come on, man.
You got money, don't you?
Come on, man. Are we on the same page or not? We know who the owners are. Let's get past that. I already said we leased. Our people knew what they were doing. You're not catching. You just want to preach to me. On,
no,
man.
I'm not preaching.
All right. So what I'm saying is we already have established. Cool. We already established who the owners are. We established that. You have no disagreements from me. What I'm saying is you're talking about two players. I said, well, no players. I said we had owners and players. We were the owners. They were the players. Sign me up, coach. Can we get, hey man, we don't want to play with them no more. We want to play for y'all. He said, okay, well, come on then. We'll cut our contract with them. They can go back where they coming from, and y'all can deal with us. But this is how you gonna do it. And then we'll go ahead and lot you land. We'll lease you this land so you can do it. I have showed a case. I showed a case, and I ain't showed everything about my uncle in the 30s, in the teens of 20th century that was leasing out land to these companies come from the East Coast. Same business. But see, people want to think that it wasn't what it was, that it was this and it was that. But shit, my uncle was moving and shaking back there and making money.
But Aton, hey, peace to the panel, man. Peace to you. Peace, Aton. Peace to the chat. So that's your anecdotal experience, bro. Like your uncle shaking and moving. My grandfather in the early 1600s, owning 100 acres of land in Florida. That's anecdotal. That's our specific.
Man, get to the point. Get to the point. I don't need no preamble.
My point is, though, if you can't use that logic for all 48 million niggas that are in America.
I can.
Okay, well, let's go into that because I want to see how
because they own it. Hey, look, not just it ain't really about ownership of the land. They actually had a stake in the creation of the United States of America, and they put up collateral for it. You guys can have access to the land. You can utilize the resources and everything. You're gonna pay rent.
Yes.
So
when did the deal change? How did the deal change?
No, listen, you're missing something, bro. Now you're talking about contract law. You're talking about consideration. Why would the owners put up collateral?
No, I didn't say they put up any collateral.
You just said that.
No. I said granted. I said granted.
They granted collateral.
Granted, leased, granted. They ain't putting up no collateral. They granted and leased because it wasn't really about ownership. Remember the old saying, own nothing, control everything. It was control. They knew they had control. And they said, yeah, we got control of this. You release this to you, you're going to pay rent if you want to do business here.
So that means that the ones that were receiving the grant from the grantor, they would have put up the collateral to have access to the lands. That means the people that you're calling the foreigners today, they would have come with the collateral to get access to the land. The contract doesn't work the other way around.
Exactly. So that means what was the collateral when they ain't had shit? They had a promise to pay, and they had their own servants, their own employee market. Oh, they're gonna come work this? Yeah, they're working from this point and that point. Okay, so we're talking business now, right? Right. We got our constituents, we got members, we got people that's gonna come and work. Okay, cool, no problem. You can go get that, do that, make sure you handle that. We're gonna have our people oversee it and make sure that money is being exchanged properly and y'all paying rent. Guess what? Them people reneged on these deals.
Yeah, but see, I listen, I'm not trying to be an antagonist.
You see where I'm going with it though, right?
Yeah, I hear where you're going, but someone has to rock the boat. It seems like you guys are in complete agreement.
No, we are not in agreement. Me and Derek is not in agreement.
Y'all just said, I was saying that too.
I was trying.
But look, so I gotta kick the hornet's nest a bit, right? This is my problem, man. Okay, let's go according to the hidden narrative, right? You had the kingdoms of southeastern United States. They were cotton kingdoms. They controlled the influx, the ingress and the egress of cotton all over the planet. So these were high royal societies, which you would call established men, women, monarchs, kings, queens, emperors.
They businessmen.
They held titles of nobility. They had to have titles of nobility because
you know how you gain nobility? Through wealth, through generations.
Right, but a title is bestowed upon one.
Okay, that's bestowed. That ain't got nothing. You still a businessman. You doing business.
I'm not knocking the business part. What I'm saying is that people who have titles know how to do business. So we do
know how to do business.
Well, how did you lose it?
You didn't lose it.
You don't know how to do business now.
Okay, you don't know what business you need to be doing.
Well, then how you lost something?
Okay, how? Through education. Through
All
generation. Yes.
I don't know, brother. Sounds a little
You don't know? Okay. Okay, let me explain.
Let me just lay this out. For me, it's one of two things. It's either we weren't as sophisticated as we're letting on right now in this conversation, or something happened and we lost our memories. Because there's no way that you're operating through kingdoms, queendoms, chiefdoms, chiefdoms, controlling the entire Southeast. All of the textiles come from Southeast North America. You know what the textiles are? That controls everything from clothing to
I know that.
Yeah. The textile industry is the greatest industry in the planet. So how we have all that under systematic control, and then we wake up and now we're all renters. We're all paying mortgages. We're all
because you don't know what happened to change that.
That's what I'm asking you. What happened?
Now, what happened was you had legislation come into play, the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th Amendments.
Brother.
Through those amendments came a whole new situation. The influx of new people, violence. But now remember, like Aton said, they had already had a deal. Now, the people are thinking the deal is still good. Now, they come to find out these new people coming here to do business or to work for the people that did business, they're violent because they're being told something totally different.
So, okay, so at this point, when these violent people are coming in, you would assume we still had some type of control.
You had control all the way until 1933. And then you had control after that till 1943. When the Brickenheim Agreement came.
I mean,
once it became, huh?
I just left the courthouse, and I would have to object and say speculation.
Really? Would you go? Okay, when you went to the courthouse, hold on. When you went to the courthouse, did you use your social security number?
Nah, brother, I'll go in as a next friend for other people, brother. That's not what my.
Okay, so did they use their social security number?
I mean, all of the complaints are bonded under the name.
Under your social security number, right?
Yeah, the name, the number, and the address.
Okay, now you do know you have different numbers. You know that for a fact because you have these numbers.
Right.
And you know that these numbers actually killed off that number. So you know if you go into court, you can bring a F-56 and they have to find that person. That dead person, that dead entity that they, whatever charge you brought against that dead person, you got to wait till he come in to charge to actually have this case.
Let me ask you a question, D. I know you said you be talking, that street language sometimes. You bring them both in, commerce and street law, right? Common law, right? You bring them both.
Common law, street law. Street law is common law.
Yeah. I see how you do that. I love the way you do it, right? But so, okay, if there's an establishment of the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th Amendment. But the First Amendment, they tell us we're not even party to it. Why are we still playing the game?
What? You have rights, privileges, and benefits as an American.
But you're not an American. You're a U.S. citizen now.
No, you don't have to be. You know why? Because once you get your other numbers, you no longer have to be.
Okay, and this is why I asked you this question. You merged the streets and the commercial realm, right? So let me ask you this, and I hope it's been a long time since you've been in the clutches of the beast, and it's been a while for me as well. But when you're in the gullies or you're in the dungeon, and the sheriff gets the order from the judge to bring you up, what do they call you?
I don't know what they call it.
They tell them to bring up the body, right?
Okay.
Right, and this goes into the language that you were using, that it's a dead entity. How
It's
are
a
they?
dead
How are they locking up dead people?
Because they're the ones actually showing up to say that they're the dead body. Because they don't know that they have a whole nother number that is not in their jurisdiction.
So if we're falling for this, and we've been falling for this for, you said 1933, it's 2026. That's 95 years.
Yes.
For 95 years, they've been running the same gamut on us, and
yes,
we're the children of the creators of the entire system, and yet we have no idea that they're running a word salad on us.
Yes.
All
because
of us.
we all been okay. Think about it. Did we all go to school?
Yeah, for the most part.
Did we all learn the same thing? George Washington, the motherfucking cherry tree, the goddamn. Come on, man. We all learn the same bullshit for a reason.
Could it be? Could this be possible that maybe our ancestors that were here weren't as competent as we believed them to be, and that opened the door to be usurped commercially, civically, and in a nationalistic sense? Could that possibly be it? Could it be that these people that came from foreign lands, they came with a system that was similar to ours, but it wasn't ours?
We're on our system. So how can they have another system?
Well, we don't understand. How could it be our system?
Okay, what's not to understand? You were born to a number. Then you were registered to another number. The number that you were registered to the second time put you in their jurisdiction. The number that you were born to put you outside of their jurisdiction. That's why they never told you about the number.
So this foreign entity came in and usurped the system that we created, that all it takes is one to declare their status, so to speak, and how they're moving in commerce, and it puts them in the driver's seat when dealing with their accounts.
Yes, because they're going to use your signature, which is a promissory note, send it to the feds. The feds go in the treasury, use your signature to go in your account to draw that money out to exchange it for Federal Reserve notes. Now, when they get it out, they draw interest on it to loan it to you. But you never knew that you actually signed a piece of paper for the car or the home. That's yours already.
So you're saying that the entire system is fraud, then? You would agree with me?
Yes, because you're using the wrong numbers as an American. Because those numbers that you're talking about, Social Security numbers, are not for you. They're for this United States citizen. That's for their efforts. When they work hard and they do what they're supposed to do, you got to return.
So is there ever any situation where one would want to use their United States citizenship? Like, for instance, when you want to leave the country and you want to take your family out on a trip, you get a passport, right?
Yes.
Because I just came back and I had a passport. And so to get the passport, I know there's the people, they say that there's ways that you can get it without using the social, but it's not very convenient. Are there any situations within the commercial day-to-day dealings of Aboriginal where utilizing your citizenship can be advantageous?
has it been so far in the 95 years you talking about?
I mean, that would be anecdotal. I mean, that would be personal.
I'm just saying, as a whole, look at who the American is, and you tell me, has that benefited the American in the 95 years that you've seen it exist?
Oh, well, shit, me personally, hell no, absolutely not.
Exactly.
I'm just,
So therefore, in
talk.
order for them to keep this little farce alive, the American people have to keep using their social security numbers. Period. Now, if you started a campaign to show niggas specifically how to get these other numbers and how to use them correctly, then you would see a big change in shit because you're exempt now.
So can the private banking EIN, can that EIN be used to open a bank account?
Yes, it can.
Can that EIN be used to establish a corporation?
It is a corporation already.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
That's why it has three numbers. That's why it is a private bank, an estate in trust, and a foreign trust.
So do you know what a single
That
member
is a corporation.
Do you know what a single member corporation is?
Yeah, it's like above an LLC.
Okay, so normally when people start a business, they go to the IRS, they get an EIN. The way you get an EIN at the IRS is that you have to put in your social security number, and then that number has to match the information you put in. And if it matches, they issue you a EIN number.
Yeah.
For your company.
Okay, so now what you did was hold on.
Let me just I'm not done.
Let him get it out, D. He about to teach us something.
No, so okay, so if you go to Chase or JP Morgan or any of these intermediaries, because they're not banks, right? They're intermediaries. Okay, and you say, well, I want to open a single member LLC, they're going to ask you for the EIN. But if you don't have an EIN, you can give them your social. So what is the difference between giving them your social for a single member corporate, a single member entity, versus going to the IRS, giving the IRS your social, and them creating a 9-digit number for you which recognizes or represents the corporation that you just created? What's the difference?
Okay, what's the difference between those two entities?
Yeah, a single member corporation. So
it's the same.
It's the same, right?
It's the same. But it ain't got nothing to do with, that has nothing to do with your private banker numbers.
But your private banker number, you can't get that. You have to use your social to get that.
No, you gotta kill your social.
Brother, I have the private banking EIN.
Yeah, you killed your social to get it.
Tell me what you mean.
That's why. Okay, you killed your social. Okay, listen. Do you understand that when you got that number, you became the fiduciary and beneficiary of that number, right? You are in control of that number, of that social security number. You can open it and close it at your request. So now you understand that you are in control of a dead entity. So therefore, if anybody ever to bring charges on this number, you would have to prove that entity is alive. Yeah, because I'm now representing this number, this dead entity, as the beneficiary of the entity. I am the controlling beneficiary of this entity. So you'd have to show me another motherfucker that looks like me, is me, and he going to come into court.
Okay, but what I'm saying, okay, so you're saying once you fill out the SS4 correctly and they issue your private banking EIT, your estate EIN and your the third one, I forget what it is off the top of my
It's
head.
a foreign granted trust.
The foreign grantor's trust. The foreign grantor's trust is the only number that you can get without having a social attached to it. But that's a foreign number. You can't even use that in the public. So the only other numbers you can use out of the three are going to be the estate EIN and the private banking EIN, which to get those numbers, you have to fill out the SS4 and you have to put your social down.
You kill your social. That's the form. That's what they don't tell you. You kill your social because your social only becomes alive when you use it as a live person. Now, when you have control of it, you're the beneficiary of that number. That means a whole nother number is alive. That number's dead.
So a fictional number has life now, life and death.
The only reason it has life because you show up for court.
If you don't show up for court, they put a warrant out for your arrest.
But I'm saying they're looking for that number. And you're the one that represents the number. But now you have an entity. Okay, hold on. When you got your numbers, you did your numbers through you did it through Christina, right?
Yeah, I sent you guys all the
all right.
information.
Do you remember at the same time she was out, it was another group called the Creditor Academy.
I'm not familiar.
It was a white boy.
Okay, what was his
He was on the same Patrick Devine shit. Now what he did that made me look at both of them and understand what the fuck was really going on was he was more into like how Patrick Devine used the UCC1 form.
Yeah. The non-UCC.
He had a non-UCC1 contract. He showed you how to do that. In order for you to make a non-UCC1 contract, you had to get the numbers. Because your private banker number is what you use for your non-UCC1 contract. That's why you send it certified mail, because certified mail makes it a legal document. Now, once they mailed it back to you, that's why you never opened it. Because if anybody ever pressed against it, you can use this in a court of law. I've had this number since this date. This is officially sealed by the motherfucking U.S. Post Office. And when they open it up and they see your thumbprint on that motherfucker you've opted out. You are a non-UCC1 contract. I am no longer in your jurisdiction. That's why all this sovereign citizen entity has to be smothered over, because it's actually been laid out. But what they never want to tell you is this particular layout is for niggas, because niggas are the only Americans.
Yeah, okay, I feel that. But America's North, South, Central America, and the adjoining islands, the Caribbean Sea.
Those people have the same documentation in their own country. They just don't know that.
Okay, and I'm not gonna say you're wrong about that. Because like I said, I was just in Mexico. I bet my lady $500 that they had counties and all of that shit, and they got all the counties and all that out there too, just like everywhere else in the world. So the county recorder, that system of recording deeds and interests and rights and titles has been moving and grooving for 6,000 years. But so this would be my question to you. Who did you learn your information from? And if I was willing to pay for their course, could we walk through it together?
What do you mean? Where did I learn the information from?
Well, right, because you referenced Patrick Devine, you referenced Christina, you referenced
Creditor Academy.
Creditor Academy.
But all of it, every part of it, if you got to take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. The reason why they all reference Patrick Devine, because all three of these people get their information from him.
And Patrick Devine is dead?
I mean, that's what people say,
And he
but we
died.
don't know.
He died in
We don't
jail.
know. We don't know. I never
Didn't he
heard
get
that.
Didn't he get $121 million refund and they came and grabbed him?
No, not that. That's not what I heard.
Okay.
I mean, he was an old man when I seen him on the thing, so I'm thinking he died of natural causes. He was an older man then, in 2012, from his videos and shit.
Yeah, man, I think we need to just put this stuff to the test, man. Like, it wouldn't cost nothing too much money.
No, and the whole thing is power in numbers. The more of us that understand what really is supposed to be going on, because the power is in the number. The number, not the number you were registered to, the number you were born to. You have a birth. Americans have a birthright. What is their birthright? An inheritance, which is monetary. What do birthright citizens have? They get to be here and make a life for themselves. And they have a social security system.
We gotta go to them, man. I'll shoot you. How much you want me to shoot you? And you run me through the paperwork and get me ready. Because I'm familiar with all of this, but I want to see a refund. I want the IRS to send me a credit refund, and I want to know the correct paperwork to file after I get the money. I know you're not supposed to. I know you're supposed to deposit it into like a JP Morgan, and then
no
extra
when
lines.
you okay, hold on.
But
like,
no,
let's say you look. Hold on.
Pay you? Can I
no,
pay you?
listen. What you need to pay me for? It's a simple. When you do a borrow from yourself, right? You get a check from the U.S. Treasury. Take that check. Take your birth certificate, right? Your numbers, and you open up a non-interest bearing account.
Right, I'm familiar with that.
That's it. It's not a whole bunch to it. It's not a whole but it's a very simple process, but you just got to know how to do it and what numbers to use.
Say that again. Wait. Say that again. You said do what and then open a non-interest bearing account? What did you say?
Yeah, let's say you borrow money, you borrow from yourself. When you borrow from yourself, you get a check from the U.S. Treasury. You take that check to the bank and you open up a non-interest bearing account.
So you said borrow from yourself.
Yeah, he said your estate, the estate is held at the Treasury, and the only way you can access it is when you create your private banker. Your private banker goes to your estate, borrows the money from your estate, and the Treasury disperses the funds to you. This is what brothers and sisters are saying that they're doing. So what I'm saying is, I want to make it happen. You know what I mean? Like,
no, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to, okay, Chief I Am. It's called Creditor Academy. Look it up. It's on YouTube. I'm trying to get a hold of his first 4 videos from like, I want to say April of 2024. It thoroughly explains how to use the numbers and how to get a non-UCC1 contract. Because those 2 things are what our people need to do to regain what we need.
non-UCC is just filling out the UCC and then clicking the non-UCC button.
No,
or filing it in a third-party record-keeping system, which can be accessed by the public. That's a non-UCC.
Yeah, it's just a notice.
Yeah.
Damn, yo, rocket sciences. It's just a
and the notice, and you send the notice through the United States mail. The reason why you send it through the United States mail is because it becomes a federal document. And the federal document is sealed thoroughly and stamped. And you take that, when you get it back, you take that and you put it up, like in a home vault. So therefore, if anybody has any issues on who you are, this is your actual identification. Because you got this from this. This is official as fuck. Before you mailed it off and filled it out, your thumbprints on it, you signed your name on it, and you have your individual banker number on it.
So the individual banker number is telling them what account to go and access. Because the independent banker is actually requesting, the private banker is requesting the funds. So when you put that number on there, you're saying that tells the Treasury what dead entity, estate you're going to take the funds from.
Well, on a non-UCC1 contract, it just shows, it proves that you're a live entity.
I don't know what you mean by that. That's
your individual banker number has to be processed through a decedent, which is your Social Security number. So now when you are the beneficiary of the deceit and you fill out this non-UCC1 contract, you have opted out of their jurisdiction.
And you're saying that they're a decedent because the entity is declared dead 3 days after it's born.
Yes.
All right, so look, y'all, time out. I need a full timeout.
Good.
I need a full timeout. All right, so I know where Chief I am is what are you talking about? All right, cool. All philosophy to the side. Sound like he ready to move on something. So if that's the case, we saying, look, 1, 2, 3. Get it done. Am I far off, Chief I am? Let's get it done.
I 100% agree, and I think we should even just give it to the people. I'll pay for it.
All right, so look.
We should do it so that everybody see it.
Hypothetically, based on what I've been hearing. Okay, there's establishment of making a claim. Whether you call it, if it's a UCC or a non-UC, you're giving notice and you're making a claim. Well, in that claim,
it's public notice. It's public notice.
Yeah, it's still a claim.
Yeah.
If you give public notice, you are making a claim.
I mean,
based on your findings. Based on your findings.
It's not a claim until it goes unrebutted. If it goes like 72 hours unrebutted, according to biblical principles, which are common law and equitable principles, then it becomes law.
Okay.
So, but you are right, though. Yes, you're making a claim in the public, and anyone who watches the public record in their private capacity, if they see you make it, like if you were to make a claim on your city right now, you're going to get a call from like one of the most major law firms in your city. Like immediately.
Been there. So so under the circumstances, right? That's what I'm saying, based on findings, right? So based on findings, I'm just kind of wrapping it all up in one. So we had to jump step for step, right? You're giving public notice, right? At the same time, you are making a claim based on your findings. Public notice is just public notice. It's to the public. Anybody that gets this, bring it. You know what I'm saying? But it is on my findings. It's my claim. I'm this, and I'm not that. So from that point, I'm just doing a synopsis of everything. Just bringing it out. Remember, I got a full timeout, Chief. I am got a full timeout.
Yeah, you got it.
Yep. So under the circumstances, bing. Now, at this point in time, it's giving notice of something, but I don't hear any securitization or first in line, first in time, right? Article 9, right? Article 9 the UCC, perfecting a security interest. You're utilizing instruments, right, in order to, you say, borrow from yourself that, to me, at this point in time, hasn't fully been claimed or perfected. Because a non-UCC is just something that's being done through notice. So the language within the notice has to say what? Now, that's my first one. The second one is then off of that, we're going somewhere to be able to make a deposit of some sort or make a deposit and a withdrawal. You know what I mean? That's what we got. We got to make a deposit and a withdrawal. So on that deposit and withdrawal, then from there we have a what? Well, what do we? This is the third one I'm not catching. So what happens after that?
After the withdrawal, you're saying that the Treasury issued you a check.
Okay, so the withdrawals come. There you go. Okay, so that withdrawal is based on the account of the Treasury, not at any other bank, NA or whatever.
Well, no,
this is coming straight from the Treasury.
Yeah, see, this is the thing that a lot of people don't get. All banks out here are nothing more than what is called intermediaries, which means they go in between you and the Treasury for all funds. That's why
the central bank.
Right.
That's why you have a federal
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So with
no disagreement, no disagreement, but you're actually doing something with the trade, which is not common, right? This is uncommon.
They're going the reverse route. What they're saying is,
but we agree this is an uncommon situation, right? This is not being done every day by common folk of what we know.
I don't know.
No. I mean, I'm just saying, based on
common folk are going through the central bank.
We can agree that this is not commonly being done.
This isn't
right. No, it's not.
There's common language and there's the language of law. All of this is being done in the language of law. It's a completely different world.
I get it. I'm not even pushing back at this point in time. I'm just trying to line it up a little bit because there's people listening. So this account that's being drawn is being drawn through the Treasury via the intermediary
or IRS. You're sending the correct paperwork to
I heard you say refund. See, I heard you say refund, but I heard
is the central bank.
I ain't heard Darren say nothing about a refund. Remember, I got a full timeout. So when you come in. You know what I'm saying? Response is good. Don't draw it out now because we in a teaching moment. So basically, we're talking about is that being, is that pulling out? Because I hear Chief IM say refund. Derek ain't said refund. I ain't heard refund come out of his mouth. So we're here, we just want to get some clarity. The intermediary is what? The national bank or whatever bank that's actually getting connected to the, hear me out now. Hear me out. Being connected through the chattel paper that we're talking about, what Derek's talking about in regards to the Social Security number, certificate of title, all this stuff. Where are we at with this, and where are these monies so-called being drawn? And better yet, let me not say monies. What do you call it? Are you calling it money? What are you calling this thing that is to be refunded? Chief I am called it a refund.
The reason why I said refund is because you have the payment voucher that you have to send is an IRS document. So you have to send that out with the correct name and number on it, and then the IRS processes it, and then the money comes from the Treasury. The IRS are the bookkeepers for the Treasury Department.
Okay, but remember, Derek is the one that initiated this approach, right?
Yeah.
And you said refund. He didn't say refund. You're saying refund.
I mean, if he doesn't think it's a refund, I mean, ask the brother. If it's not a refund.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know.
If it comes from the Treasury, it has to be a refund or a gift.
It's a refund because it's tax deductible.
Okay, perfect. Okay, now he said refund. Okay, yeah, y'all go ahead, because that's all I want to get at. Are y'all talking two angles? It sounds like Chief I Am know a little bit.
I mean,
But
I've read the book.
he ain't perfected it. He ain't.
Reading it. I don't move on nothing until I do it 7 times. So this is my 6th time reading through it. So yeah, I mean, in practicality, I mean, in theory, it's practical, but I mean, I've heard people. I've listened to different people talk about them getting checks from the Treasury Department, and then what they did with it after.
Well, let me ask y'all a question. Why is it important to file a UCC, a non-UCC? You got the check boxes, you got ag lien, you got this, you got all those boxes to be checked. What is the importance of filing a UCC finance? Because whether you call it a non-UCC or a regular UCC1 or ag lien, whatever you call it, it's still going to be put on a UCC financing statement. Now, the only reason why they call it a 1 because it's the initial, but it's a UCC financial statement, and then what you have is a UCC financial statement amendment, and then within those two as well, you have addendums, you have additional parties. That is what they're called. So people say UCC1, I get it. UCC1 just means that's your initial financing statement. So what is the importance of filing that first? So you're saying that needs to be done first. This is what I'm hearing. I hear nothing else, but that needs to be done first. Why does that need to be done first?
You want in or out of their jurisdiction?
So is that an answer or is that a question?
It's both.
Hey, I'm asking the questions here, sir.
I mean, I'm
just saying, what is the importance of filing a UCC financing statement first? Whatever you check the box on, why is that important first?
Well, so a financing statement is a description of the collateral. So everything that's in the collateral box is what you're putting a claim to. The language that you use within the collateral box is what tells you what type of claim that you have. So if UCC is the first step, then you're obviously going to be claiming those numbers. And I'm going to tell you what happens, because it happened to me. They send it back to you and it's redacted.
Right. That's the redaction law. Yeah. So I
They
still
have
not gotten an answer.
Well, no, I'm saying you're going to do it because you're about to go to the Treasury and request credits refunded to you through these entities that are within the collateral box.
Okay, now, gotcha. Now, this is where I get people all the time because they love to push this line. You know, I ain't did none of that shit. I ain't did no non-UCC, nothing. But you know what? I pretty much got more back from them than anybody that said they do what they do. I guarantee it. My communication with them is different. You know why? Because I ask questions. Now, let me tell you. Let me ask. I'm asking the questions here. Chief I am. You got a CAF number? Chief I am.
Say that last part again. I walked away. My bad.
You got a CAF number?
No, I don't. I don't have it.
Derek, you got a CAF number?
No.
All right. So what I'm saying is that, based on what Chief I am said, you said you had to do all this in order to get to the Treasury. Now, if you don't file your taxes, or you got a job or whatever, you don't file your taxes, the Treasury come to holler at you. Guess who they sending? Internal Revenue Service, who is the accounting branch, the enforcement branch of the Treasury.
To the debt collector.
You don't need a non-UCC, UCC, nothing for that. They ain't asking for none of that. You telling me, do you need to have a non-UCC to get a refund? To get credits, because they call it credits. To get credits returned to you.
This is what I think people.
I said, I'm asking the question, sir.
Well, yeah, I'm not.
Yes or no? Do you need a non-UCC to file a tax return?
According to the people teaching this, yes.
According to the people teaching, they don't know what the hell they talking about. You do not need a UCC filing for none of that. The bottom line is, okay, let me not say the bottom line.
Well, there's three forms of public notice.
Right.
You got UCC, you got the newspaper, and then you got the county recorder.
Well, you left the fourth one out. You got the county courts.
Yeah, but depending on what court, you might be within an inferior jurisdiction, so it's not even really being recorded.
Okay. Who has more authority, the county court or the county recorder?
I would say the recorder.
I agree, but
I would say the recorder.
In these legislative administrative times, you know what I'm saying? You get an order from the court, they got to file it. See, if you don't get no order from the court coming in with no attorney, they going to sit there and try to circumvent you up out of there and not record your documents. Now, the other thing is this, right? The power is within the people. The power, people really have, they just say that. But I think our generation of people younger than us really don't understand what power to the people mean. Is that I don't need to do a goddamn thing. All I need to do is give orders. I don't need to file a UCC. I don't need to do these things in order to get approval or to get anything. It's my money. It's my credits. If I could do the research and I pull that out, I could put a package together, send it off to the bank, and tell the bank, hey, do that research. I need my money. All the extra paperwork and all that shit, that's for them people within the United States. That's for citizens. Now, we do it because we have the instruments in it, right? Hold on, real quick. Let me get it. The reason why we do it is because we have the instruments within. But, it's cool. But at the end of the day, your status and who you are is way more important than a UCC financing statement. Way more important, because everything else comes behind it. I would rather be Indian not taxed than doing the UCC financing statement on anything, because that means that I'm actually that entity. Even though I'm saying I'm not that entity, I'm still working within that system instead of working without it. Now, once I'm established, then I can put any information that I have. I say, can you please give me a full accounting, 9210, run it. FOIA, Public Records Request, Open Records Act, however it's called in your state. Run all that information for me, please. And then we can talk. So if I pull the information and everything is, then I could just put it in however I put it in and say, hey man, run all that money. At the end of the day, the donor donee, what you said about the give, Chief I am, is real important, because it says in the 709 instructions that even though you are the one being a donor or one offering the gift, if you can prove that you're not liable for the gift tax, you can actually put it on the donee. That's the beautiful thing.
Yeah, that language right there, that's equity right there. Donor,
Yeah.
donee, subrogor, subrogee, claimant, claimee, all those, that's all equitable language. That's like the high courts, chancery.
Now, I'm going to ask y'all a profound question. Now, this is some major shit. Okay, tender payment, UCC, all that to the side. Man to man, man to woman, whatever, whoever you're dealing with. Would you pay for something and know you're not, and you know that you're not liable to pay it? Would you pay that?
I think we do it every day.
I'm asking y'all a question. Just on a man-to-man, all what you know, put all y'all intelligence to the side. Just on a man-to-man common law type shit. If somebody say, I come to you and I say, Derek, Chief, both of y'all owe me $100 a piece, what y'all gonna say? Prove it.
Give me proof of claim.
Prove it. But see, a lot of people, what they do is they say, oh, you hit me with the bill. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to go ahead and tender payment. I'm accepting for value and all this shit. Put the stamp on it. Man, I ain't paying you shit. Prove it first. See, but what we do is we actually are funding that beast by actually tendering payment without getting full accounting, 9210. Produce all the information that I need.
But see, this is the thing. I think this is the difference, right? What he's talking about is not so much fighting with the system. It's just walking in agreement and winning off of the system, because if you know how it's actually set up, it's set up so that you can just go to your bank and get what you need to do what you need to do. So
I get it. I get it.
Pay all of your fines.
I get it.
Pay all of your bills.
I get it.
You know the game, right?
But I get it. But we ain't supposed to know. They set it up for us not to know. Why? Because we weren't taught it in school. We were supposed to be taught this stuff from elementary all the 12 years. The 12 to 20 years, we are supposed to know every in and out of this system so we can operate it. But if it's not taught in their public education systems, in their system, if it's not being produced, if it's not making public, giving public notice of it, if it's not being taught, then we don't know. And then when we assume to know, that's what gets us in the issue. That's why it's best to ask the questions. Qualified request. Can I get the information so I know how? I know, but they don't need to know I know. They're not telling me what I'm signing and what I'm getting myself into, but they know.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? It works both ways, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to say earlier when I was asking Derek. Like, so you're saying this is our system, because it's like, okay, we created a system before we fell asleep. We knew we was going to fall asleep. And the only way you would be able to get back into grace with the system is you had to, something spiritually had to jump over you to make you start understanding things like trust law, equitable law, common law, administrative law, reading law dictionaries. Something has to come over you and make you want to do civics, financing, exactly. To do that in your own private time, because like you said, it's not taught anywhere where they send us or they make it mandatory for us to go, like public school, right? If you didn't come from an affluent family, you had to go to public school. So,
right. So you look at it like this. Real quick, Chief I am. Okay, so Enoch's put it up in there. Civics and finance. Just think. Civics and finance. That's all we need, right? It's pretty much what the United States government is: civics and finance. So we don't get finance in the county, right? So
I don't even think it's finance. I think the greatest power that we have, and this is what I'm learning in my last 5 years of being 40, like I'm 45, right? Just turned it. Is that the greatest power I have is the ability to file a lawsuit and know who and in what venue to file such lawsuit. Because once you do that, like they're playing the finance game. They're praying that you don't know the law. So, because they're getting the money, they can get all the money in the world that they want. But if you step on my toes one time, I know where to sue and what type of claim to bring.
Right.
And I'm going to bring you to your knees because we live in a land of corporate greed, finance, and oligarchs.
But okay.
Yeah, you got to know how to sue a motherfucker, B. If you can sue somebody, you could bring a whole firm to their knees. A whole firm of bar accredited attorneys that's been using deceptive language to eat on the people for 20 years. You can bring a whole firm down.
Right, and you get where you right there. All right, so look. Now I know you say law, right? And they say, "Oh, ignorance of the law is no excuse." But wait a minute. This is why I started off with community, communism, and socialism. They removed aspects of it, and like by acquiescence, it was agreed upon. We went in these directions, public education and stuff like that. But when I was in high school, let me tell you something. When I was in high school. Man, but by the time I got to high school, man, I already learned a lot of this shit. When I was a freshman in high school, typing, computer graphics, DOS, DOS. Learn that. Drafting, architecture, farming, pottery, metal shop, wood shop. Shit, I came out of high school. I didn't need to go to college. I already had every craft I needed to do what I wanted. You know what else I was taught? Logic. Now, I'm telling you, this is what they call Burbank High School. This is the bank, right in the middle. You know what I'm saying? In the heart of everything. And we was predominantly so-called black. But they had all that in this. That shit gone now. Shit gone. And so under the circumstances, we can't utilize the public education system from that perspective, but then they removed it. So if you remove these things in order to take certain things out so we wouldn't be able to compete on a level from other people, and you started privatizing the education and then change the locations or the boundaries, which they was doing, then of course I can say, no, I don't agree with you're saying the ignorance of the law is no excuse, because it has been removed out of the public education system, which you know is a socialist system, to rely and depend on everything.
See,
so,
why do you want to be in their jurisdiction?
You can't bring.
Why would you want to be in their jurisdiction? Please explain that.
That's not the conversation I'm having right now. Why would I want to be in the jurisdiction? I'm talking about me as a child. I'm talking about me as somebody that was still under my mama and daddy's roof. I'm talking about that man. So if that's the case, you can't, Chief I am, you can't say, well, you know, the law is this, you got to know how to sue and all that. You don't know how to sue at that time. You don't understand these things. You're not prepared. And even on the secondary level in university, if you're not really on a focus of what you're doing at a college, you're not going to learn that. You're not learning that stuff unless you choose to study those certain type of disciplines. It's not going to happen. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's why I'm making it my personal employ that I create a program and I'm teach young men and women how to sue, how to get into the.
Why aren't we? Well, why aren't we studying how to live outside of their jurisdiction as a whole?
Well,
I want these people to do their job, Derek. I want these people to do their motherfucking job.
Yeah,
Their
like
job is
You're
not
not
for
gonna sit
you.
there and say, I don't want this and I don't want that and I don't want to deal with y'all. Man, do your job. And that's what you're
Their job is not for you.
Man, we ain't supposed to be lifting a finger. They are making billions and trillions of dollars off of our wealth and what we're doing and our energy and everything we're doing. Do your goddamn job and pay the rent. Pay the rent, pay us. We ain't got to lift a finger, but what we do within our own circles. Yeah, we go.
You have to let them know you're the owner.
Part of that don't board, man. The bottom line, they need to do their job, Derek. They need to do
If
their
they
job.
do that, okay, stop.
I ain't running from it. I'm running to it. Stop
Okay,
running
in
from
order.
it. Run to
Okay,
it.
hold on. In order for them to pay their rent, you would have to declare you're the owner.
I don't have to declare a goddamn thing.
Okay, so they just supposed to just pay the rent?
You goddamn right.
Okay, so they ain't been paying it for the last 95 years.
And I'm not asking you.
So
man.
what needs to change?
Hey, that's my point, because I'm telling you, y'all got to come back to the law because
Not the law.
no, it's
Everybody,
the law.
no. I got something more. Oh my God. Why do you guys want to keep playing their game when you have your own
You
game?
give us a whole non-UCC and all this shit.
Yes.
That's playing the game.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, you got to get the numbers from them, bro.
Come on, man.
Oh my God.
You got to get the
That's
numbers.
playing the game.
Okay. 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 What?
Don't you have to
What?
get the numbers from them?
Excuse me. In order for you to get the number, do you have to kill a number they gave you?
You have to know how to kill a number they gave.
Okay. So, there's a legitimate.
That's part of the game.
I ain't killing
Okay.
nothing they made. I'm not taking that's money on the table. I'm not killing nothing. I'm keeping that shit open.
Oh, when he says kill it, he's meaning you
God.
create this private banking EIN, and then
Man,
you no
hell
longer
no.
use the social.
I ain't doing that.
Use the private banking EIN for anything you would have
Hey
used.
man, hey,
I got all that. I got all that, and I ain't killed nothing, man. I'm good.
Don't worry about it.
And then I
Because when
believe
you
the
go to
law
court,
says if you go
if
like
you go to court,
18 months without
hold
using
on.
the number, it dies.
Are you when you go to court, Aton, are you liable for your social security number?
Man, I ain't liable for a damn thing.
Yes or no?
Nah, I'm in full
No?
control. I'm in
You got full control of your social security number.
I'm in full control.
Okay, so how are you in full
He's saying he's
control of your
competent.
social security?
He's saying he's competent.
He's who?
He's saying he's competent to stand before anyone.
Okay, he's competent to stand before anyone. So now you're standing before someone. Are you using your social security number or not?
I'm not standing before anybody. I'm here by special visitation, and I'm coming to figure out what's going on here. And when I come in here,
We're
I'll bring
talking
the
about.
claim.
Okay,
I bring the claim. I bring the claim. I tell her who I am, who I'm not, and y'all work for me. That's what's happening. What I do is I pat them bushes. They're gonna come out and show that they are enemy to me. That's what I want. Show me you're an enemy.
And it's
They ain't
crazy.
gonna come before anybody.
I don't have to. I know you are.
Yeah,
I already know it because you issued me this number.
I think
Whoa.
you guys are speaking.
No.
Speaking with a lot of machismo. I think you guys might be from Guadalajara. Because this beast that has been ruling over our people, using this deceptive language and these deceptive tactics and being the devil, the deceiver that the scriptures say that they are, they're not letting up. They're building more prisons. They're creating more programs which take away agency, which is the mechanism of their commerce. So it's like they're not stopping, and they're not
The
teaching.
mechanism of their commerce is you.
I mean, partly yes, Partly?
No, not partly, solely.
Well, it's not solely because if you stop using their shit, what do you use? Do you have
What?
something set up?
Yes.
Okay, but you use them to set it up.
No.
Yes, you do. When you go to the
Who is them? Who is them?
The stewards, the custodians, the trustees.
Man, who is them? Tell me the name of them.
Stewards, the custodians, and the trustees.
That's a title. Do they have a name?
Local language, which I just said. The ones who hold the accounts.
Who holds the account, sir?
If you're operating,
okay, so
you're operating.
You telling me you know your birthright account?
You said what?
You know your birthright account?
No, what's the birthright account?
You have your individual banking number?
Yeah, I have that.
Okay. Do you have your estate and trust number?
Yes, I have those.
You have a foreign granted trust number?
I do.
Okay, so that's your birthright account.
All three numbers?
That's what makes up your birthright account. In 1933, when they confiscated the gold, they made all Americans banks.
Okay, I agree. I understand what you're saying with that. I'm saying,
And that's your bank account. It's a corporate account.
In what sequence do you write the number? Do you write?
What sequence? What do you mean?
See, that's what I'm saying, D. You talk about the real Americans, but you saying all Americans at that time. They had nothing to do.
There was only niggas that was Americans at that time.
Well, they ain't now. They ain't now.
Oh my God! Name a motherfucker who ain't a nigga who's an American.
They didn't come.
Name a nigga. Name one.
I hope, man, there's people on this goddamn thing every time on these social medias, on the news that think they are Americans and they will die for it.
Name one. Name one, nigga. Come on, man.
Everybody in the Navy, Marine, Army, Air Force.
You
got your state military. You got
people Americans because they wouldn't got in the army.
Man, they think they Americans. They really believe
they think they
would die for it.
And they would tell you, nigga, I'm Mexican. They would tell you I'm also Chinese. They would tell you I'm also motherfucking Lithuanian.
I ain't talking about a Mexican or a Chinese. They know they're not American.
Okay, who? Who you talking about?
You know what
who you talking about? Ain't a white motherfucker out here alive today that can tell you he American and solely American.
These people that join the military, these people are Americans and they have raised their right hand.
How are they Americans?
Tell them they not American.
Is a people. It's a bloodline.
Okay, but you said all Americans are banks, and you said they made us banks. They didn't make us a goddamn thing. We made ourselves banks. We've been banking. That's what I'm saying. The approach. You got the right idea, but the approach, the way you look at it,
okay, you looking at it. I don't know how you looking at it. I don't care.
It ain't functioning like that though.
Because I don't know how else I gotta tell you.
You're making us United States citizens. You making
I'm not. Nigga, I'm actually not.
Yeah, you
I am not.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, how? Tell me how.
Based on how you're explaining. You saying they made us.
How?
They made us banks.
They made us what?
They made us banks. How are they going to make us anything? They had nothing. They were bankrupt already 4 times.
In 1933. Excuse me, since you want to know so much.
Right.
In 1933, the New Deal. The whole deal was we will create Federal Reserve notes and establish your credit.
Wow. Yeah, I don't work with that, D. I don't work.
You don't rock with what?
D, I don't work with that approach, man. You're giving them power.
Who?
They gets no
the
power.
United States citizen?
Nah, you talking about they. You said the United States, 1930.
The United States citizen as a whole.
You mentioned
as American as a whole.
Nah.
They're 2 different people.
That's giving you giving the United States too much power. They ain't got that. They ain't got power. What they did is they manipulated. Now they came full throttle. Now they full throttle. Now they
never said they have no power.
Now,
what are you talking about?
Now they got power.
See,
now they got
what power?
This is why
they got control of the military, sir.
Yeah,
they don't have
guys fall
They
short.
have control.
That
Excuse me.
you're not
Hello.
understanding
They
that
have
the United
control of the
States
military
is
budget.
wrong.
The only reason they have
The
control
United
of the
States is
military
wrong.
budget,
So it's
huh?
the same. It's United States is wrong, brother. It's the same entity, just under a different name. That's
I don't
why,
understand how y'all just don't understand that this is business. There's
man.
American business
Oh,
and there's United States business.
brother, how many brothers on the planet do you think can comprehend through this conversation that we're talking right now and understand it? Of the 5 million brothers, how many do you think can have this conversation?
All of them.
No, I'm talking about how intricate we've been talking, how detailed we've been talking about.
All of them.
All of
Niggas
them
pay attention when it comes to finance.
Okay. So why don't
Now, if I tell a nigga, you can fill out this form, you're gonna get this number. You're gonna fill out this form, you're gonna get this number. You're gonna fill out this form, you're gonna get this number. Now you take these numbers and you do this. Take this number, the first one you got, and go make a non-UCC contract. Boom, mail it back to yourself. Now you are actually out of their jurisdiction. Period. They can't pick you up. They can't talk to you. They can't do anything.
Okay, I just
Now, the next two numbers.
Hold
now,
on.
I'm
Before
sure
you get to the second two, the first one you said you're going to list one of the numbers within a non-UCC in the collateral box, right? And then mail it and send it back to you.
No, it's not in the collateral box. It's a non-UCC one contract.
Right, but so where
you have mail back to yourself privately. Because it's a private number.
Right, but where are you putting the number at? You have to write it down.
In your house, nigga, where you live.
Nah, bro, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
What do you want to know? What
UCC 1 is a public declaration. A non-UCC.
You have declared you are done with this contract. I'm not fucking with y'all.
All right, so just do this. Can you just show us an example? You have something on your computer? Can you show us your UCC that you sent in so we can look at it?
My UCC has already been mailed back and it's in my vault.
All right, you're at home, brother. Go grab it. We can
I'm
wait.
not at home. Now, when I do get home and I'll give you the file, I'll show you the copy of it. But the one that I officially mailed off is still sealed. And I did that shit 2 years ago.
So, and which number did you use?
My individual banker number.
And you said okay, when you said you did a non-UCC, what do you mean by that? You said
a non-UCC and your individual banker number means that you are a representative of yourself.
So, okay, let's pull
out of the jurisdiction of the United States.
Let's just do this.
Because I am a state citizen,
Okay,
Louisiana American.
I'm about to just.
I'm not a United States citizen.
I'm about to pull up the form and let's just walk through it and see how we would do this. Take 1 second. I'm about to share my screen. Aton, can you share my screen?
Yeah. Then after we're done with this, we're gonna call it.
No problem.
You ain't sharing your screen, brother.
All right, hold on. I'm pulling it up right now.
There you go.
Okay, let me make it bigger. Okay. Do we want to just go straight to the form or you want to read through the directions? You got the debtor, number 1. 1A is the organization's debtor name. 1B is the individual debtor name. For both organizations and individual debtors, name variations may be optional, provided as additional debtors. 1C, enter the mailing address for the debtor named. Additional debtors' names. Secured party name. Item 11. Collateral, use the item 4 to indicate the collateral covered by this financing statement. If the space in the item 4 is insufficient, continue the collateral description in item 12 of the addendum form UCC 1AD or attach an additional pages and incorporate by reference in the item 12, e.g. see Exhibit A. So, like I said, we got to describe the collateral box. Let's go to the document. So how are we filling this out? Who's the debtor? Who's the debtor? Debtor's name, organization or individual. The 14th Amendment citizen is a individual and an organization, but it has a surname, right? So it's going to be 1B. So you're going to list your dead entity's name right here.
I would have to look at my copy. I don't know offhand exactly what I filled out. It's been a couple of years, but that's the principle. Yes.
Okay. Aton, what do you think about that? What you say, brother?
What you mean?
I mean, what is the individual name, the debtor's name, the number one debtor is going to be, according to the principles that Dee's been talking about, it would be your all capital name that you don't use no more, the one you killed.
Okay.
Chief Ryan, are you good at finding shit on videos, like researchers, like old videos? Is there any way I could, I need the videos for Creditor Academy for 2024, like April, May of 2024. How do I get those?
I've never even heard of Creditors Academy. What was it on YouTube? What was it?
Yes. He had a YouTube channel. He still got a YouTube channel. But I need his first 4 videos from 2024. How do I go about finding that?
You can probably contact him on YouTube and ask him to send them to you.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
those 4 videos will explain this document. They will explain the whole.
Well, let's just walk. Let's see if we jog your memory. Debtor 2 name. Is there a debtor 2?
No.
Okay. Secured party name is going to be who? The individual banker?
More likely.
Okay. Collateral box. What are we putting in the collateral box?
You don't have collateral.
So then what do you make a name on?
What?
A UCC1 is a debtor and a creditor. It's a financing statement. The 2 principal parties on a UCC1 financing statement.
You're filling this out to opt out. You're not filling this out for that.
Okay, so what are we clicking down here that helps us opt out?
Non-UCC. You see where it says non-UCC? You see the box?
Yeah, okay, so.
Okay, non. That's what you're checking. Non, I'm out.
And that's it.
Due to the, no, you have laws and you have principles that were done before 1871. And those laws and principles of the state citizen is what you're going to put at the bottom.
At the bottom of what? In the collateral box?
In that blank space right there, those are your amendments. Those are your declarations.
Yeah,
that's where you put that.
This is the collateral box, huh? Go ahead.
Why would you need collateral when you have assets directly in your treasury?
I don't know, bro. You gotta see. Yeah.
Why would you need collateral if your assets are in the treasury?
Well, so no, it's not about your assets being in the treasury. It's about the financing statement is a claim.
You're filing a non-financing statement because I don't need to deal with you, United
Yeah,
States.
but non is just a financing statement in the private.
Because financially, I'm straight. That's why it's a non. I already have assets. I don't need nothing from you.
Okay. From who? But you. Okay, so yeah, we just got to see yours so we can just know.
This is a financial statement that deals with your social security number. I'm not dealing with my social security number. I don't need your financial statement at all. None of them. I have direct assets.
Yeah, I don't know what any of that means, bro. I've never even heard nobody talk like that.
You've never heard nobody say what? You had direct assets?
I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not trying to be, disrespectful.
No, I'm trying to figure out. You don't understand what direct assets are.
A direct asset creates revenue, cash flow.
Okay, so now if you have direct assets that creates revenue, cash flow.
Cash flow.
Why do you need a contract with the United States?
Yeah, but don't you have to describe the collateral, meaning the assets that create the cash flow?
Why would you need to? Okay, how do you describe assets in the treasury?
You would put the number that's your treasury account number. You put that in the collateral box.
No, because that's not their collateral. That's not a finance statement that's a private account. Why would you want to make it public when it's a private account?
So
That's you dealing with the treasury privately.
So are you saying that on your non-UCC when you filed it, did you file it with the Secretary of State?
No.
Oh, you just used it, and what did you do? You put it on a public record?
No.
What do you do with it?
You mail it back to yourself through certified mail. Why? Because it makes it a federal document that has been sealed and stamped by the federal company called the post office.
Yeah,
and if anybody were to open it, it's a federal crime. That is a private document. See, you were born privately. You were put in the public. Only thing you're doing is going back to the private.
So you're saying that once you this is a different this is different. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why it's different, because what you're saying is you're not claiming any collateral, but you're saying that the private banker is the secured party to the debtor name, and you're sending it to yourself through the mail in the form of a non-UCC. So when it goes through the mail, they're going to open it, they're going to examine it, take a picture of it, file it, put it back in the same envelope, seal it, and then put their seal on it. That's what you're saying is happening.
No.
Okay.
No. What do you? Okay. Oh, hold on. You just when you file a non-UCC contract, you're making a declaration of independence through private means. And the only public asset that is actually in this is the post office. The post office is a federal entity. That makes it a federal document in your private possession. It doesn't have to be registered with anyone. Your number that you put on there is already documented.
Yeah, brother, but what I'm saying is if you're not filing your UCC with the Secretary of State, then you're not giving the notice that you're trying to even give. But I do understand the principle of a poor man's notary. I believe that's what you're utilizing.
Do you understand the poor man's notary is the most binding motherfucking notary in the world? A poor man's contract is the most binding contract in the world. Why? Because you use the federal post office as your middle ground.
Yeah, I just want to see your UCC. I mean, because if you're just checking the non-box, but you're not filing it, you're sending it to yourself. The only power it would be able to have is if a dispute came into a controversy was brought before a court, then you would submit this this document that you mailed to yourself 3 years ago, and then they would examine the contents of the envelope, and in there it would say that your private banker owns your straw man name, right?
Correct.
Okay. I see where you're going. Makes sense now. My bad, bro. I was going a whole nother way, but it makes sense what you're doing. In theory.
Why do you file a Form 56 in court?
A Form 56 is the fiduciary, a notice of fiduciary.
Right. So when you go to court and you file your Form 56 and you give it to whomever it is, you're the defendant, here's the plaintiff. You give that document to the plaintiff. Now the plaintiff has to actually come up with this social security number and a body. Because you're standing there as the entity, but you're a live entity, not a dead entity.
Yeah.
So you're exempt. You are exempt. They got to come up with this dead body. This motherfucker got to walk into court. Think about it. Without walking into court and saying that you are who you are, you ain't got no case.
So you're saying before you go to court, you're sending in this document that you mailed to yourself 2, 5, 10 years ago, which states that you're the private banker for the straw man.
The Form 56 states that.
Yeah.
And if anybody disputes if any court,
first in line, first in time,
any court would dispute that, then I can go get that document and prove that. Now, once they break that seal on that, now you got a situation.
Because now you're dealing with you're breaking federal law.
Exactly.
Right. Because you can't. No one can open mail that's not to the.
Right.
That's a poker bluff, B.
I'm just giving you. I'm just giving you the actual what. Okay, listen. When they keep speaking on the whole American Indian thing, the American part is what all this is about. The Indian part is the private entity, which you call yourself. The American part is all this paperwork. Now, what they never told you was the American was never a part of the United States. We was two different entities. We still two different entities, even though we share the same currency.
Yeah, I think we're Israel's a homeborn slave, man. If we're fully indoctrinated, we're all the way in. Like
okay, and indoctrination means that somebody gave you information that was limited to what they wanted you to hear. They never gave you all the information. That way you can make a concise decision on how you should move. They just gave you a way to move.
Well, yeah, you didn't understand law. You didn't understand.
No, because actually, if you're an American Indian, you're not dealing with their law.
No, that's the law of the creator.
No, the law of the creator is common law.
You know, kids?
It ain't Black's law. It ain't no motherfucking judicial law. It's common law, which is natural law, which is a easy. What is it called? Ecclesiastical. How do you say the word?
Ecclesiastic.
There you go. And you are of that
Which is
court.
biblical law.
You are of that
Law,
court.
biblical law.
That is the court you actually are supposed to be going to.
Okay, now we're in full agreement. Well, not full, but we're
So
partial.
therefore, that law, that court is above all laws, above all
So
courts.
you're saying on your envelope that you mail to yourself, you're probably telling whoever's going to eventually down the line examine this document as evidence that you don't have to submit to whatever statute, code, ordinance, tax, mortgage, or whatever it is. You're stating on the front and the back of this document that the contents of this document prove that I'm the owner of this so-called name. And if you open this document, you're breaking federal law.
If you open this document, you better be in the ecclesiastical court.
Ooh, that's hard body right there. That's kind of what priests used to say, like the mail's the most powerful system.
Why do you think the name, image, and likeness of the American had to be usurped by the
So
white?
why do you think that the process of something to yourself is called the dead notary or pledge or contract? I think it's called that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You just said mailing something to yourself, a dead man's notary. You said that that's the most powerful.
It's called a poor man's patent. A poor man's patent is only the strongest document because it goes through the post office. Okay. That's why they tell you the same thing. When you mail it and you give it back, don't ever open it. Because this stamp that's on here, this posted date is a legal federal document. Because the post office is saying that whatever it was in here, we stamped it, and we sent it on. It came through here.
So, do you think that the mail? Do you think that they like investigate all the documents that come through? Do you think they like run it through like a scanner, open it up, take the like if it's a letter, they take it out, right? You think they do that?
What do you mean?
Like, okay, you mail this UCC 1 to yourself, and on the outside of the letter it says whatever it says. Do you think that they open it up, scan it in to the record, and then put it back in the envelope and seal it and close it?
No, it's just mail. It went from a private entity through the post office to another private entity. Y'all, please understand, before 1913, before the federal banks, before the 15th, 16th, and 17th Amendments, all this shit was private.
And that shit don't make no sense.
It don't make sense.
Yeah,
because
all this shit private. It was private, but now it's all public. Everybody's a citizen. Niggas,
yes.
Niggas
Yes.
just have to be a citizen.
You don't see how the 14th Amendment citizen population grew over from 1910 to 2010. In 1910, how many 14th Amendment citizens you think there was?
In 1910,
That was colored.
none.
That was colored.
None.
Are you sure? Why would you say none? Because there were millions of colored 14th Amendment citizens.
You said 19th Amendment, right?
Huh?
Didn't you say 19th Amendment?
No, I said the 14th Amendment. How many
14th
14th
Amendment.
Amendment citizens do you think there were in 1910?
The 14th Amendment, according to, if my memory serves me correct, was drafted in like 1870 something, right?
Was according to the story, it's 1865.
Right.
Now
Okay.
these 4 million people
And it was
became
created
14.
to
4
give.
million people became
Hold on.
14th Amendment citizens.
Hold on, but listen up. It was created to give the niggas of America citizenship, which they had lost because they were defeated in the war and everything was taken from them.
That is not true.
Oh, you sure?
Positive. You know why? How many millions of brothers and sisters?
You were not born a slave. You were enslaved on your own land. That's what you're not getting about this.
By contract.
It's still
And
enslavement.
Okay, let me finish, please.
My partner doing 25 years contract law. They hit him with the federal what is it called? The commercial compact federal law going between state lines.
Chief, I am.
20 years. That's a contract.
Chief, I am.
Know what I'm talking about?
I understand. You probably do. But I'm telling you, in 1865, only 4 million people that were enslaved were freed under the 14th Amendment citizenship.
No,
and it was those were contracts that the U.S. government bought out. Period.
Man, what I'm saying
The rest of the population of the South
was free.
Were free people of color.
Yeah, but then they embezzled you and they engulfed you under contracts.
The contract is the 14th Amendment is the contract. Because after 1865, what they did was everyone born after 1865 to like 1890 were not 14th Amendment citizens. Only the people that were under that contract.
You guys, this is where you guys go wrong at, and that's why I tell you, y'all need to read more.
So are you saying that all Negroes in 1865 were 14th Amendment citizens?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
okay, so
Article 1,
what do you think?
This is what I'm saying. Article 1, Section 10 is the Commerce Clause of the United States Constitution, and it states that no state can make any laws violating the obligation of contracts. That's what it says.
What year is that?
That's pre-14th Amendment. That's Article 1.
What year is that?
That's at the beginning of the Constitution.
Okay, so now are American Indians and U.S. citizens, are they under the same jurisdiction?
It don't matter.
It don't matter?
If you're contracting,
are they under the same jurisdiction?
No state can make a law prohibiting the obligation of contracts. So if you
are American Indians under these contracts? Or are they different people doing different things?
It don't matter.
It don't matter? Why does it don't matter?
Because if you're contracting, you should know how to contract, because no one can stop you from contracting, and no one can stop an obligation that you signed up for.
When did we sign up for this obligation, sir?
Man, you talk everything you're talking about, you think it's 14th Amendment stuff, but it's actually contract stuff. You think
the 14th Amendment is a contract.
Enforcing contracts against you.
The 14th Amendment is a contract.
Everything is a contract.
The 14th Amendment is a contract.
Man, tell me I'm wrong, bro.
I'm asking you a question.
No, the 14th Amendment is not a contract.
No, it's not a contract?
Article 1, Section 10 is the Commerce Clause. The Commerce Clause says specifically,
I'll put it on the screen. Give me 1 second.
The Commerce Clause is from what? The Constitution?
Yes. So is the
The
14th
U.S.
Amendment.
Constitution?
Yes. So is the
Okay,
14th
now,
Amendment.
is the U.S. Constitution as a whole, is it written for American Indians?
Hey, man.
Yes or no?
I think it's written for commerce.
Is it written for American Indians? Or is it written for someone who came on their territory to do commerce?
But you're under it though.
No, you became under it later on.
No, bro,
And the only reason you're
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Why doesn't the history of the American Indians matter?
It does. The history of the American Indians does matter.
Okay, so now you're telling me that this contract called the Constitution as a whole, is it written for the American Indians or is it written by the American
Well,
Indians?
this whole time you've been trying to tell me that we created this system.
Okay, so is it written for the American Indians or is it written by?
Now you're implying that this is a foreign group of people who put this Constitution on us. You see, you can't be hot and cold.
Hold up.
You got to be hot or cold.
Hold on. Who are you considering? Who is these foreign people?
It doesn't matter. You said that we created this system. You said that. And now you're saying we did it. So which one
I
is it?
didn't say we didn't.
Which one is it?
Okay. So the Constitution, the United States Constitution, is written for
Aton just said, hold on, let me get Aton just said earlier that the Constitution mirrors the Treaty of Peace, the Great Treaty of Peace. And me and Aton did a build and we went through all of the articles and it's correct. But if this is our system, why are you saying now it's not?
I said, okay, if you owned a home and you leased it to me, am I under your system or are you under mine?
If I build, you said, what did you say?
If you own a home and I agree to lease it from you, so I can live there, am I under you or you under me?
You under me.
Okay, so now you as the person that's on top, you have a contract called the lease agreement. You are in this agreement. You have these a set way of that you want shit done. Now I have to agree with that, right? I have to sign that because this is the way you want your house to be. You live this way, and you follow these rules, and we won't have no problem. Correct? A lease agreement. Simple. Now, the Constitution, as it reads as a lease agreement for people who came here from the people who lived here.
Come on, man.
Come on, man, what?
It's on the screen. So you saying we forgot how to contract? Because if we're the holders of the lease and we're expecting rents and now we're paying rent, then nigga, something went terribly wrong.
Do you even know that you own the home? Do your people know they own this home? Do the majority of your people know that they own this home?
My people are very fortunate because they have me as a chief. So yes.
Okay. Can we speak as a people, homie? A group of people.
I'm talking about my people directly.
I'm not talking about you individualizing. I'm talking about a group of people called colored people.
Oh no, hell no. You just said all of them couldn't understand it. See, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Now you're saying we don't understand it.
Oh my God. Do colored people as a group of people believe that they know they come from America?
No.
Okay, so now if they don't know that they come from America, How would they contract as the owner?
They won't contract as the owner.
Okay,
That's because
right. They would consider themselves like everyone else. And
No,
everyone else
they
is a
lost
renter.
their minds. If the landlords, the children of the landlords, stop collecting rent and are now paying rent, that means they're crazy.
Okay, fuck it, they crazy, bro.
What are you talking about? They're like civil litter mortus. They're dead in the eyes of law. They don't
Well,
have
why don't they know as a group of people that they're from here, they built here, and this is theirs?
No, I want you to just hear what
No,
you just said.
answer the question. Why don't they know as a group of people this is theirs? They're from here.
Listen,
They are American. Why don't they know that?
they don't know that because they are dead in the eyes of law. They are mentally incompetent. They are
So somebody taught them different. Is that what you're saying?
no.
No,
This is
they
even
just
worse.
died. They just died off.
What you just admitted is what I've been telling people for the last 20 years, is that this is way worse than what we think it is. We are the actual heirs to the land. We're supposed to be collecting rents. And
Why don't they know as a group?
And we're paying rents.
Why don't they know that as a group of people? Can we all come to an agreement?
Yeah, Howard hit you all over the head with the same club. And now you don't know.
So something happened to where they were taught something different?
No.
Are you saying that?
You can't just be taught.
So now the truth has always been out.
No, brother, you're talking about 40 to 100 million heirs who know they're heirs, and now they don't know that they're heirs.
Okay, so how did they lose that?
Shit, I told you, but you don't believe it.
So you don't believe re-education, the whole narrative, we come from Africa, that ain't got nothing to do with it?
Don't get me wrong, it's a hell of a psyop, but you're talking about the difference between collecting rents and paying rents. That's a little hard to forget. Like if you think about it, what movie did a motherfucker was down and he realized that he owned the whole everything? Like, no, you don't forget these are intricate details that you write down and you pass them along from generation to generation. You don't forget that you're the heir and you're the rent collector for the entire landmass that all of the nations of the planet want to flee to and enjoy what they call the American dream on your ass. Nah, bro. Yeah, it's aphasia. That's right, aphasia. Niggas have it's a mental disease, actually, none of your business. It's a mental disease, and it's when you forget or you lose the understanding of words. And these type of mental diseases, when they happen to an entire nation of people, it comes from on high. You know what I mean? Like, really? 40 to 100 million heirs? Stop collecting rents and start paying them. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I think someone should look into that. I think someone should look into that. 40 to 100 million heirs all losing their mind at the same damn time. That's wow.
Hold up. We're going to wrap this up. This is actually pretty good. We can leave it there and we can continue this tomorrow. Now your business. What's happening? Now your business, Chief I Am.
Oh, hey.
Derek Cobb.
Hey, everyone. I was just
go in this order.
I was just going to say that. You said what?
No, we're just going to go in that order. Take your time. Get it out. Take your time. Nobody's going to interrupt you. Take your time.
Okay. I was just gonna say, as because he was saying, how did all these heirs lose their memory? And they didn't immediately just on the spot lose their memory. It was little by little something that was not passed on and forgotten, therefore, by the subsequent generations. Because my mom and all her siblings were receiving money from the land that they left in Louisiana up until she was about 18 or so. The money stopped, and nobody knew why it stopped, and nobody knew really where it had come from. And then I had contacted an elder, and they said, "Oh, that was money from the land." But when I asked her why did it stop, she didn't even know. So maybe they just weren't astute in on the business end of it.
That's a great information. That says a lot to me. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, even if it happened over time, it's like you're saying, it still happened. Like, we're talking 40 to 100 million years. Like, that's not like a coincidence. You know what I
Right.
mean?
And then I remember my grandparents being afraid to even say they were Indian. It was always like whispered, "Oh, they're Indians, don't say anything." And at first I'm thinking, Indians, like, what does that mean? Like, I really didn't understand, because I was like 3 or 4 when they would be whispering it. But they were afraid to speak up, so therefore they were afraid to claim any of their estate.
I don't know, man. Most brothers and sisters I know, they love some money. So
No, it was different in every state. So my family in Louisiana, they weren't afraid, and they kept everything up until the 80s, when all of my great grandmothers and great grandmothers, great grandmother, great grandmother, and grandmother all passed like within a year of each other. So they probably had all the knowledge. Everything, therefore, then was passed on to like my aunt, couple of uncles, and they were all, they had literally, like, my aunt did not go to school. She didn't have proper education. um she would always say, "Oh, when mama was talking about that, I was outside playing. I was told to go outside." Like, she literally told me that. And then when it came to my family in Mississippi, they were sharecroppers, so they literally were treated like slaves. But then when they came to family in Texas, oh, they kept all their wealth up until literally this day, like millionaire type wealth. So yeah, you got it. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, don't you? Oh, yep. Chief, I am. What you got?
great bill, Aton, man. I told you, I just got back, so I'm finna jump back in the ring. Start go a little hard body out here. Yeah, man. I think for me, it just really falls around understanding and what's going on, and on the screen it says what it is. Uh, the these police stations, they're registered in other states under assumed names. The sheriff department's the same thing. The court's the same thing. They're doing business on us, man. And you're right, Aton, with the freedom of information, or the other demand letter that can get you the information. But yeah, these people are using language, words of art, spells, grammarian language specifically, which is the language of the devils, and they're using it in a commercial setting, you know, and the quicker you know that, the better off you'll be, because they're assuming you don't know, and most of us don't know. It is a spiritual fight, but I think the spirit lies, like I said earlier, in your ability to sue someone. I think, you know, because they're playing the money game, so you bring them into the court that can hold them responsible financially. That's what they're doing. Everything these people do against us is to make money. You know, like they'll tear your family apart to make, you know, $20,000, which is crazy. $20,000 don't get you nothing, but they'll do it. You know what I mean? So we have to learn. In the money game, you got to sue. You got to know how to sue, where to sue, what the claim is. You know, how much time they get to respond before you can go to the court and get a declaratory judgment. You know, things like that. So that's where our power's at, because they're not letting us in commerce. Right? They already have preset contracts for every type of engagement we would have with them. And in those contracts, it asks for all those different things that we know we shouldn't be using, like social security number, birthday, name, you know, the address, you know, the county, the zip code, all these things we shouldn't be putting on paper, because all these things are theirs under contract law. So, but in order to get anything, we have to play their game. So if we got to play their game, they're forcing us into playing it, right? Some people will come on here and say you can do private. I don't know about that. I haven't been able to observe it and complete it. But what I do know is that I know how to sue people, and it works. You'd be surprised how people change once you file a lawsuit. You will be surprised. The whole language changed. I'm talking about anybody. If you got a private dispute that it happened over commerce or contract or something like that, bring them into the right venue. Look, if they don't know how to respond to a complaint, then guess what? An unrebutted affidavit goes as truth in commerce. So either they respond to it correctly according to the rules of civil procedure, or they forfeit the opportunity to respond, and by virtue, they acquiesce to the claim, and now you can get a declaratory judgment. Now they owe you. Or they go the route of hiring an attorney, which means they have to pay for that. $4,000 is a lot of money to have to give somebody for something that you thought was going to be nothing, just to represent you in the right in a particular jurisdiction. So I say play that game, or just play on defense. Let them be offensive and do what they do, because they're criminals, they're vultures, they're Edomites. You know, they're going to do things through corporate means. Let them do it, and then you respond in kind with a lawsuit on the state level or the federal level. But I would go federal. Everything federal. Because that brings the big boys in, you know. This is a federal lawsuit now. Now, you know, I'm bringing the claim, so I got the prosecutors on my side. You know, the intermediary for the controversy is on my side, because I brought the claim. And they're using real law. So, yeah, man, learn how to sue. That's what I would say. I'm starting a program in St. Paul and Minneapolis. I'm looking for underprivileged people's youth that want to learn how to sue, you know, how to create a claim, you know, with a.
So what you got on that? You got some classes you want to develop, or you got already something going?
I got some stuff going, but I got a lot of stuff I want to develop as well. You know what I mean? But I'm really trying to do it. I want to teach people how to sue, like really do it. Like if people have a claim, walk you through it, bring it into court, because you know we get out of court settlements, man. Like niggas don't want to go before the judge. Hell no. And these attorneys, these trial attorneys, they don't want to go before the judge either. They trying to get it. They trying to come to a terms. So you know that's another part. That's a whole other part of the game. But walking it out the long way, man. It's when you know what you're doing, it doesn't become expensive. It becomes time consuming. But if you can get a out of court settlement, Rule 42, that's pretty much what you really want. You want them to pay you for what you claim they owe and damages, which are double. So depending on what they owe you, we'll teach you how to not only we see you ain't got to get no attorney. So this is the whole thing. Whatever you get on the settlement, you get the whole amount. You don't have to, you know, you're not getting an attorney. You're doing this. You're filing the paperwork yourself, which is showing you how to do it. And it's not scary once you understand what's going on. Right? The judge is just an arbitrary referee. So he's making sure everybody's giving everybody notice. And, you know, you get to a day where there's arguments before the trial. And then there's, you know, they got all these different pre-trial settlement options because they don't want, they know that most of these corporations are stealing, bro. They are stealing, lying, conniving. They're using contract law to get over on the people, and the people know no better because they don't read contracts. They don't know contract law. They don't know contract language. And this is a everyday nigga. That's the GDP eating off of the people that can't read. That's the actual gross domestic product. Yeah. And the lawyers, bar, and guild are the #1 criminals in the world. Yeah, the bar attorney.
So that Rule 42, that's federal rules, right?
Did I say 42?
I thought I heard Rule 42.
Let me look. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Don't let me. Let me play devil's advocate. What if this lawsuit don't work? It will work. Well, when it work, if you were harmed and you have a claim, then just bring the suit. I'm not saying you can't do everything that you talking about, D. I'm just saying you got to know how to sue. Like these people, when you're in commerce, bro, they're playing with the language of law and they're using attorneys for scare tactics. This is what they're doing. So, and this is in every situation. No, I understand because in my what I understand is we're doing the same thing. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I just a cop can't fuck with you because you can actually be the bounty hunter and claim his bond. Man, quit. And then all you gotta do is what I've understood. Yeah, you know we learned how to you can bypass the what they call Immunities Act, where the public officials have immunity from being sued. Yeah, he's bonded. They're bonded. Yeah, but we found out how to you got to bring it under Title 18, Section 241, 242. No, yeah, the way I understand it is now they can be held civilly and criminally liable up from 1 year up to life, and from $75,000 up to like $240,000. Yeah, but fucking with an American that's actually non-UCC contracted, they can only do that to you once because you stripped them of their bond. They can no longer be bonded. See, this is why I need to know more about that. Yeah, I need to learn more. Police, judges, you all that.
You can also plagiarize them under their oath, saying that their oath is false.
That's why you're taking their bond, because you've done something unconstitutional to an American.
I thought the taking of the bond was only like a lien for temporary.
No, no, you hold that lien as an American. Give me all your money. Give me all of it, everything.
So
No, I don't want some of it.
a bond is it's a negotiable instrument. One, it's a debt instrument. Two, so when you say you're holding your bond, you're filing the lien against the bond, right? When you say you're taking their bond, is that what you mean? You're filing a lien against their bond? Okay. Naya, can you hear me?
You see what
I
I'm
can
saying?
hear you.
You got to understand there's consequences and repercussions to your actions as law enforcement. Now, what you do to citizens, there's codes and statutes and all that to cover for you. But when you do this to an American, he just go get your bond because he's a lien holder.
Right, and we're unalienable.
Yeah, see, now this is where we get into a gray area, bro, because I've done this work, B. And I know, man, I went in Minnesota, they got 2 secretaries of state. One held the bond, the other one didn't. They sent me back and forth to each other through a whole day. This is probably about 4 or 5 years ago. And then after I started threatening them with violating their oaths. They told me that the bonds are held at risk management. And so that what I had to do is I had to file a tort claim against risk management. And then risk management, I demanded the bonds of the public officials involved, or at least the bond numbers, the bonding information, right, including the signature, all of that, like a copy of it. And it took like 3 weeks. They wrote me back from this law firm that represented the insurance company for the city. And they told me that based upon my claim is frivolous because I demanded like $200,000 for a payout. And so what I have to do is take them into federal court because I've given them notice through the tort claim at this point. Now I can take them into federal court, but they didn't comply with any of the requests. They didn't get. The Secretary of State told me that first they was, like I said, they was running me back and forth. And then they finally told me after I started threatening them that the bonds was held at the risk management office. Risk management does their business through an insurance company, which is controlled by a law firm. You know, so yeah, bro, it's a lot.
I'll send you the information on how he was canceling, filing perjury against them on their oath. I'll send you that because basically the oath that they take violates, them doing this commerce type law against people. So it's kind of like, a slam dunk. Because their oath, they promise to serve and protect, but then they're not doing that.
Hell no, they're not. Have y'all ever heard about the block grants?
Yep.
I haven't.
Yep. What about them?
Okay, so you know that these block grants, these are like huge. These are huge companies that buy criminal convictions, whether misdemeanor or felony, What is it?
All right, say what you gotta say, but you don't spell it out. All right, well, you ain't gotta spell it out.
Okay, my bad.
What's the
no, it's crazy. Is like, bro, they have an incentive to run us through the ringer. You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
Of course.
That's how I know this isn't our government, B. This can't be our government.
That's why everything works for everybody else and not us.
Yeah, I don't think that's what people say that this is our shit. We just lost control or some shit like that. And I see a little part of that in there, but I don't think this is ours because they have incentives. Yeah, those block grants. Look them up. And these prosecutors.
Yeah, what block? You ain't talking about the community development block grants, are you?
No, I'm talking about the block grants with the county and state courts.
Got you. All right.
Yeah, they do them like the mirrors bonds, the mortgage bonds.
Yeah. It's what I was talking about earlier today. Yeah, you missed the whole bill.
Oh my God!
No, I mean, but it's cool. You right on it. Yeah, I was talking about that. Yep.
Yeah, because it's crazy when you get into the law, you start to understand like a lot of our people are just they're just ignorant, meaning they're ignoring like what's right in front of them because like every bank is a bank and a trust. Like what's the trust part? Like you don't have an inquisitive bone in your body anymore, so you just walking blissfully through the garden of failure. But yeah, man.
That tires people out, man. Shit. You gotta think. You gotta actually ask questions. You gotta discern what you're hearing. Yeah, that takes a lot of work, Chief Iron.
Yeah,
takes a lot of work.
Absolutely.
But they played a lot against us by making us think everything is a psyop.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. But that's to me, that's a cop out. If you're just gonna run everything and say this is a psyop and this, I don't believe it, and that's weak to me.
It's not really a cop out though when you see your people get killed. Right before your eyes.
But somebody getting killed, that's not a psyop. That's that woman's gone. They ain't coming back. No psyop.
I mean, it's a psyop still. It was still a psyop. They just killed that particular person, to make an example, to keep you from coming back.
What's a psyop? So we get
a psyop is basically something that's fraudulent, that's based on fraud, that's standing as truth.
It starts with psi, right? It's something psychological, correct?
Yeah, when I think of psyop, I think of the United States military or the Roman oligarchical military through the Catholic Church. That's
right. It's all in your mind, but it's still happening right before your eyes.
But that's what I'm saying. We're dealing with all of this, and everybody else is just getting the free walk through. That means it's
psyop means psychological intelligence operation, right?
Right. Facts.
Okay.
It's done by militaries.
Simple.
Yeah, it's done by military. So if everything's psyops, that means the militaries own y'all people. You got crack cocaine, you got heroin, you got AIDS.
Okay, we could talk about that. I'll make that a topic, and I could discuss that.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. We can make it because I don't agree with you. None of your business. It ain't a psyop.
You say you don't agree with me?
No.
Oh my goodness.
No, ma'am. I don't agree with you.
So you don't think it's a psyop of them basically telling you that you can't sue so and so because you don't have the jurisdiction when you really do.
The bottom line, what they're saying is you're in the wrong jurisdiction, and we don't like you. So you get no help here. So you better find out where to go. And like I said, if Chief I Am is winning, then he knows exactly how to properly approach it within what they say, the four corners.
I know. I trust and believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about that.
Yeah. So within the four corners, none of your business. You hold them within those four corners. You know, the ring has four corners. The square, you got to stay in that. You can't get out. You know, so there's no psyop in that. You know what I mean? I think the psyop is only played by the media. Nobody else is playing a psyop. They really don't like us.
Okay, well, it's a circus. It's something. Whatever it is keeping us from getting the job done and going in and, this, like they say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, they take our bootstraps and strap them around our throat.
But Nanya, we haven't figured out our jurisdiction. What is the American jurisdiction?
It's outside of the jurisdiction. It's
American
above
by
it.
definition is the copper-colored races of North, South, and Central America now applies to Europeans.
Our jurisdiction within what's going on right now is federal. This, contrary to the popular belief, the states are against us. That's why we get all these things happening in these states, in these counties. They have been fortified to work against us and to kill us and to incarcerate us and to put us in perpetual servitude for the rest of our lives.
But
the states are doing that. The states are doing that. That's why when Chief I Am said 18 USC 241, they can't get past that. That's federal.
Yeah, you got to bring them into the federal jurisdiction because they're contracted with the federal government every state.
Bingo, they're getting federal funding. You got 42 USC 2000D.
That's right. You can bring them right in, and that supports the
American state citizens are federal people.
Well, very, very good, Chief I Am. Very good. Appreciate everything you're doing, man. And it's y'all
do understand that, right?
What's that?
American state citizens are federal people.
Yeah, I know. That's why you got to go to the federal. That's why I said about the state. The states.
That's why I'm trying to explain to you that you are above state rule.
Yeah, I agree.
Each and every state, all niggas don't have to follow these rules at all because they weren't here for you.
Yep. Ain't no codes for Indians in the states. It's codes for Indians in the federal though. On the national level, yeah. Yep.
If it wasn't for the Indians, there wouldn't be no federal government.
Right.
And see,
but would there be states?
What I'm saying, this is the part that's kind of idolatrous to me, B. I gotta be honest.
Why?
Like we're making these claims like it wouldn't be them without us, but they whooping our ass. Like
no, they not. They only whipping your ass because they ain't telling you the whole story.
That's right. Whipping your ass when they control.
No, it's not. It's a lot. Okay, first of all, a bitch ass nigga is a bitch ass nigga, and a bitch ass nigga lie to you. A real nigga, I tell you straight up, I don't like you, nigga. And if you want the head up, say what's happening. Whatever, man. You want to? All right, you want to be biblical? All right, look, a stand-up brother is a stand-up brother. Right. He gonna stand on his square. His word is his bond. His handshake is firm because it's a contract. When he shakes your hand, he means what he said.
Okay, I agree.
Now you got bitch ass motherfuckers who will shake your hand, but actually they're doing some slick shit behind your back. Now, them is people that most real people don't want to be around. That's the law of nature. Real people want to be around real people. Bullshit people be around bullshit people.
Yeah, what that got to do with, see, but you got a great way of moving.
Y'all gonna keep raising Y'all gonna keep raising these arguments, man. I said we closing out. That's what I said.
No, I'm not. I'm not looking to raise an argument. I'm just making a statement. I actually came back on to say thank you for the time, Aton. I mean, it seems like the more you have these conversations, the more it comes to realization that we are in the right lane. Right now, it's just tweaking out, mapping out this particular destination to get us all to a point where we can understand that this is a chess game. You got the United States side, which is the white side, and then you got the Confederate side, which is the nigger side, black side. Blacks been playing defense for a long time, but they have all the things that they need to win the game. They just never told you that you have your own side. They've been telling you, go come play on our side. And we playing on their side, but we ain't winning. Everybody else is winning. But when you look at it, it's the reason why they want us over here on their side is because we're the motherfucking money.
Yep. Anybody else?
Nope.
Class
adjourned.
No, before we adjourn,
Oh,
go look up how many Asian businesses have closed throughout the United States in the last 30 days.
Did you hear that they're trying to come with another Asian hate law that is going to help them because of all their businesses closing?
Yeah, well, it don't see, but this is the thing where Trump said in his speech just the other day, yeah, all these people that's been helping China, yeah, they about to get it. And bottom line is there's a lot of abandoned houses out here in California because these cats got the roll. They are hightailing it out of here. They try to get as much as they get based on them keeping them occupied in foreign affairs. But I think at this point in time, they're like done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is going on year 2, and they got home base to take care of. So let them do their job, and they come out with it. They can't come out with no more fiat. Ain't nobody dealing with that shit no more. Them doing this shit for foreign people and immigrants and shit like that. You got to go. But nevertheless,
yeah, I ain't gonna lie, you're right, Aton, on that one.
American states,
he said that.
American, the people that we are considered to be by definition 1828, or who claims that you are enemy to the state. That it's in their constitution. They form militias east of the Mississippi against all Indians. They lynch people. Those people that were supposed to collect that rent were lynched.
Oh, see now when you say stuff like that,
I'm doing my shit in closing, Chief. I am. Come on back tomorrow, man. Come on back tomorrow.
That's part of the psyop. That's part of the
You
psyop.
can't say that, cuz, and say you're gonna close out, B.
We gotta talk about it tomorrow.
Wow, man.
Hey man, I'm on 8 hours. I said Monday. Okay, I'll open up the panel and shit. We can talk about it, you know. But like I said, you know, it's cool. I mean, technically, if I don't keep it under 6 hours, then I can't create clips. So this thing is pretty much on the StreamYard side. I won't be able to make any clips. I gotta do all that stuff manually. But I ain't about to do all that.
It's been over for that for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Oh yeah, it's been done. But this is cool because I pretty much was just.
But that's a hell of a statement, though. I'm gonna be honest with you that militias are designed to go against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and U.S. citizens or blacks or aboriginal, indigenous disguised as blacks self-identify as U.S. citizens. that is that's a little scary.
That's treason and sedition.
That's like disenfranchisement. That's turning.
And that's
that's disenfranchisement. I think that's the exact term for it. When you turn.
Hey man, I said what I said. That's all I said.
No,
You know, I'll leave it right there. I'll leave it right there.
That's the difference between.
I just wanted to sum up everything that I heard because I've been listening. I'm just summing it up about what we was talking about. Well, where's the rent? You know, somebody forgot. Chief Aim said somebody forgot over time to collect rent. What happened? What happened? How people forget that they owed rent? There got to be something. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about the whole thing. I'm trying to sum it up about what everybody was talking about. You, Derek, business and none of your business is that.
Hey, but real talk, that's a hell of a show. I might come back with that, man, because look, you know, that's a wild notion that we're the heirs, the rent collectors, and we didn't forgot, and now we paying rent. You know, that's a. And like you said, none of your business, it happened over time, but it still happened to all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, sir, before you go, you ever heard the statement that was written down? I don't know the man. I wish I did. They said, kill the Indian, but save the man.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
You've heard that before, right?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I heard that before, too.
That's us now. That's us now. Kill the Indian, but save the man. Kill the Indian.
Man is the rent payer.
Kill the Indian, you kill the rent collector. You save the man, you collect his rent.
Woo, that's bars right there. Aton, you gotta clip that. He said the Indian is the rent collector and the man is the rent payer. Damn.
All right, y'all. On the next one.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
Good night.
Good night. All right, so look, enjoy that tonight. We will you guys go back and listen to it. But because I gotta create an exit out when I talk about these things, I gotta create an exit out because all of that is gonna get deleted. So enjoy it, get it, clip it yourself if you want certain things and be able to bring it back. And I'll have it saved on my, well, I probably won't. I probably won't even have it saved on my StreamYard. But let's say this, right? So what we talk about today, we talked about community, communism, socialism. What's the relationship, the connections? We went through the encyclopedia on the American Indians' contributions to the world. We talked about the tax system and all the things that we see today regarding the, how you said, what we have in regards to what the United States Constitution and the government and system that they have in place. And we kind of just touched on that. They actually pretty much modeled their whole system after that. They just, I think they flipped it upside on its head and created this Fiat system, which eventually, you know what I'm saying, muddied waters and made the situation difficult. And then we actually talked about what we saw what Scott Besson said in regards to the Fort Knox, talked about the gold, the silver certificates, redemption. We brought up 31 USC 5119. We actually brought up some documents also that talked about gold and silver, Coinage Act, and, as I always say, we're going to take the emotional part out of it, we're going to try and together as a community. No, I'm just playing with you. Had to throw that in there, but yeah, just, try to figure out how we can make it common sense, put all the issues together and try to figure out how the system can be structured, so that way there's an even playing field. Even playing field, it's a blowout. We know that. We're not worried about anything. We move unaltered, freely traveling, moving around in every endeavor that we have. No opposition, nothing else. Let's make them make the declaration. Make it public that they do have war against us. And then it's not going to be good for them, because guess what? The whole entire world's coming. And guess who they're going to be fighting with? So with that being said, hey, we got my man King Chameleon. We got our exit music going out. We also have music from Copper Draco. Copper Draco, I need something new. All right, this is Bomb. I need something new on the intro, and then on the outro. This is a good outro because you got Aton. You got all that. That's a good outro. You know what I'm saying? Leave them with something. A little fire in their belly. But anyway, as we say, on the next one, when the music's over, it's over. All right. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's get this going. Where is it at? There you go. Let's pull him up. Let's pull him up. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this one too. Ooh, wait. Oh, I got to show y'all this. No, I ain't gonna show y'all that. That's gonna interrupt my outro. But where is it at? There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. But yeah, peace to everybody. Done your business. American Isness. Copper Draco. Derek. Chief I Am. Richie Rich. J-Dub. Iceberg popped in the building. Enoch's contribution. Everybody else, we had somebody new come into the play. Look like a new subscriber, which is cool. Make sure you guys repost it again, get it out there, get the numbers up. You know what I'm saying? Just as they come in, they don't need to be here live, but as long as they're watching it, which is good. Be most grateful. But outside of that, as we say, let's get it in. All right, y'all. Tomorrow, Tuesday. Yep. Look for me about 11:45. Look for me about 11:45. If I don't go at 11:45, it'll be 12:45 or 1:45. But look for me at 11:45. All right. All right. Peace, everybody.
We want freedom by any means necessary. Yeah. We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary. We don't feel that in 1964, living in a country that is supposedly based upon freedom and supposedly the leader of the free world, we don't think that we should have to sit around and wait for
Let's go. Yeah. All of your assets you have to protect it. Just set your trust up, come get your status corrected. Yeah. You know we moving more than mountains. Fuck your school, fuck your voting system, fuck your water fountains. Melanin, I know you heard of me. You can never murder me. I want that gold you owe me now and gold from 1933. I want y'all to stand on all them treaties that you sold to me. Cause we was already here, y'all came on a boat to me. And know this God-given land we all holding feast. Simple, absolute gratitude, your majesty. I shy not in my straw man, you not controlling me. Certified, signed, sealed, stamped by the notary. Don't try to lie to my face like you ain't just a colonist who tricked us with contracts, but you fail to acknowledge it. In history books of fertilizer, one big pile of shit. Acting like you freed us from slavery, but ain't abolished it. The plantation just got renovated. Driver's license and passports are the new slave papers. How they foreclosing on the ones they gave acres. We allowed them entry, even trusted them as neighbors. They took everything from us and made us ask for favors, and posed as the only helping hand that's there to save us. Boycott, don't try to keep up with the fad, cause the money that we save, the properties that we rehab. Yeah, tears don't fall from my eyes, cause they see our what, but they don't see our why. You was born in June, but I only seen July. Influenced by bad spirits like a DUI. You ain't do no estate planning, but you think you fly. Now we gon' need 3 fish fries to see you die. We the revolt, boy, don't play with me. The time is now, this royalty over slavery.
Damn. I'll hear that verse again.
Hello? Listen, I did everything you told me to do. I was filing the paperwork. You said I was gonna get discharged. The motherfucking tow truck in the driveway right now, taking the car. Ain't nothing discharged. You told me I could discharge the house. Now they taking the house too. It's getting foreclosed on. What I supposed to do? Book a consultation? Nah. Come to royalty over slavery. You dig what I'm.
Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it. Yeah. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it.
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coke, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wives get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit, back room, facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to acid, you're begging a punch. Sometimes my community, hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it. No corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss who you trying to employ.
Clutch, baby. Infinite.